Kamu satu-satunya harapan kita.
Kita nggak akan kalah. Nggak hari ini. Loh, tangan gue kenapa nih?
Aduh, gatel banget, gak tahan. Ih, ketombe basah.
Aduh, tangan tuh buat main, bukan buat garuk. Katanya pro, kok ketombean? Bang Jo, kagak ada Bang Jo. Gue brand ambasadornya. Kalahin ketombe basah dan gatal, menangi match pakai Head and Shoulder. Move on ke Head and Shoulder. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
White out.
Makanya move on dong ke Head and Shoulder.
Gratis ongkir tapi banyak syarat. Salar abal-abal, aduh kalah.
Bila semua belanja di Blibli pasti gratis ongkir dan pasti ojek. Belanja ini pasti kuat.
Yeah, that's right.
Pasti hanya di Blibli.
Yeah, klik Blibli.
Sekarang
Legendary. Dia bilang kamu satu-satunya harapan kita.
Kita nggak akan kalah. Nggak hari ini. Loh, tangan gue kenapa nih?
Aduh, gatel banget, gak tahan. Ih, ketombe basah.
Aduh, tangan tuh buat main, bukan buat garuk. Katanya pro, kok ketombean?
Bang Jo,
Kagak ada Bang Jo. Gue brand ambasadornya. Kalahin ketombe basah dan gatal, menangin match pakai Head and Shoulder. Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
White out. Berhasil dapetin gol.
Makanya move on dong ke Head and Shoulders.
I need long-lasting battery life. I need long-lasting battery life.
Saya super fans dari Esports.
Mahasiswa aktif dan juga satu bagian dari super fans RRQ. Halo, nama gue Dandi Alvan. Gue umur 21 tahun, gue usaha dan gue juga super fans. Kita punya mindset ya kita harus naik bareng, ya turun bareng, apapun ya bareng gitu.
Baru X2 Action versus Parfum. Yakin parfum bikin kamu tetap segar saat
Bisa
berkeringat?
dibilang
Coba
sumber
Axe
rezeki
Baru.
gue ya, sampai
Ini
saat
lawan
ini.
bau badan dan wangi segar bahkan saat kamu berkeringat. X2 Action baru.
Hyperblend? What on earth is Hyperblend? Thrilling as brawl. Strategic as magic chess. Unbridled like overdrive. And Versatile like Creation Camp.
Bener-bener harus jago, jadi gue semangat belajar terus.
Hyperblend, another great game mode from MLBB. 50% skill, 50% luck, 100% fun. Skills and equipment, unlimited strategies. Heroes, skills, combinations are up to you to decide.
Oh ya udahlah, tapi ya.
Create unique and strong heroes with a variety of fun and powerful skill sets. Awesome is the new mode, Hyperblend.
Tinggal selfie tabungan jadi. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven. Pakai token ambil uang tanpa kartu di Leven. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven.
Gratis ongkir tapi banyak syarat. Salar aba-aba, aduh gawat.
Bila semua belanja di Blibli pasti gratis ongkir dan pasti ori. Belanja yang pasti kuat
Yeah, that's right.
pasti hanya di Blibli.
Yeah,
Saatnya kau klik Blibli sekarang. Legendary.
Tigra, kamu satu-satunya harapan kita.
kita nggak akan kalah. Nggak hari ini. Loh, tangan gue kenapa nih?
Aduh, gatel banget, gak tahan. Ih, ketombe basah.
Aduh, tangan tuh buat main, bukan buat garuk. Katanya pro, kok ketombean?
Bang Jo,
Bang Jo? Kagak ada Bang Jo, gue brand ambasadornya. Kalahin ketombe basah dan gatal. Menangin match pakai Head and Shoulders.
Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
White out. Berhasil dapetin gol.
Makanya move on dong ke Head and Shoulders.
I need long-lasting battery life. I need long-lasting battery life.
Axe Dual Action versus parfum. Yakin parfummu bikin kamu tetap segar saat berkeringat? Coba Axe baru. Kini lawan bau badan dan wangi segar bahkan saat kamu berkeringat. Axe Dual Action baru.
Hyperblend? What on earth is Hyperblend? Thrilling as Brawl. Strategic as Magic Chess. Unbridled like Overdrive. And versatile like Creation Camp. Hyperblend, another great game mode from MLBB. 50% skill, 50% luck, 100% fun. Skills and equipment, unlimited strategies. Heroes, skills, combinations are up to you to decide. Create unique and strong heroes with a variety of fun and powerful skill sets. Awesome is the new mode, Hyperblend.
Tinggal selfie tabung menjadi hidup lebih asik pakai Levin. Hidup lebih asik pakai Levin. Pakai token ambil uang tanpa kartu di Levin. Hidup lebih asik pakai Levin. Hidup lebih asik pakai Levin.
Gratis ongkir tapi banyak syarat. Salar aba-aba, aduh gawat.
Bilang semua belanja di Blibli pasti gratis ongkir dan pasti ori. Belanja yang pasti kuat
Yeah, that's right.
pasti hanya di Blibli.
Yeah.
Kau klik Blibli sekarang. Legendary.
Tigram, kamu satu-satunya harapan kita.
Kita nggak akan kalah.
Gak hari ini.
Loh, tangan gue kenapa nih?
Aduh, gatel banget, gak tahan. Ih, ketombe basah.
Aduh, tangan tuh buat main, bukan buat garuk. Katanya pro, kok ketombean?
Bang Jo,
Bang Jo? Kagak ada Bang Jo, gue brand ambasadornya. Kalahin ketombe basah dan gatal. Menangin match pakai Head and Shoulders.
Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
White out. Berhasil dapetin lo.
Makanya move on dong ke Head and Shoulders.
I need long-lasting battery life. I need long-lasting battery life.
baru, Axe Dual Action versus parfum. Yakin parfummu bikin kamu tetap segar saat berkeringat? Coba Axe baru. Kini lawan bau badan dan wangi segar bahkan saat kamu berkeringat. Axe Dual Action baru.
Hyperblend? What on earth is Hyperblend? Thrilling as Brawl. Strategic as Magic Chess. Unbridled like Overdrive. And versatile like Creation Camp. Hyperblend, another great game mode from MLBB. 50% skill, 50% luck, 100% fun. Skills and equipment, unlimited strategies. Heroes, skills, combinations are up to you to decide.
Do you have any words that we can say in class? Nanti 20 menit boleh jalan-jalan.
Oh ya aman. Udah lihat tadi.
Sumpah butter you.
Create unique and strong heroes with a variety of fun and powerful skill sets. Awesome is the new mode, Hyperblend.
Tinggal selfie tabungan jadi. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven. Pakai token ambil uang tanpa kartu di Leven. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven.
Gratis ongkir tapi banyak syarat. Salar aba-aba, aduh gawat.
Bilang semua belanja di Blibli pasti gratis ongkir dan pasti ori. Belanja yang pasti kuat,
Yeah, that's right.
pasti hanya di Blibli.
Yeah.
Saatnya kau klik Blibli sekarang. Legendary.
Tigra, kamu satu-satunya harapan kita.
Kita nggak akan kalah. Nggak hari ini. Loh, tangan gue kenapa nih?
Aduh, gatel banget, gak tahan. Ih, ketombe basah.
Aduh, tangan tuh buat main, bukan buat garuk. Katanya pro, kok ketombean?
Bang Jo,
Bang Jo? Kagak ada Bang Jo, gue brand ambasadornya. Kalahin ketombe basah dan gatal. Menangin match pakai Head and Shoulders.
Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
White out.
Berhasil dapetin lo.
Makanya move on dong ke Head and Shoulders.
I need long-lasting battery life. I need long-lasting battery life.
baru, Axe Dual Action versus parfum. Yakin parfummu bikin kamu tetap segar saat berkeringat? Coba Axe baru. Kini lawan bau badan dan wangi segar bahkan saat kamu berkeringat. Axe Dual Action baru.
Hyperblend? What on earth is Hyperblend? Thrilling as Brawl. Strategic as Magic Chess. Unbridled like Overdrive. And versatile like Creation Camp. Hyperblend, another great game mode from MLBB. 50% skill, 50% luck, 100% fun. Skills and equipment, unlimited strategies. Heroes, skills, combinations are up to you to decide. Create unique and strong heroes with a variety of fun and powerful skill sets. Awesome is the new mode, Hyperblend.
Tinggal selfie tabungan jadi. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven. Pakai token ambil uang tanpa kartu di Leven. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven.
Gratis ongkir tapi banyak syarat. Salar aba-aba, aduh gawat.
Bilang semua belanja di Blibli pasti gratis ongkir dan pasti ori. Belanja yang pasti kuat.
Yeah, that's right.
Pasti hanya di Blibli.
Yeah.
Saatnya kau klik Blibli sekarang. Legendary.
Tigra, kamu satu-satunya harapan kita.
Kita nggak akan kalah. Nggak hari ini. Loh, tangan gue kenapa nih?
Aduh, gatel banget, gak tahan. Ih, ketombe basah.
Aduh, tangan tuh buat main, bukan buat garuk. Katanya pro, kok ketombean?
Bang Jo,
Bang Jo? Kagak ada Bang Jo, gue brand ambasadornya. Kalahin ketombe basah dan gatal. Menangin match pakai Head and Shoulders.
Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
White out.
Berhasil dapetin gol.
Makanya move on dong ke Head and Shoulders.
I need long-lasting battery life. I need long-lasting battery life.
baru, Axe Dual Action versus parfum. Yakin parfummu bikin kamu tetap segar saat berkeringat? Coba Axe baru. Kini lawan bau badan dan wangi segar bahkan saat kamu berkeringat. Axe Dual Action baru.
Hyperblend? What on earth is Hyperblend? Thrilling as Brawl. Strategic as Magic Chess. Unbridled like Overdrive. And versatile like Creation Camp. Hyperblend, another great game mode from MLBB. 50% skill, 50% luck, 100% fun. Skills and equipment, unlimited strategies. Heroes, skills, combinations are up to you to decide. Create unique and strong heroes with a variety of fun and powerful skill sets. Awesome is the new mode, Hyperblend.
Kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan jahat.
The start of the new global era of MPL. The new age, half a decade in the making. It all leads up to this moment. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the 10th season of MPL Indonesia. But before we get into that, special thanks, ladies and gentlemen, to Moonton for powering this event. Presented to you by Samsung Galaxy A series, ladies and gentlemen. But today's first match will be Geek versus RRQ. Based on MPL Indonesia Season 9, we've seen some different things here, Gani. But ladies and gentlemen, up here on the caster desk, accompanying all of you guys throughout the day, it's gonna be me, Mirko, Gani, and Arashi.
Well, Mirko, Arashi, I am enraptured just to be here. Remember, 10 seasons, and now we will look and find a new champion.
Absolutely, but ladies and gentlemen, don't forget, here you go, Samsung Galaxy A series. Go ahead and check it out because the specs are definitely not kidding here, Gani. Makes playing even more fun. RAM up to 8 gigabytes, memory up to 256 gigabytes, and with the screen, Super AMOLED, 120 Hz, you're not going to miss a beat in the game because you guys have the best phone in the world to accompany you through the MLBB rank pushing that can be really stressful.
It can, definitely, and to add to that, there's a cashback, and as well as awesome gifts, a lot of awesome gifts. So guys, please check that out.
Well, before we get into the matches, we have the analyst right here, Arashi, to take us through, maybe deep dive on the players you see on the screen. RRQ, the defending Season 9 champions, up against the 8th place team in Season 9.
Exactly, man. It's a huge contrast right now. And the interesting part, right, it's a clash of different factors. RRQ, they are staying with the same exact roster, and they're going to try and tweak things about to try and make sure that they confuse their opponents. Whereas for Geek Fam, they went for the exact opposite approach and went for a full reshuffle, man.
Ooh, yeah, I completely agree. I mean, RRQ, they, with the same rosters, right, they have been through a lot. Experienced the international scene as well. They have learned a lot from their mistakes here, taking to Season 10 here. In their first match, they will go up against not the team favorites here, Arashi. Will they go all in, or will they somehow, you know, hide their cards?
Hiding their cards is a valid strategy. We are on day 1 right now.
Exactly.
You know, this is so early in the tournament. A lot of teams don't want to reveal all the weapons in their arsenal. So, but for both teams, though, this is going to be a huge statement, right? RRQ are going to try and prove to everyone that they're going to stay on top. And for Geek Fam, they're going to try and prove to everyone that this season, right? It's Season 10. It's been such a long journey for them. They want to show that this is their season to shine.
Absolutely. They need to shine this season, Arashi. For Geek Fam, they've actually brought in a special player. Now, I think everybody at home knows who this man is. It's Beloyski.
I mean, Beloyski is in the roster here. Side of Geek Fam, Let's take a look.
Well, speaking of Baloyski, the roamer for Geek Fam, we're going to get straight into it, ladies and gentlemen. How special is this player? Throughout MPL PH, even in the M3 World Championships, he has been an absolute menace. On his signature Natalia pick, even on the Franco last season, he was a lethal weapon that Onyx PH could always rely on. But on the side of RRQ, they have Vin, the main man himself. The man that is one with Franco. This man is Franco. He goes in for the hooks that are just insane. Impeccable accuracy, almost 100%. But what makes him special is that confidence of his skills. He can go for these crazy plays even in MSC. Now, we're going to take a look at both of these players head to head. In terms of the hero pool, we do see a little bit of an edge from Vin. But from both of these players, it is very close. For a kill participation, Baloyski, he is a very active roamer across the map. He doesn't stay in one lane. He doesn't focus on one lane. He goes around throughout all 3 lanes, even in the jungle, to provide the openings and enable his team.
Well, to add to that, Mirko, I feel like, remember, Baloyski was in MPL PH. So perhaps, yeah, the data there, it's relevant, but it's not really accurate as well. Especially now, Baloyski is at MPL ID, Arashi.
Exactly. Now we take a look at the team head-to-head by Head and Shoulders. And as you can see, the stats really favor on the side of RRQ Hoshi. But we've already mentioned to you that this is not the same Geek Fam, right? They are going to try and blow our expectations out of the water. And RRQ, man, you got to imagine they must be ready for such a threat as significant, as high profile as Baloyski.
Well, RRQ Hoshi, they've had their fair share of Filipino opponents. But again, Geek Fam, for the keys of victory presented to you by Axe. Let's take a look at that, Arashi.
For the first one, don't let Vin get the Franco. Mirko already mentioned it, man. This man is one with Franco. You cannot let him get on that signature pick. Optimize Hans the hero pool as well, because as we all know, Geek Fam, the flexibility, we saw a bunch of it in the previous season. They're going to try and take full advantage of it in this season as well. But for RRQ, contest Baloyski's Franco, this is why that matchup is so interesting, man. 2 players from 2 different teams, 2 different regions even, on that hero. Beware of Geek's pickup potential in the early games. As we mentioned, Baloyski will be their main weapon and limits Kadera's movement. Because Geek Fam, I think they're going to try and take RRQ into deep waters. They're going to try and face them in their own game.
I completely agree with you. So based on that keys to victory here, Geek Fam, they really need to somehow optimize Hans's hero pool very deeply here. Because why? Because remember, Hans, sometimes on a good day, he performs spectacularly. But
on a bad day?
On a bad day, doesn't really show that he is a reliable jungler.
It's kind of a coin flip when we're talking about Geek Fam, and that's why I believe all 3 of us here on the English desk have opted to go for RRQ. So, as you can see just now, it actually popped up on the screen, the game duration prediction for all 3 of us. Now, I went for 14 minutes. I think that's a very solid time. You went for 14 minutes too?
Exactly.
And Arashi, you went for the same number.
Apparently I went for 15.
You went for 15. Well, 1 minute difference, right?
But a bit longer.
Why did you give RRQ the leeway of going a little bit longer here and compared to me and Gani?
I think it's the first game. There's a lot of rust on these players for sure. And of course, you have to think about the fact that they don't really know what they're going to go up against Geek Fam, right? So maybe it'll go a bit longer, but the audience prediction, Mirko, wow.
One-sided. This is what we've come to expect from an RRQ match, but against Geek Fam, this is actually an improvement in the audience prediction. 13%, 2 digits, because last season, we know it wasn't really the season for Geek Fam to pop off.
A plethora of single digits prediction-wise, but yeah, a very different approach here coming from side of Geek Fam. I do want to add here, since we're talking about Vin as well as a Baloyski, both players, they have somehow similar gameplay. Remember, Baloyski can answer that mid lane as well, and as we all know, Vin was also a mid laner 2-3 seasons ago. So I feel like a lot of similarity here. It's just, we'll have to see regarding the chemistry, because RRQ, as we all know, with the same rosters, they have that edge.
That's the thing. That's the thing we need to talk about here when we're talking about these 2 rosters as we jump into the drafts. They're going to need to synergize properly here, Arashi, right?
Absolutely.
And if they synergize properly, they need some time. did Geek Fam have enough time to synergize properly? All 5 members, knowing that Beloyski, he's Filipino, he's an import, he is, he hasn't been in this roster, and he doesn't even
Your
speak
team
Indonesian.
is banning.
That must be a big challenge for Geek Fam to go against. Whenever you're trying to assimilate into a new team, right, that's a whole different situation, and it's just really unfortunate or very coincidental that they're up against a team
Your
with
team
0
is
changes.
banning.
So it's really a clash of different styles, and I think the coaches have a lot to play here because they have a lot of new patch notes to work against, as Coach Achil will be showing up against Coach Ruben.
Yeah, indeed, we'll have to see here Achil and as well as Ruben. But speaking
Your
of
team
Achil and
is
Ruben, check out their headphones here. There you go. Ooh, that is what's the shish?
You got good eyes, Gani, for good technology. The JBL Quantum series is what they are using to communicate to the players. And notice how the coaches,
Your
they're the
team
only
is
ones with
picking.
it because they need the crisp, clean communication and the crisp, clean hearing to hear everybody here and get the information they need perfectly. But as you can see, Achil, with that communication, he's able to go in for the fans on the targeted heroes to
Your team
Beloyski,
is
but he
picking.
left one open. It's going to be the Akai traded in for a Franco and a 1-1. This is quite massive.
This is very massive here. RRQ, of course, with their predictions here, they saw the Franco as well as 1-1 pick. So I'm quite sure that RRQ has already a strategy in their pockets.
Exactly, man. This season is all about the playmaking. So the Franco will be valuable, but RRQ, they have options to play around with here. Are they going to try and go for the to match the aggression of Geek Fam? Are they going to try and curb it somehow by picking more defensive options? RRQ is well known for taking the aggressive route, so we'll have to see. 2 picks in the first phase. Are they going to go for someone in the mid lane to try and provide the kind of pressure? It will be Vidio. Kind of pick
Your team is picking.
Wow, all right, RRQ. Okay, Yves will definitely fill that mid lane spot, and Claude, yeah, Skylar is deadly on that Claude, but this Akai is a question mark here, Mirko. Will it go to the hands of Albert, R7, even Vin? It's still up in the air, and to close out the first phase, a perfect solid pick here from side of Geek Fam. Esmeralda, a very solid XP laner, can hold, fast clear, and we'll have to see here the response for the second phase.
Very interesting first phase of the drafts here, already wrapped up from both Ruben and Achil for their teams. But again, that's the big question, the flexible hero from RRQ. Where's this Akai going to go, Arashi? We've seen a lot of jungle Akai, we've seen a lot of perhaps even XP or roam Akais, but now, in my experience of playing ranked, Akai has been going more to that jungle role in the ranked games, right? But here in the MPL, do we want to see something different? Do we want to see Vin on this Akai? Maybe on the Akai, it can provide a lot of disengage from the pick potential that the Franco brings into Geek Fam's composition.
Exactly, man. The Akai can be an absolute counter depending if Geek Fam wants to go for the kind of dive aggression attempt. But if you put it on the jungle in the hands of Albert, I can't help but feel like it's a bit of a waste, right? Albert is a very mechanical player, and I think on the Akai, his skills just get cooked just that much.
You can see the confidence from Pa AP, the CEO of RRQ. He went in with a comment here. If RRQ wins 2-0, he's going to change his profile picture on social media to Bonge.
Yeah,
A
Indonesian
domestic
influencer.
star, yeah.
Domestic star, Indonesian, well, quote-unquote influencer, but yeah, back to the droughts here, Mirko, and as well as Arashi, a Bellman, and as well as Daryl has been banned respectively, and I do understand the Bellman ban here. Remember, one of the, I feel like the power pick for Hans has been that Bellman, and RRQ taking no time here, taking it away in the second phase. Geek Fam with that Daryl ban, of course, they want to secure that XP lane, that Esmeralda wants to roam freely, and as well as, yeah, dominate the lane.
Absolutely, man. Now it's just a question of how are they going to play it out
Your
after the
team
lane
is
banned.
banned.
Masha is banned as well, so this might be hinting that Geek Fam might want to go for a assassin-type jungler, right? Having the Masha, being a roamer, being that kind of nuisance, slowing down your farm is not ideal if you want to go for those early-game aggressive assassin heroes, so I think Geek Fam might be going for something of that nature.
They're maybe kind of setting up Hans in that jungle with the Masha band, with the Dairoth band. They want to enable this Esmeralda, this Franco, to be more active on the map,
I
to
agree.
help the jungler, to get Hans to a position where he's farmed up. Now again, if we take a look at the history of Geek Fam, the games that they have been able to win in
Your
MPL
team
with
is
Hans
picking.
has been the games where he has gotten the farm properly, that he was enabled all the way from the get-go. And speaking of the man, Hans, he has a few words here. It's been 2 seasons where he wasn't able to beat RRQ, but now he feels ready, he feels prepared, he wants to win against RRQ's main lineup as he picked up the Kagura. Okay, this is interesting.
I was about to say, they need burst, and against Claude and as well as Eve, Kagura is the perfect fit here. And Geek Fam, they are very smart here. They are able to look at that Kagura pick because, yeah, they need burst. Kagura provides that burst, especially in the mid game. Oh, entering the late game, this Kagura can be deadly.
Now understanding that they are against Geek Fam's burst RRQ, they need to secure some kind of front line. If they can have someone that can take the brunt of the damage and allow Skylar as well as the rest of the team to just jump in afterwards, right? When all the burst is no longer there, they can win really well, and that is exactly what they go for. A Kufra and a Thamus, 3 tanky frontliners, and all the range and AoE in the Yves and Claw. This is a solid team composition by RRQ.
I agree. I mean, with Akai, with Kufra, they really want to fight. Remember that blazing duet after Golden Staff as well as DHS. It's going to be an AoE party, a crowd control party as well. Man, meanwhile, Geek Fam, yeah, sure, they have 1-1. Yeah, they can give the output damage, but needs time. Kagura as well. So, Geek Fam, they really need to be sure that they are safe in the early game here, Mirko.
The big question right now is what are Geek Fam going to pick up as the last pick? A jungler here, the Karina. Now, I expected something different. I expected maybe a passive jungler here to, to kind of synergize around the early game dominance that they have. Maybe wait for that scaling hero to get up, but no, they pick up a Karina. Yeah, Aulus could have been a pick here, but both of the teams have wrapped up their drafts. RRQ with a very tanky lineup, but there's still one question at hand. RRQ's draft is still very flexible. Akai and Thamus, which one's going to the jungle, which one's going to the XP lane? Personally for me, I think Akai is just better in the jungle role compared to the XP role because he can move around the map much easier. With that heavy spin, you can find picks much easier on the ganks.
I completely agree, Mirko. I feel like that is going to be where Akai is going here, Rashi. But I do want to add this. Beloyski will... Well, yeah, on paper he is a roamer, but will he play this Kagura? Because he's also deadly in this Kagura.
A big upset could happen, or the calculated RRQ might be able to take Geek Fam down in the opening match, the opening day. Welcome to the land of Dawn, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 1 as we jump in. RRQ and Geek Fam. This is something that we've been seeing a lot here in the early game. Leashing their junglers.
Exactly. Helping the jungler get the faster clear allows him to avoid any kind of pesky interceptions coming in from the enemy roamer, and also allows him to just have a smoother early phase, get to those power spikes level 3, level 4, and then start doing work from then on. So it's a very efficient playstyle, especially if you want to go for early game fights, early game aggression.
I agree with you, but let's take a look at the spells here. One thing that stands out for me is Azura as a Kagura. He opted for that sprint. I don't know how effective is that spell going to be, because remember, Kagura can escape things rather easily, but I guess Azura here has some ideas. We'll have to see here. Will it show here in game number 1?
Well, Clay is already going to get engaged on right there, as there is a battle for the Wanderer, which actually Hans is able to win out in the Retribution duel here up against Albert. So a very uncharacteristic Albert already showing up here in the land of Dawn for game number 1. But back to the topic, Arashi. I want to ask you about what you think here about the Elzura bringing Elzura on stream. But wait a minute, he gets hooked back, forcing that flicker out. Geek Fam! This is a very different Geek Fam already that we're seeing in the first minute, Arashi.
Absolutely, man. They have a lot more tanky heroes on the side of RRQ, but by that same, because of that, Geek Fam, they have a lot more burst to work with in the early game. Skylar already making progress.
Hans jumping in with the Shadow Assault onto Skylar, but obviously Skylar there still able to dodge away with a Battle Mirror image, but he did burn that flicker, a very important resource.
Well-timed flicker as well, I feel. 3v1, he escapes, no harm done, and we are now focusing Turtle here. It seems like rotation-wise, Geek Fam, they are out-rotated. They will give this first Turtle for free.
Well, top side though, they're looking for the trade. It's going to be Elzura who's jumping in onto Skylar, but it's still him surviving in a 1v2 once again. Coming out on top, but Valoisky comes in with the first blood. Presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy A series. This is the X Factor that Geek Fam has.
The first blood of Season 10 coming from Valoisky himself, ladies and gentlemen, from a roamer. And now, let's go back to the game. As of right now here, economy-wise, of course, it's quite even. But, yeah, Turtle was slain by the side of RRQ, also presented to you by Samsung Galaxy A series here. We'll have to see here, can RRQ expand their objective lead?
Right, in terms of objectives, that's for sure what they're trying to do. So Geek Fam, they have to try and get his kick out, right? Because once the fights evolve into those messy 5v5s, RRQ will have the advantage because they can't possibly burst down a Kufra, an Akai, as well as a Thamus, right? So they have to find a way to outmaneuver that and get advantage in the early game, as Valoisky there. Oof.
Iron does not connect here. RRQ and as well as Geek Fam, they are just dancing around. Total kill points here, it's just one. First 3 minutes. And it seems like composition-wise, yeah, they are looking for a team fight perhaps after level 7 and 8, especially for side of Geek Fam Rush.
As you can see, the Demon Slayer the lettuce emblem for Albert on the Akai. This is quote-unquote meta right now. It's about clearing, it's about farming up real fast and getting, you know, being in the game and not being denied your farm. As you can see, Geek Fam still not really under pressure. They're focusing on Skylar.
A mistap by Vin. Again, very uncharacteristic here from RRQ, making mistakes in the early stage, giving this leeway to Geek Fam to take over this early game. But it is still RRQ with the slight gold lead. 300 gold lead right now, and so goes on to Purple Buff Hans. Still able to steal that away, but it is another big battle spell used up by Geek Fam that will enable RRQ to pick up the turtle for free. Meanwhile, top side, Bloody Hunt there, going to be popped by Valoisky, and that's going to be the kill onto Vin. He's 1 HP. Tadera comes in and picks it up. A 1-for-1 trade.
A good mirror strategy coming from side of Geek Fam. Communication-wise also was there. Yeah, Hans has no retributions, so let's find a pick off top side. There was a roamer inside, and they just went ham. Of course, it will be Geek Fam with 2 kills.
Valoisky looking for the hook, getting Clay, freaking it back onto Hans for the Shadow Assault, but Clay finds the escape with his sprint. Skylar on the top side, he needs to be careful here. He is actually getting bullied a lot by Chadera.
Absolutely, man. But you have to keep in mind that the gold lead, right, isn't that far for Geek Fam. RRQ has been very solid in the farming department and in the objective compartment as well. They are still keeping up, and as time goes on, they will only get stronger and stronger. We see Skylar right now already with the Demon Hunter sword, but he is also itemizing for some defense. He knows he is the main target. He is trying to make sure that he can survive in these fights and actually pump out the damage that his team needs him to do.
Yeah, I mean, speaking about Skylar, right, take a look at 1-1 himself. Both Goldeners seems like to have a well farmed here for first 5 minutes. RRQ, they are focusing on top side here, Mirko.
They're finally trying to enable Skylar in this gold lane, but Chadera, he knows it. He's going to run away with him, though. Looking for time to defend, going on to Valoisky here. Bloody Hunt to counteract that, but both teams just backing off. Skylar dashing away with the battle mirror image away from Valoisky, but the real world manipulation finds Valoisky. That's a kill onto RRQ. Geek Fam once again here onto the back foot, but Luca picks up a turret down below.
Oh, yeah, Geek Fam, they are winning a turret now 1-0, but it seems like composition-wise here, again, RRQ Hoshi, they don't mind that they don't have a advantage here in the early game, but it seems like Geek Fam, they are stepping up the pace. They are starting to step up the pace here, their pace here.
Well, we have to see, man. Coming into the late game, I think it's going to be a bit difficult. Early on, they have no pressure with the Franco, with the Melina, as well as Kagura. That's a lot of burst, that's a lot of setup for their team. But now, in the mid game, right, this is where the tanky lineup is going to be so difficult for Geek to deal with. Thamus, Akai, and Kufa, as you can see,
goes in. The crowd erupts as Finn gets Valoisky once again, but they might be overcommitting onto the tank. Skylar 1 HP, dashes in one more time. Valoisky gets the hook. He's able to outplay. Skylar falls, and Kadera is looking for one more. He has the crossbow tag. He will pump it off of a play of Valoisky. They find more kills. Alpha with a heavy spin, bringing Chadera out, but it's not communicated properly. No synergy. There's a pause here, but man, Albert just brought Chadera to safety out of the real world manipulation.
A slight miscommunication there from the side of RRQ. What happened there? But what a play from the side of Valoisky. Kept his composure there, even though he was, very low. Iron Hooks Skylar with that Bloody Hunt as well. He manages to take one before he was taken down as well.
Absolutely, man. I think it's just very difficult. RRQ, this is exactly what people have been criticizing them for, right? They get over-eager, they go in so far, they had the turtle already, but they want to make sure that, I don't know, they make a statement towards Baloyski, shutting him down, making sure that he is, you know, he's losing in that mental game department, but Baloyski is used to that. It's no problem for him at all. He turns it around, and RRQ, that was quite the uncharacteristic blunder, and you have to start asking, is this going to be the pattern? Because it's not the first one in the game.
Well, there you go, boys. This man, he has the perfect retribution. If you guys read the text on the screen, this is a tip for all of you back at home. If you guys want to get those crispy retributions, if you don't want to be bad at the retributions, get yourself a JBL Quantum, because with the sound cues, you can actually react to things even faster. But, Donnie, back again to the game. Baloyski.
Baloyski.
Many times.
I mean, first 6 minutes, Irashi, you can already feel his impact. It's so evident in the Land of Dawn as a roamer, as a Franco, and I don't know, Baloyski is so effective for the first 6 minutes, I feel.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, he was also responsible for the first blood. He's able to actually read the movements. And so far, it just really seems that every time he makes a play, he knows what's going to happen. You know, it's never on the fly. He never does it impulsively. Everything is calculated, which is why it's a bit difficult when you contrast that to RRQ, who seems to be doing well, but once they're doing really well, they just want to go for more. And if it pays off, yes, it's good. It gives them more momentum, more tempo. But when it doesn't work out, it's, you know, it's quite disastrous for their team for sure.
To add on to that, they jump into the game again. Back out of the game, Albert was actually slain by Chadera in that gold lane. 4 members fell in that fight. Geek Fam now in the lead. The 8th place team going up against the defending Season 9 champions, and they are outclassing RRQ right now.
And take a look at the turrets here. One by one, RRQ Hoshi is losing their space. Geek Fam now almost at a 2K lead here, and it seems like they are not stopping.
Absolutely, man. I mean, having all your members wiped out essentially like that after an objective, that is not what RRQ is used to. That is not what they want happening in this game. So they have to try and slow it down a bit and make sure that whatever they do after careful contemplation, because if they fight properly, again, their team comp is able to withstand the aggression from Geek Fam for sure. I think they'll just have to wait for the next objective, right? When the Lord comes up, maybe then they can force Geek Fam into a fight that they do not want.
Speaking of waiting for objectives, you know, if you guys are waiting for the objectives as well, you guys can go ahead and grab a snack with Grab Food. Go ahead and check the promo code out, but especially here, guys, if you guys want to get that wipe out, you guys gotta have fresh hair with Head & Shoulders X MPL, X Mobile Legends Bang Bang. You guys can definitely do that. Fresh hair, you smell good, you perform well on the stage, even at home.
In and out of the Land of Dawn. Yeah, indeed. And let's go back to the game here. What I do notice here, Miracon as well as Irashi, Luke, all this Esmeralda,
efficient.
Is so efficient. He's just clearing, he's just rotating, very efficient. Yeah, sure, data-wise still at 0-0-0, but a play.
Oh my god.
R7.
R7 again, jumping onto one member, but it's going to be picked off instantly. He was hooked by Baloyski. And again, we're seeing Baloyski perform out of his mind. The prodigal son in the first game here at MPL ID. Vin jumping in onto the Tyrant's Revenge for Luke, not finding him though. Luke's still able to get away as Baloyski pulls Vin back. Vin jumping into the bouncing ball, finds Chadera and will be able to shut him down. Now on the back line, play falling to the hands of Lucas. Elzura jumps in, but the retribution battle. Albert will win it, and he will take it. Albert getting hooked back to Baloyski's side, but RRQ, they step back, they got the dub, and now they're happy with it.
Man, Albert is still so reliable. That was revenge for that Lethal Wonder here, but man, RRQ, they are slowly, with that Lord push, with that Lord steal, they are now looking to grab control in this game. But Baloyski, wow, with that Iron Hook, manages to catch that Lethal Wanderer.
This guy's insane.
That might be the, I think that might be the third Lethal Wonder he has stolen with the Iron Hook, man. These hooks are landing at a very uncanny accuracy. He's landing it left and right, even in the middle of fights where everything is just chaotic. So he is definitely someone that the members of RRQ need to look out for. But with the Lord right now, they have options to play around with. They can go for the split push. They can go for a team fight. They are going to try and equalize the objective game. As we look at the items here, play with the Ice Kings 1 will be very beneficial in stopping the dive potential coming in from the side of Geek Fam.
Speaking of the defense for the Lord, Geek Fam don't really have a lot of high ground potential for the clear. It's only the 1-1 here, but El0 in the mid lane gonna get caught in a blazing duet, and he will fall. R7 finds that kill. Real world manipulation up top. Finn jumping in onto Clay, stopping the real world manipulation. He needs one more on the weakness points to fly, but Albert with the backup here, finally taking that kill. RRQ in the lead once more. In the mid lane, they're pushing it down, and they will find tier 1.
RRQ now, they are establishing a good amount of lead here. Take a look at the real-time win probability. As I said that, it's shifted in favor towards side of RRQ. Meanwhile, Geek Fam here, I do want to note that Skylar and as well as Clay, they need to look out for their positions. Why? Because Hans on this arena has secured the Holy Crystal, ladies and gentlemen.
The real-time win probability was shifting back and forth. Presented to you obviously by the Samsung Galaxy A series. But Arashi, what did Geek Fam do to create, to give the space that RRQ needed?
I mean, they're doing everything right already, right? It just happens that they lost the Lord Retribution battle right there because Baloyski has been setting up the members of the Geek Fam for those pickups, and it's been so successful that even R7 on the Thamus with the Vengeance, he can get picked off. So they have to do the exact same thing and try and be a bit more creative with the objectives afterwards, right? So I think both teams right now can really make use of the next Lord. There's 25 seconds, and I think contesting, in the middle of contesting the control over that Lord area, that will be where we see the next big fight between these two teams.
You know what's interesting? Oh, never mind. Baloyski here needs to be careful, but take a look at the backside. Zura, that's taken now by Skylar. Baloyski here with low HP tries to escape with that sprint, but R7 gets taken down with that crossbow of Tang. Now Luke being the sandbag, 1v4ing everything here, still surviving, and Hans with that Holy Crystal will definitely take Clay out. Take a look at Vin, he is the next target, he gets taken down, but Hans is quite low himself here. Albert on that manhunt. Hans, will he escape this one? At the end of the day, it will be 3 for 3.
3 for 3 in that trade, but who comes out on top? I can't help but think it's actually Geek Fam, because with the gold laner still full HP, they can actually go and threaten the Lord take in the 12th minute of the game.
That's the difficult part about RRQ Hoshi's team composition, right? They have a lot of frontline, but they have two very vulnerable backline heroes, and without them, they can't really win out in these team fights. So Geek Fam, with with equal manpower loss, they can actually make a lot more happen, and now they go for the Lord, and they will secure it as Baloyski nearly lands another Iron Hook.
Geek Fam once again solidifying their lead. I think this is the third swap in the lead here in the game. But RRQ, they were not able to grasp that lead properly. They lost it, and now we're going to take a look at the instant replay presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy A series.
Despite, as you can see in the beginning, Hans was able to do a lot of burst damage, and the fight is sporadic, right? We talk again and again about RRQ having a good front-to-back situation. They have good backline, they have good AoE, and a lot of frontline. But when the members of Geek Fam are able to get behind them and just dive in towards Clay and towards Skylar, they don't really have an answer, and maybe they can use Albert Friend to deter that.
Oh, Baloyski with that hook. He didn't get the kill, but that's a very important resource. Vengeance gone. R7 now going to be targeted. He is all alone. Very, very aggressive there. Baloyski! Oh my god! On top of nothing, he just gets a hook on Skylar.
Oh, Baloyski now Lord charges top side here. Base turret top side will fall, and Kadira will claim that turret. Then now, Immortal pops. Will he survive? It seems like he will not be able to escape this one as Lord marches. One member on one side of RRQ falls. Geek, they are on the rise. They are not stopping here. The minions, it's too strong. The base now will be target. And Geek Fam takes game numero uno.
Geek Fam with Baloyski. They have done it! They took a game off of RRQ. 2 seasons, 2 zeros. Finally, with a change, Geek Fam have done it. Not ending the series just yet, but what a stellar performance from the 8th place to winning a game against the defending Season 9 champions.
Game number 1, and already, what a huge upset. Expectations blown completely out of the water, man. The Kings need to understand the fam is here to play. And oh my lord, all the way from the beginning, man. They show moments of vulnerability, but overall, it's solid. They have control in the early game. They know exactly how to play with their team composition, and they have shown that they can adjust to the playstyle of their opponents as well. Geek Fam, man, this is a whole different look.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you remember the head-to-head history, RRQ has won 2-0 against Geek Fam for the past 6 games. And now, it's starting to change, ladies and gentlemen. For the first time. It has already changed. 1-0 for the side of Geek Fam and RRQ. They are behind. Take a look at the reactions here. Whew.
I'm still speechless. This performance by Geek Fam. Oh my goodness. Beloyski stepping in. I said it. I said that I don't think one man can change the entire team.
But man,
level up the entire team to the level of RRQ, of that international standard. Remember, RRQ, they're not just any team. This is a team that made it to the grand finals of MSC.
Here's the thing. If you do notice here, usually when the neutral objectives goes to the hand of RRQ, they never lost. But man, Geek Fam here, we were right, Mirko. Meter number 14, done. But not to the favor of RRQ. It went to the other side of Geek Fam with Beloyski leading the pack.
I mean, it's not just the neutral objectives, man. You saw that RRQ were able to actually secure a lot of those early turtles, but then afterwards, right? Again, it's a bit sad to say, but it is classic RRQ, right? Get ahead, get overzealous, get the game flipped on them. So now they have realized, okay, Geek Fam is different. This is someone they have to take seriously. They have to minimize those mistakes, man, because as you can see, when things are going their way, they can definitely take control of the game, right? And actually push Geek Fam back.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, with that spicy, hot fire game, you guys gotta still smell fresh. You gotta be fresh. You guys can smell fresh. The better you smell, the better you play with our official sponsor here, Axe. Go ahead. According to research, Gani, when you smell good, your gaming skills actually get better. So, with the new Axe Dual Action technology, it gives you guys up to 48 hours of pure freshness. You put that once, you're gonna be cool for the next 2 days.
I'm gonna test that fact myself, but let's take a look at the item built here at Rashi. Yeah, 14-minute game. What do you see?
Well, it's a 40-minute game, and you can see that Clay, right, he wasn't having a good game at all. 1 and 4, and he only has the Genius one and the Ice Queens one. He really wasn't able to actually be the main threat that they need to try and deter the dive coming in from the side of Geek Fam. Azura has the Clock of Destiny Lightning Truncheon combo, so he's able to just threaten the pick-off potential. But of course, I think the man here is Beloyski. He is building full tank, and nothing really stands out there, but he is able to just enable the team again and again. And I think the other member you can really mention from the side of Geek Fam is Hans, man. On this Karina, he was able to actually perform really, really well, and he finds those kills, right? Knowing that RRQ Hoshi has only like 2 essentially backline members, his performance trying to assassinate the 2 members is even more critical, because if he can get Clay or Skylar, that just means that they won't be participating in the fight at all, and I think that is a big factor in Geek Fam winning in those fights.
Yeah, I mean, in hindsight, remember, we doubt that Karina pick. It seems like against 3 tanky members, Gufra, Akai, and Tamus, it's going to be hard. A lot of CC coming into that Karina, but man, oh man, Hans, with 0 deaths, of course, with help of his teammates, he finds the right target, Skylar, Clay. He goes in on the right time as well, and that is why I feel like Hans deserves that MVP, but one person is more deserving, and that is Beloyski.
Well, for the MVP, I think everyone here can agree. Even the crowd, everyone at home, everyone can agree that Beloyski was the MVP of that game. He enabled Chadera. I actually want to emphasize on Chadera here, Arashi, Gani. Chadera, what an incredible performance. Remember, this is a new player. He's a rookie in the MPL. Well, technically, most of the members here on Geek Fam are rookies in the MPL. But Chadera, I have never seen him in the MDL. I've never seen him in the MPL. He is just a rookie performing like that against Skylar. An MSC, no, a world contender.
Absolutely, man. I think you can't downplay his performance for sure. Even if he doesn't win, he doesn't do anything too crazy. The fact that he's able to just hold his own against Skylar, as you mentioned, he is not just a random nobody. It's Skylar, right? This guy has reputation, but the MVP of this game is going to be Beloyski on that Franco, man. Presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy A53 5G.
Man, PH, you lost a good one here. Beloyski establishing his first game in MPL ID with an MVP. 237, 56% kill participation. But why? Because he enables his team.
Yep, that's crazy, man. I think Geek Fam, what they need in that game was the setup, was the pickoff, and I think he put Franco to just such good use, man. If you didn't get the hooks, if he was just playing as another frontline, RRQ would have gotten the tempo. They would be able to actually engage onto Geek Fam. But when every single moment, at every single time, a random hook can just land onto even Skylar, right? Who's trying to play as safe as possible. Mirko lost it a bit earlier, just starts yelling Beloyski because it just came out of nowhere. So when you can get plays like that, pickoffs like that, I think the game just gets so much easier for your team.
Ooh, Beloyski, this... I didn't expect it, Gani. I expected Geek Fam to be better than Season 9. I expected them to be better, but did I expect them to be able to beat RRQ, the defending champions? Well, Arashi, it's time to take a look at the MVP highlights presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy A series.
Well, as you can see, this is that fight where they actually went really aggressively and they're able to actually take out the dare right here. So both teams, right, their moments of brilliance. But I think whenever RRQ aren't getting picked up completely, they can get a chance to just turn it back around. As you can see, whenever someone else was focused down, Skylar and Clay can do a lot of damage. And then afterwards, right, the tanky members from the side of RRQ, they can just go in and overpower and push everyone away. See, when they're the aggressors, they can do just fine. But when they get aggressed on, it's a completely different story, man. And Geek Fam, with the Franco, they're just able to find a lot more plays coming in. That was that hook that Mirko was yelling about. The hook onto Skylar out of nowhere, and once they're at a man disadvantage at 14 minutes in the game, that is critical. They just go for the more aggression, and then they push for the win just like that.
Yeah, wow. I mean, that play in the end was just a nail in the coffin, right?
Yeah.
Right target, Lord is just marching to offside. It's just going to be harder for side of RRQ to defend that Lord push.
It was kind of impossible to defend that. Especially, well, if they had Skylar, they could have possibly
blazing to it,
cleared the Lord up. But with Beloyski getting a hook out of nowhere with the conceal onto Skylar, remember, this is a Claude, a very mobile hero with the battle mirror image, with the sprint. Somehow Beloyski is still able to get a hook onto Skylar. Remember, Skylar is also one of the best goal laners we have in MPL. The man's efficient. The man positions himself in a place where usually he's always safe. But in this game, up against the prodigal son, it was different.
A different story.
Completely, man.
It was... I'm still speechless, Gani. 1-0. When have we ever seen this? Since we started casting in Season 7, we've never seen Geek Fam get a game off of RRQ.
Exactly. So a new history here set by the man Beloyski himself. I feel like looking at based on his first game, I feel like he is comfortable here.
Comfortable? That looks like more than comfortable. That looks like he's the king of Indonesia already. They're up against the defending champions, guys. We gotta remember, this isn't a team that went home in the first day of playoffs. This is the champions.
Exactly. And I think it's more impressive when you understand that Vin plays the Franco a lot, so his team understands how Franco plays, so they can adjust to that playstyle, right? That pick of potential. And even then, Beloyski was able to make it work. That is insane, guys.
He outplays. I mean, remember, Franco is a single unit lockdown with that bloody head, with that iron hook, but he's just so effective. Yeah, sure, KDI-wise doesn't really reflect, but presence-wise, man, enables his team.
Yeah.
RRQ is down.
To add on to that, Beloyski, not only is he a very efficient roamer in the mid lane all over the map, but he also makes a lot of TikTok plays, man.
Ooh.
And you guys can also upload your excitement watching MPL ID Season 10. As you can hear probably from my yell, from my scream earlier, I should have uploaded that on to #MPL celebrations on TikTok because I can get attractive prizes. You guys can do it too by going on to the challenge, doing it, because Secret Lab is on the line. We got JBL Quantum. So many good, crazy prizes for every one of you back at home.
Man, honestly, Arashi as well as Mirko, it's getting literally hot in here. It's just game number 1. This is game number 1. I can't wait to go jump in game number 2. But let's talk about the drafts here. Game number 1 here. What can RRQ? I can't believe I'm saying this. What can RRQ repair to go up against Geek Fam, to win against Geek Fam?
Well, one thing they can prepare right now is maybe their entrance, the tunnel cam here presented to you by Head and Shoulders, right? When you look fresh, when you're coming in onto the stage, confident as ever with the Head and Shoulders, when before you come here, that's a confidence boost. That will lead to better decision making in the game. But again, back to the technical aspect. Arashi, I personally feel that RRQ's draft was fine.
Yeah.
I think RRQ's draft was actually better than Geek Fam's draft. I think Geek Fam just executed their game plan better.
Absolutely, man. I think again and again we talk about RRQ. If they didn't get to play the game they want because they weren't the ones proactive. They weren't the ones actually pushing the gas onto the side of Geek Fam. So they have to try and make sure that they play it cleaner, right? They don't go for those dives and they play for the objectives. The calm, cool, collected, the new RRQ that we've been talking about last season, right? And if they are able to clean it out like that, even with the best pickoffs from Beloyski, your team can't, you can't really fail that in that sense. Because if you want to talk about the matchup, when the team composition is being talked about, you see the RRQ, they have all the front lines that can take the Iron Hook, and because of that, we saw that Clay and Skylar, they had relatively enough safety to try and survive from the Iron Hooks from the side of Beloyski. And even then, when the fights are a bit chaotic, you actually have Albert. They can use the heavy spin to try and push Hans away from the core members. So I think it's just the execution and how they're playing out these team fights, man. Because if they do that, as Mirko mentioned, I agree that the team composition is better on the side of RRQ.
Yeah, I mean, I do agree with you on that, Arashi. And I do personally feel, based on game number 1, RRQ, they have a lot of misplays. It seems like they didn't communicate properly here, and perhaps that is what they should focus on in game number 2. Repairing their communications has, share the same vision here, because based on game number 1, it seems like Geek Fam were the ones that were a unit in comparison to the side of RRQ. So we'll have to see here, but draft-wise, somehow RRQ, they went for that team fight composition, didn't work well. Perhaps in game number 2, they will go for the Assassins.
One more game to solidify the biggest upset in MPL ID history. Geek Fam with the bands here swapping sides. It is going to be the Ling, the Julian next, but RRQ, they choose to go for the Fanny band up against Geek Fam.
Oof, I think understanding that Beloyski is the main enabler for the side of Geek Fam, maybe RRQ will try and deny that somehow, right? If they ban out the Franco, there's no guarantee that will shut down Beloyski. There's plenty of heroes available in the current patch that can enable the team in the same kind of fashion. So we'll have to see if they go for the pick, if they go for the ban. But actually, Geek Fam, respecting the potential for Vin to do the same, if not better, they ban out the Franco as well.
Okay, now you're seeing Respect ban here. Ling, Julian, and as well as Franco. Ling, Julian, Albert, and as well as that Franco for Vin. Meanwhile, RRQ responding with also a respect ban themselves with that Natalia ban. Of course, sending their warm regards towards Beloyski. Ruben won the first pick. What will they opt for?
Valentina is up for grabs. The best mid laner gets picked up straight away. Doesn't even need a moment to think about it. Geek Fam, they pick it up. And the thing is, with Valentina, it's very flexible. You can actually bring it and give it over to Beloyski as a roamer. It still dishes out so much damage because of just that crazy base damage. But, whoa! Achil, the Pharmis was actually left out. I forgot about this. With the Pharmis picked up, it's going to be the battle of the cult altars. Valentina can steal it away. Heavy spin, also ready though by Albert on this Akai. We're already seeing a Beatrix pick up from Ruben, and once more, will we see a mage, a roamer? Will we see perhaps an XP laner here picked up? Esmeralda still up for grabs, and Tamaz as well.
Yeah, both off-laners actually present in the previous game. So we'll have to see if Geek Fam want to opt for that. They have backline with the Beatrix, and with this Valentina is just very, very flexible, and the Thamus which Miracle considers a broken hero, has been picked up for the side of Geek Fam.
It got nerfed, but come on.
It's annoying.
It's still so tanky, so sustainable.
With Vengeance in hand as well, it just adds more sustainability and as well as durability. But yeah, I feel like Geek Fam still with the same approach here. Thamus to close out an XP laner here to close out the first phase. But RRQ will go immediately straight to Claude here again, looking to perhaps somehow repair what Skylar has done from game number 1. So we'll see here, based on RRQ's drafts, it's still with the same two heroes, Kai and as well as Claude.
Right, with the Farmers in the game right now, you have to wonder if the approach that Coach Achil is considering right now is the fact that, okay, we weren't doing so well in the team fights, our main carries got picked off, got assassinated. So now with the Farmers, that won't be a concern any longer, right? And this allows them to just dive in a lot deeper as well with the nature of Farmers as a hero. So we'll just have to see for Geek Fam, right? Knowing that that might be the case, what will their response be? Predicting some kind of dive, some kind of aggressive maneuver, they banned out the Masha as well.
Let's see, from the bans, final ban here coming out from RRQ as they wrap up the second phase. Do they want to target more heroes onto Beloyski, respecting his Selena, his Natalia? But no, they go for the last ban, Karina, respecting Hans, who was a menace, straight up menace in game number 1.
0 deaths.
Exactly.
0 deaths, 5 kills and 6 assists up against 3 frontliners.
Exactly.
What the heck, man?
A very good and as well as, adaptive result here, adaptive approach from the side of RRQ. And Geek Fam, they will go for that Phobius pick, so signaling an assassin here perhaps on their last 2 picks. But RRQ, for their first pick in the second phase, I don't know, man. I'm seeing Lilia here as a good option for side of RRQ.
I wonder if Geek Fam is predicting that the Akai won't be going to the jungle, right? Because they banned the Phobias, right? So maybe they themselves want to go for an assassin though. So we'll just have to see. For RRQ right now, this will really round out their composition, right? Are they going to go for more frontline, a bit similar to game number 1? Or do they think that's not going to work any longer and do something different? Because the composition from Geek Fam, it's also not exactly the same playstyle.
Let's see. Phobius banned out, RRQ with the first pick. They pick up the Yve. Geek Fam now with the response. With the Phobius ban. Is this hinting at something?
Exactly.
In the jungle.
Exactly.
Lancelot, maybe. But if you're up against a lot of sustain, a lot of disengage, like the Akai, like the Faramis, I don't think Lancelot can be picked up efficiently up against this team composition. Maybe they can actually just opt to put the Thamus in the jungle, pick up another XP laner that is very dash heavy. Benedetta is a hero that just recently got buffed, but they go for the Grok first, setting up
as well.
for a Helkert in the jungle.
A Helkert in the jungle, I like the sound of that. But yeah, with Grok and as well as Thamus as their front laner here, it seems like Geek Fam, they want to go for the early game. Remember, Valentina, very strong for 2 levels. Level 2, Grok level 2, very strong. Helkert will try to find a pickoff on towards Claude there after getting level 4. So Geek Fam, they want to get the ball rolling early and perhaps looking for it like game number 1, 13-minute end, 14-minute end.
Perhaps, man. And we talk about the dash-heavy, tanky heroes. R7, I think, will be on that Paquito. So he'll be looking to get that lane dominance and roam around the map. Both teams honestly have a lot of potential, but I think when it comes to the team fights, Geek Fam has the edge, man. They have a lot more area of effect ultimates to try and make plays off, and they have the Valentina that can be so versatile. So this is looking quite dangerous, man. RRQ, I hope they have a plan, because Geek Fam, they seem to have they just seem to know something that we don't, and that's a bit scary to me.
What's even scarier is I think RRQ, they do have a plan. In game number 1 and in game number 2, 100%. The thing is, Geek Fam have been able to outthink RRQ in the games. The execution has been perfect. But ladies and gentlemen, once again, we're jumping into the Land of Dawn for game number 2 of this best of 3. The first game was all fire.
All
we'll see the same.
fire. We'll see the same. We will see the same. I mean, it's straight up very hot in here. It's so intense, Mircon, as well as Varashi. But it seems like, yeah, Faramis is harassing Contra here in the early minute.
Ooh, so it is going to be a
Yeah, Fire Mist roam.
It's a roaming Fire Mist, exactly.
Yeah,
So this allows him to just do a lot more work in the early game. He can actually try and pressure as much as possible, and already we see that Hans essentially gets bullied away. In the first game, we saw that Geek Fam's approach is to shut down Skylar, gank the gold lane again and again. Will they do the same thing as Voloisky gets pressured away? They shoot him out of RRQ's jump.
Yeah, there you go. We're already seeing a very aggressive Beloyski. No battle spell for the next few minutes. But again, Geek Fam, they can play with this. They can play with this aggression with Elzura on this Valentina. They have a lot of early game pressure. Vindo coming back in, almost bringing Elzura back, but will be able to force Elzura to flicker out. Meanwhile, top side, Chadera again winning in the trades. Skylar won. Yeah, he had to recall there. He was actually kind of low.
It seems like Spheramis needs to assist Claude top side here, but it seems like rotation-wise, both teams, especially both junglers, they're quite happy with their form here up to this minute. But again, the focus will definitely shift towards the gold laners, Skylar, and as well as Kadira, especially after this first turtle. We are going to see and witness here the first battle for the first turtle.
Right, the control over the turtle area is already in the hands of Geek Fam, and they have options that they can trade with. Level 4 is already in the hands of most of the players here, so the ultimates are ready. This might mark the beginning of the first big fight in game number 2.
Let's see, turtle fight number 1. Geek Fam, better position here. R7 jumping in on the 3. Real world inflation popped in, but that's the cold ulcer popped by Geek Fam. Albert jumps in with a heavy spin, is able to shoo away the members, but Hans picks up the solid retribution onto the turtle, chained in with his stinger. But in the mid lane, there's not much else. Geek Fam winning out again in the early fight.
Wow, turtle claimed by Hans there, even though Albert is just standing there. No pressure whatsoever, man. But Halkert, well, charge connects onto his Clay. Elzura trying to find a play here. Clay pops that sprint to immediately to retreat. And yeah, still 0-0 here. No first blood in the second game for the first 3 minutes.
Being able to steal away the gold buff. That's a small victory for RRQ, and you can see it, the gold department, right? Geek Fam is already ahead, and they're looking to extend that gold lead even more. Voloisky is so proactive, man. Every single time, he's always trying to find information. He's always trying to pressure away at the members of RRQ, and they actually rotate to the top side.
Let's see, again, Beloyski is actually opening up the map so well here to enable his team once again to look for trades, to go and open up the other side of the map and look for even more. Meanwhile, top side, Chadera and Skylar just dishing out a little bit of damage, but in this game, I feel like both teams are going to be a little bit calmer. They're not going to go for any crazy fights, but just as I say that, Beloyski opens up the map. Chadera, with the runner shot, is able to find Albert, but whoa, I don't know about this. Chadera jumps into the lane. Beloyski there with a wild charge is able to cancel out the real-world manipulation. Meanwhile, Geek Fam, there you go, Dark Knight falls. The Cult Ulcer perfectly placed by RRQ, but it's also returned here by the Cult Ulcer from Elzura. Albert dishing out the damage. Finn jumping back in to find the hook, but it's going to be the Hans who actually gets zoned away. Both teams backing up. Elzura under the turret, finding Finn with the first blood, presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy A series.
Man, I am thrilled to see this match now. Mirko and Arashi, Geek Fam taking the first blood. It seems like they are not finished. Beloyski here will fall as Skylar will claim that kill. A little too aggressive there from side of Beloyski. He is a little offside, but take a look across the map. Luke is proactive here, already damaging the turtle to half HP.
Luke here on to the turtle. RRQ with the response as well. Albert doesn't have the heavy spin. It's actually still Albert who wins out the retribution battle here, and that brings RRQ back to just a small, slight goal lead for Geek Fam.
Slight goal lead for Geek Fam, but remember, Geek Fam has Hans on the Hellcurt, so he is on an assassin, and we've seen that this man can be absolutely lethal, and RRQ, they have to be even more aware because Elzura on the Valentina can also make more of those proactive, insane, divey plays. And I think in that fight earlier, what's really under overshadowed, essentially, is Beloyski with the walls with the Brook, man. He's just so efficient, and he puts it to absolutely good use.
Chadera stealing out that gold buff with the render too. There has been, he's getting chunked very low, still able to run away. Albert though, looking for the engage, heavy spin, not ready just yet. Cult Ulcer already used by Elzura. A massive ultimate already here, and Chadera actually doesn't get that gold minion.
You know, that's a huge ultimate burn, but taking a look at the items here, yeah, I mean, DHS already for Claude here, Rashi.
The DHS is already built for fun and straight into a bit more armor. He understands, again, Skylar needs to actually survive most of the engages. Geek Fam has been playing very good in that takeoff potential, especially when Kadera has a BOD.
Oh my god, the silence! That's why they went for the Hellcurt. The silence when you jump in. It's actually so perfectly placed as well onto Vin there, and he wasn't able to pop out that cold altar.
I mean, if you take a look at closely on what happened earlier, Beloyski was baiting for a play, and then immediately the backup, the communication comes through. But bot side here, of course, Thamez at level 8 with vengeance will almost solo kill that Paquito. R7 and as well as Luke though, still 0-0-0, nothing on the boards just yet. They are just focusing on their lanes, but man, Geek Fam now, they are building up. They are shaping up here to a perhaps 2,000 gold lead.
And the gold lead is becoming wider and wider here, and the next hurdle will be once again contested. RRQ is already on the spot. Can they go for something more aggressive before the members of Geek Fam converge on the situation?
Let's see Elzura. He has heavy spin, a wild charge on the 2, and Elzura's there to pin them down. No follow-up just yet. R7 providing the disengage there with the knockout strike as Albert jumps in with a heavy spin. Turtle still there. No retribution just yet, but Albert secures it. Elzura jumping in once again onto Finn, but will be forced to flicker out. Both teams again disengaging. RRQ trying to convert onto the mid lane turrets. Hans is there to defend with Elzura. Skylar jumps out with a battle mirror images. R7 jumps in deep. That's going to be Luke taking a lot of damage, soaking it in with a vengeance, but ultimately he will be taken down. Beloyski with a conceal backing off RRQ. They do not want to lose this game.
That is such a shame trade for side of Geek Fam. They lost a turtle, and as well as they lost a member there, Luke. A little too aggressive there, a slight miscommunication, and 5 members were able somehow to dish out the damage here. Perhaps this is just what RRQ needs here to shift the gold lead.
Honestly, it was a very creative play by Beloyski as well as Zura, man. They combo the unstoppable charge with the heavy spin stolen from the side of RRQ. But unfortunately, it doesn't play out in their favor. The cult altar, I think, was the main issue there. It just stopped them in the track, and they are forced to back away from that zone. And considering that the turtle is in contention, right? It's being contested by both teams. RRQ just comes out on top there.
RRQ does comes on top, but for the turtle battle, it will be in favor, of course, out of RRQ 2-1 here as of right now. Lex will the Lord will spawn, but Geek Fam, man, game number 1, it was close. Game number 2, they are showing consistency here, Mirko.
They are very consistent here, both of the teams, right? For Geek Fam as well, but they're taking the proper fights. The teams who've been winning the fights, it wasn't because of setup, Arashi. It was because both of these teams just know exactly when to go in. Some Geek Fam win, some RRQ win, but look at Chadera in that top side. R7 is just waiting for it. He goes in here just to clear out the way. It goes over the knockout strike as well, but that's even Chadera picking up that tier 2 turret on that top side. Meanwhile, RRQ, no response just yet, will finally decide to move into that mid lane, but with the conceal, Beloyski's looking for a pick. Battle mirror image instantly by Skylar as Beloyski just tries to go for that wild charge. He's just trying to predict movement.
He's just trying to predict here, and it's RRQ. With that information, perhaps they will somehow gamble this Lord. Seek out more information. Top side heavily favoring Geek Fam though. RRQ needs to take care of that, but Skylar here trying to provide vision as well as information as well.
R7 clearing out the waves in the mid lane. Albert jumping in. Finn coming in with the help, and that's going to be the heavy spin there, bringing everyone back. Cold Ultra placed here for RRQ with the real world place and dishes out so much in the backside. Luke will be taken down, but Hans, he comes in. Chadera's not able to find Skylar, but in the end, he finally falls. A killing spree picked up as R7 jumps in onto Elzura, but Elzura survives for a little bit longer. Shut down, picked up by Clay, and RRQ wins out a 3-for-1 in the 9th minute.
1-4-3 RRQ now. They are picking up their pace. 10 minutes in the game. They aren't even, they are playing the disciplined game here, Miracle. Even though 3-2 man down from side of Geek Fam, they do not get overzealous and greedy. They just pull off the Lord and reset.
RRQ Hoshi has equalized the gold lead right now. Geek Fam is practically even in the gold department. I think whenever there's an objective on the map right here, RRQ has a chance to just abuse the cult altar, and Geek Fam so far have no answer. They can try and do the same thing they did earlier, right? Steal the cult altar for themselves and juke it out, but considering the kind of picks they have, maybe that might not be the best of ideas. We'll just have to see, as the next Lord is still, it's the same Lord actually, is still being contested by both these teams.
300 gold lead for RRQ. Albert getting chunked to half HP as Luke will be able to bait R7 back in. Renner shot whiffing. Skylar picking up the gold buff. Both teams again setting up for this Lord. But I can't help but feel that if Geek Fam, oh my god, Chadera actually finds Clay with that shot. But again, if Geek Fam wants to win a fight, they need to steal the Cult Altar. No other ultimate is as valuable as that Cult Altar.
This just adds more sustainability for that team fights, add more resources as well, Mirko. It seems like now Geek Fam as well as RRQ is, yeah, they are low-key chunking this Lord. I'll take a look at Albert. Heavy spin on towards Kadira here. No fall of damage just yet as Kadira will definitely escape. But now, Albert is going to be the target. Real world revelation has been popped.
There you go, Elzura once again on the Akai ultimate is able to bring Albert back. Heavy spin, bringing him back, pinning him down, but he will not be able to get taken down here. Chadera falls. Skylar with the battle mirror image and the blazing duet is able to find everyone. Hans on the back foot, running away, finding one trade on the board, but it's still RRQ who comes out on top. R7 with the movement. Hans, no! R7 picking up the killing spree, and that is RRQ solidifying their goal lead here in the 11th minute. They're waiting for the enhanced Lord. That was the wipeout presented to you by Heads and Shoulders.
Oh, slight mismechanic there. Arashi, Helkert, Hans got the jitters. He was trying to do a sidestep, but crashes into the wall. Arashi, what do you see?
It's just a difficult situation, man. He is playing very, very safe. He did get a kill, but he gets his first death in that fight as well. It's very difficult for him because of the Cult Altar, but beyond that, the amount of armor, the amount of defense that both teams have, especially on the side of RRQ, even the Paramis has an antique cuirass, and so now they go for the Lord here. The steal almost comes in, but that's Voloisky stuck outside.
Voloisky gonna get taken down there. A very risky play, but they had to go for that. Meanwhile, conceal pop dive in. Elzura stealing out again. The heavy spin. I think the most valuable ultimate to take for Geek Fam has to be that Cult Altar. The two fights that they've won have been on the back of that Cult Altar.
But remember, they are on the defense here. Perhaps with that heavy spin, they want to delay their rotations, the minions. But yeah, replay.
As you can see, man, in the beginning, they were just able to survive the whole thing, and then afterwards, they just pull in. So the Cult Altar was valuable, man. This replay was presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy A series, and with that play, they will now pressure Geek Fam into their own base.
Let's see, again, they're actually able to defend this really, really well. None of the base turrets was taken down for RRQ. It's already a 4,000 gold lead on RRQ though. Dark Knight falls. They're looking for a pick up top. It's actually Hans who's going to be zoned away as he jumps out of vision. Skylar, that pocket. Hans, he finds the pocket.
No way!
Escape. Big brain plays from Hans to get out of that sticky situation.
Well, that was not a 100 IQ play. That was a 200 IQ play. And RRQ, they are now establishing a very comfortable lead in economy here. 4,000, almost 5,000. Geek Fam, they have an opportunity here to turn this around just by one team fight. And the way I see it, they really need to take down Clay as well as Skylar with that Dark Knight Falls.
That pocket position, man. Like the way he was able to use the vision pockets to stay out of range so that Skylar couldn't know where he was.
Exactly, they just weren't expecting it at all. And so in the fights though, talking about the next potential fight, I think as Mirko mentioned, the Cult Altar needs to be taken. That is one of the most valuable ultimates you can take. And from there on, I think it's all a showdown between Skylar and Kadira, right? This is that late game. There's a lot of front line for both teams. If they can melt down the front line, that opens up the back line for some serious damage. So Kadira as well as Skylar, they have a lot to do in these fights. Of course, Skylar is a lot more skill reliant, right? He's reliant on the blazing duet. Kadira has a lot more options to work with, and I expect Geek Fam to try and take advantage of that.
Apart from that, I feel like Skylar, of course, needs to have the right timing as well. And item-wise here, it seems like Skylar is already having enough items to deal out damage.
Exactly, he has a core item with the Demon Hunter Sword and the Golden Staff, and the Wind of Nature will ensure that Hans will not be able to easily take him out in those fights. So on the other side though, the Beatrix Kadira has the same idea, right? Wind of Nature is being built right there just for that dive potential, the Pokito, the Claude, as well as the Akai potentially. But the BOD with the Hunter Strike, that's gonna actually allow him to just do a lot of burst damage and keep his distance from these dangerous melee fighters on the side of RRQ.
Yeah, and he's already building towards the Melfic Roar. There you go. We see him finish it right as we mentioned it. But in this game, it's still 15 minutes in. And RRQ, with the lead, they're playing it safely, right? They're not going to go for any crazy high-risk invasion here. Respect given to Geek Fam. 5,000 gold lead on the hands of RRQ. They start off the Lord here in the 15th minute. Again, this is not the Evolved Lord. This is still the Enhanced Lord.
Yeah, seems like Geek here, Beloyski providing vision and as well as information here for side of Geek Fam. And Albert, he's just junking, he's just chilling. Also, waiting for the whereabouts for side of Geek Fam. But I do want to add, item-wise, what's surprising to me is only one Dominance Ice here for side of RQ. Is that enough against a Thamus, against a Valentina? Will that be enough?
Well, we'll see if that's going to be enough here. RRQ, once again, getting the Lord down to a quarter of his HP. Albert looking for that heavy spin. Beloyski, with the first ability, is able to get out of that sticky situation. Once again, as R7 is able to clear out the mini wave in the lane. No one is responding to that push. And Geek Fam, they might be going for this. Yeah, Chadera has to back up. It's a 4v5 in the Lord pit. Chadera's going to be late. Real World Inflation pops in. RRQ looking for the Lord. Once again, the Retribution battle comes in. Oh! You do not need a Retribution. What you need is Beloyski. How does he keep making these moments happen?
Oh, he just repairs his mistake earlier, remember, and now with the right timing, Geek Fam will get the Lord here. And now RRQ, seeing that they're on the man up, will try to go for this base turret here. Is that a gamble? But R7 will make sure to get that base turret. Right now, Albert and friends, they are trying to defend this Lord here, marching top side. And Geek Fam, even though they are a man down, seems like they do want to get out of their base.
Let's see, again, they're going on to that top side. I don't think this is a good idea. Beloyski is able to open up the map. Eldura jumps in. Finn's gonna be caught in there. Cold Altar pop, and that's it. That's all they need. That's gonna be the Cold Altar responded here by Geek Fam as Beloyski jumps into play. R7 very low, still has the conceal to get out there, and that is Geek Fam forcing RRQ back. They were, however, able to clear out that Enhanced Lord, but Geek Fam, they do not want to give up on the chase. Skylar jumping in again, using that Battle Mirror image defensively, and they have defended really well. Let's take a look at the real-time win probability presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy A2.
69% here. Ooh, in favor towards side of RRQ. 3.3k gold lead. Yeah, ooh. I mean, yeah, with that gold lead, it seems like 69 is the perfect number to round their, probability.
It's a great number indeed, Johnny. Right now, we're getting damage dealt by Axe. You can see that Skylar is on top there along with Clay. But it's just these small moments where Geek Fam is able to get the advantage, right? They have just to, RRQ, they need to find the right moment to dish out the damage. Otherwise, the amount doesn't really matter that much, So Geek Fam now, again, looking for an opportunity. No mutual objective on the map right now, so they can both these teams can get as creative as they want. And Beloyski has been showing that he has the edge in that creative department.
Indeed. Let's talk about the winning conditions here for our side of Geek Family. We talked about the need to somehow find RRQ, find Skylar, and as well as Clay, but it's not an easy task here. Arashi. Remember, they have the heavy spin that can defend teammates, but take a look at Albert here, getting chunked to almost half HP with just by 2 shots of that Beatrix.
Arashi, notice how Chadera, he doesn't have immortality. He only has a win in nature, so one defensive item.
One defensive item, knowing that his team is the one pressuring on the side of on the side of Geek Fam towards RRQ. I think he feels safe enough that RRQ, they are very strong when they are within the Cold Altar. So if he can keep his distance, right, it's risky for RRQ to send any member outside of that range to try and dive towards Kadira. I think that is the idea behind this decision. Of course, having an extra bit of damage will be very valuable, especially when both teams are just trying to poke each other and try and get dominance as far as HP bars is being talked about at those mutual objectives.
Once again, RRQ are the ones to set up this Evolved Lord. This is the moment, make it or break it, the high risk, high reward moment. One Lord can swap, can turn the tides of the game completely. Beloyski wants to try to make that miracle play happen once more.
I mean, it's a standoff from, the first Lord, Beloyski, and as well as Albert. Not jungler between jungler, but a roamer, and as well as jungler here. Beloyski, Geek Fam seems like they have the control here. Albert, a little isolated, but never mind. Clay and friends, they are ready for the backup. Oh, R7 looks for a flank.
Now they're going to go in for the flank. Finn finding Chadera, but he's going to be able to position himself really, really well. Cold Ulcer popped in. That's going to be Clay. Chunk low, but Chadera in the back lines will fall onto the hands of R7. Vengeance popped by Luke, and that is Elzura all alone. Pinned down and gunned down by Skylar. But wait a minute, Elzura still able to survive for a little bit longer. He has the winner truncheon, but he does not have the immortality. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Baloyski trying to cut the waves, trying to buy some time for his team. A 2-0 as RRQ takes the Evolve North.
A very good movement from side of Geek Fam. Yeah, they are two-man down, and they decided to relieve off pressure from the mid lane as well as the bot lane here. Rashi, what do you see from the previous fight?
I mean, it's just very unfortunate, man. Geek Fam, they sent 2 members to try and set up a trap, right? To try and maybe surprise RRQ, Baloyski included. But unfortunately, RRQ pulled the trigger on them instead. We said it in the previous game, RRQ does very, very well when they're moving forward. So they just dive in towards the front, use the Cult Altar, and Geek Fam, they're not together. And when they're separated like that, that allows R7 to find the pickoffs, and he finds Kadira without the immortality. He gets taken out, and now Geek Fam is fighting for survival.
Let's see if they are actually able to defend this one with the Evolve Lord in the mid lane. Albert trying to zone away the members. Elzura has the Cold Ulcer ready. Dark Knight falls to the back lines. R7's immortality will be caught there. Hans with the immortality of himself with Cold Ulcer to save him here. Clay, no, that's going to be the heavy spin bringing them out of the real world inflation. Now it's going to be Clay still dashing out. Hans 1 HP getting out, but will be finished off by Finn. Here the mini waves are being micromanaged by Geek Fam. RRQ trying to end the game. R7 on the top side, bringing it back. Knockout strike onto the mini waves as that's going to be Skylar jumping in on to that battle mirror image. Albert jumping on under the setup with the Cold Ulcer now to back him up. That's going to be Luke trying to buy some time for his team to defend, and they've done it. They've bought enough time. Chadera is back up. Luke jumped in with the Vengeance. That's going to be R7 forced to flicker away. Real world manipulation, but it does not matter. Albert falls, and Geek Fam win a fight, survive another day.
Man, oh man, what a solid and crisp defense and as well as offense as well. RRQ Hoshi, yeah, these are still heavily in for the advantage here. 6K gold lead, and take a look at Geek Fam. Even though they are now basically their base is exposed, but it seems like Geek Fam, they are not stopping. They look for R7, and the shutdown matters here as Kadira finally picks up the first kill for himself.
60 seconds without R7 on the map. RRQ, they're in a tough situation right here. The Lord will be up before R7 is back in the game, and they are forced to actually play a lot safer without Paquito, as well as, Albert is responding quite soon. But Geek Fam, they're on the back foot and they're able to push back against RRQ. And at this point, the items are pretty much completed, but you can see Kadira finally buys an Immortal. He respects the burst potential, the pickup potential coming in from RRQ. And honestly, I think Luke on the process side allows them to play a lot more aggressive as well as a fun fight breaks out.
Ooh, real world manipulation was popped there, Gani, but Elzura knows the damage. He calculates it perfectly. Cold Altar wasn't baited out.
Yeah, indeed, and that real world manipulation, that was information for the side of Geek Fam as well, but it seems like map-wise, if you take a look at the map, they are chill. They do not want to go for the gamble here, but again, the standoff here. But I do want to add this, Hans, with that high and dry, isn't really effective. Exactly.
Yeah, I agree. The high and dry was a weird choice. They wanted to just win the game on the back of that early game. But again, here, now the tides have turned, Arashi, Donnie. Geek Fam are the ones on to the Lord. But look at Baloyski's HP.
Baloyski is taking a lot of damage here. Radiant doesn't have, and both teams, I think they will reset the Lord yet again, unless RRQ will try and take it, or take the momentum away from the side of Geek Fam, as they are getting quite low from the Lord.
Albert.
Let's see, Vin jumping in. Elzura's Cold Altar was baited in. R7 looking for the flank once again. Real world inflation baited in. Baloyski trying to cancel it, but his wall actually cancels that out. Look at Luke. He's able to cancel out the real world inflation in the end as Albert jumps in with a heavy spin, able to pin Chadera down. Cold Altar popped by RRQ along a drawn down fight here as Geek Fam is still able to kite away. R7 and the rest of RRQ will lose out on that Cold Altar. Another brilliant team fight from both of these teams. This seems like grand final material.
I mean, 0 casualties in that, what, 30 seconds team fight? 30 seconds?
That was a long one.
That was a long team fight, but it seems like 0 casualties for both teams here. And now you can see Lord is now down to half HP. Geek Fam, they need to respond with this.
Oh, the Sea Halberd was already built up by
Hans?
Skylar. Lord taken low here. Hans is looking for Retribution. Finn jumps in again. The Retribution
Oh,
battle!
no!
The Retri does not make sense! It's always the XP, the Roamer who gets it, and Geek Fam have find another Lord steal. But look at the members, they're all going to fall. El Zura with the winner's truncheon is able to buy a little bit more time, but his 2 members traded in for the Evolved Lord. 70 seconds on the death timers.
Luckily, for side of RRQ now, they have 2 members from Geek Fam. Arashi, what do you see earlier?
And it was just crazy team fight, man. I don't understand how the Lord is just never taken by the Retribution, man. The real-time win probability is favoring RRQ, presented to me by the Samsung Galaxy A series. They take out the Lord, and now they're going for the end here, as there's still 35 seconds before Hans is even on the map.
Look at Beloyski, he's actually still in the mid lane. He's waiting for something here as Luke is able to clear out the way. Cold Ulcer pop. RRQ still here in it to win it. That's that. You can be Kadera taken down. Luke falls as well, but is able to clear out all of it. Beloyski still in mid lane. RRQ gets game number 2 as they will be able to push it to a 3-game series.
RRQ, they repaired their mistakes and bring their A game here in the second game. It was a long game, Arashi and as well as Mirko, but man, I am thrilled to see game number 3. It's so
insane.
It's insane.
First game of the season, by the way.
First match.
First match.
I'm quite surprised.
Wow, man. I mean, the way it's all drawn out, the way those fights were going on for so long with 0 casualties. What are we watching, man? Geek Fam against RRQ. Who would have thought this is the kind of match we're gonna witness today?
A tough loss indeed here for side of Geek Fam. I mean, they executed their game plan throughout the game, but at the end of the day, yeah, sure, they got the Lord, but Hans and Azura got caught there at the end. It's not good. It's not good if you're 2 men down looking for a push.
Right. I mean, that's the question, right? In that late stage of the game, is it better to actually secure the Lord or actually secure a man advantage, considering that the death timers are going to be about 70, 60 seconds, right? That is a long time for any team to try and sneak out an advantage as far as like objective goes or even another team fight. So I think RRQ has the right idea. Going for the win in the fight is a lot more important, as we've witnessed from that game just now.
Season 10 is definitely the most competitive season of all time. Geek Fam, I want to emphasize this one more time. 8th place in the regular season in Season 9, Donnie, up against the defending champions in Season 9. And it's 1-1. 25 minutes?
It's long.
It's a long, almost a half an hour game. First match, ladies and gentlemen, this is day number 1, MPL Season 10. It's all about celebration, and we are celebrating Geek Fam. Not equalizing, but they managed to get the win against RRQ. Improvement. And yeah, of course, Beloyski leading the pack. But let's talk about game number 2, Mirko, as well as Arashi here. I mean, Geek Fam, they executed their game plan well. They played that well as well. But why do you think, Arashi, that they lost the game?
I think it just comes down to, again, the focus they have on the Lord. Right, I think if RRQ were the ones to take the Lord, but if Geek Fam won the fight actually, right, and comes up with with 2 kills from that fight, I think they would actually do better in that situation. So, because Beloyski is the main initiator, the main playmaker, when he is focused on trying to steal the Lord, right, when they're all focused on stealing the Lord instead of making those plays, the fights become very one-dimensional, and it's very easy for RRQ to try and, maneuver around that. And we've seen, they get advantage, they bait out the Cult Altar, and they're able to actually use their own to just sneak out an advantage there. We take a look now at the item builds for both teams, and we talked about how Kadira didn't have an Immortal. Finally, the pressure, the aggression from the side of RRQ, punishing that item choice, forces him to actually build the Immortal. But looking at R7, man, he essentially was just a fighter with a lot of sustain, and he was actually doing a lot, even though he wasn't the star of the show. And for sure, I think Vin on the Faramis was just so annoying, man. That Cult Altar is the make or break ultimate from both these teams, and he was going in playmaking with the full tank build. it was a great idea from the side of Geek Fam to try and use the Hellcurt silence to try and counter that, but it's just not as reliable as they would like. And here at the post-game stats, we see that, ooh, Elzura has 100% kill participation. What?
Well, technically they had 6 kills. I still can't believe it, by the way. Take a look at the scoreboard. 6-19, 26-minute game.
Yeah.
What?
I mean, what surprises me most is looking at the compositions now. From side of Geek Fam, they are looking for pick-off type of composition with Thamus, with, of course, Hellcurt as well. But it seems like they do not care because they are also going for team fights. And most of the time, they won.
Yeah. Again, I actually do feel like, again, Arashi, do you agree with me when I say that Elzura, he took a lot of those heavy spin, he took some real-world manipulations where he should have just stuck to Finn. Just go for the Cold Altar. That's the game-winning, that's the team fight winning ability. You need that if you want to go up against a Faramis.
Especially, right, if you look at the composition from RRQ, they are very much a combo-oriented team,
Exactly.
right? Heavy spin comes in, real manipulation comes in, right? Blazing Duet comes in, and after that, the damage, the danger from RRQ diminishes very severely. Whereas for Geek Fam, right, they have the Beatrix, they have the Valentina, they can all do damage even though they have used the bulk of their ultimate. So I think the Cold Altar is, like I said, the make or break ultimate, and I think Elzura really should have been realizing that value a lot faster and taking those ultimates a lot earlier, and then that would actually like make them have a lot better of a middle game at least.
Well, what about the MVP though, Arashi? Because we are gonna get to it very, very shortly. Predictions, Gani.
MVP. I do smell one member that has participated on almost KP is almost at 100% that game. And that man is that Faramis himself, that Vin.
Vin.
I think
Clay's 98%.
Clay's 100%?
98. Closer.
Ooh, I thought Vin
but
was the highest.
I think considering, right, that the Cult Altar is the make or break move, I think when you use it is so important. In the last fight, right, Vin understanding that, okay, we can bait this out. We can let them use their Cult Altar first and pull back, right? I think that was just insanely high IQ gameplay. So I think Vin has to be the member, no? He's also very critical in setting up his team in the early game, you know, pressuring with that with the altar as well. So I think Vin would have my vote.
Yeah, it's truly the battle of the roamers. I agree.
Oh, it's going to be Clay.
It could be Vin, it could be Clay, but in the end, it is Clay with the perfect KDA. How do you stay? How do you have a perfect KDA here in a 26-minute game? This is your MVP presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy A series. 95% KP. He was in every fight, and yet he did not die a single time.
Seems like a normal match, a normal game for Clay. True. 0 deaths, 11 assists, 7 kills. And it seems like, let's take a look here. Let's see our MVP highlight presented to you by Samsung Galaxy A series, Clay.
Exactly, man. And here I think this is the fight earlier, but this is 9 to 10 minutes. There's just so many different fights here. It's kind of crazy to kind of like look back at it. And you can see, whenever the fight is just combo-oriented, right? When it's over in a flash, RRQ will have the advantage. When Geek Fam is able to just pull back and forth, they actually win here. As you can see in this fight right here, it's just so easy for RRQ to win here when they actually have the advantage with that cult altar here.
Ooh.
They are able to just push away the members of Geek Fam, and they have no option but to funnel into this checkpoint, this choke point, where the members of RRQ, they're just gonna full combo, send everything, while Hans is just left alone in the backside. So I think Geek Fam needs to group more and play a lot more for those objectives, man.
Yeah, I mean, it's very, very strange. The fact that Hans, he's always looking for these picks, but the thing is, RRQ have adapted to that style of play all the way from the first time that Hans got that pick. Right here, when he goes for it, it's a little bit too late. Fine. He does find Albert, but he was 1 HP. He doesn't find any of the damage dealers. If maybe he found Clay there, if it was Skylar, maybe it could have been the backup coming in from Geek Fam, and maybe they could have just used that death time.
You know what I do notice as well? I mean, they realize that Hans is on that high and dry, and RRQ, they left no man isolated. They always clumped up so that the passive from that high and dry is rarely active here.
Exactly, man. And that was the fight earlier where this is the final fight, right? This is why the Cold Altar is just so difficult to deal with. You can just like abuse it, and essentially it just buys you so much time where you don't really have to care about any kind of combo, any kind of extra play. So It's just a very, very close game, and it's insane, man. There's just so many moments that you can claim makes or breaks this game.
For sure. Every single moment in that game, from Beloyski's miraculous steal with the wild charge, from Luke taking the Evolved Lord, but RRQ winning in the team fight. That was a grand final worthy match.
You know what's fun and what's interesting as well, game number 1, it was leaning towards RRQ, the neutral objective lords, the turtles, but in game number 2 it was actually leaning a little towards the side of Geek Fam, but in game number 2 RRQ won, but in game number 1 it was Geek Fam that won. So yeah, usually neutral objectives equals to win, but in this series it's the opposite.
Absolutely. It's all about comfort in the stage for the players. How comfortable is Beloyski? How comfortable is Albert? Well, on the Secret Lab, we don't even need to ask that question anymore because they're sitting on the best gaming chair there is, the official gaming chair partner of MPL Season 10. Special shout out to them because take a look at this fully adjustable armrest. We here on the caster desk as well. You know, I see a lot of comments saying, hey, Gani, Mirko, Arashi, are you tired sometimes? No. You don't even need to ask us that because we're sitting again on this chair. It helps us push rank, helps us do everything in extreme comfort.
I completely agree with you. I mean, I can't wait to watch game number 3 sitting on the Secret Lab. But ladies and gentlemen, we are now still waiting for game number 3. In case you missed it, game number 1, Geek Fam won against RRQ. In game number 2, RRQ equalizes. Who will prevail here in this series, the first match of MPL Season 10? We'll have to wait.
We'll have to wait, man. I think, really, if you've seen the past 2 games, this can actually go both ways, man. I don't think anyone can claim that the third game will be predictable.
No,
right?
I can't.
Even the playstyle from both these teams, completely different from game number 1 and game number 2.
The way they play the game, the way both of the teams are able to adapt to each other, we can see the progression from both of these teams actually. Geek Fam played it a little bit more objectively in game number 2. Unfortunately, RRQ, they went with that aggressive team fight style with the Faramis, and it worked out in the end. Both teams will have to adapt one final time in the first match of the day. But speaking of adaptability, if you guys want to adapt in life, live a better life, you guys gotta invest. With UBS Gold X MPL Season 10, starting from 100k rupiah, you guys can get yourself a little bit of gold that goes up in value. Go ahead and check it out. ubslifestyle.com with this UBS Lifestyle e-commerce and Bleebly UBS Lifestyle.
Yes.
Glory.
Well,
Glorious.
I don't have it, so
no.
may I touch it?
No, it's
please.
Mine. Thank you, UBS.
I have to invest now.
Here we go, Gani.
Thank you.
But ladies and gentlemen, with UBS helping us and everyone as well, we're going to take a break here before we get into game number 3. A very, very exciting matchup, exciting game awaits us, ladies and gentlemen. It's been Mirko, Gani, and Arashi.
Kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus, and if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan
Tes.
bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss.
Tadi kita viewersnya banyak banget, Cok.
Serius.
40.000.
Cheer.
We all this.
Season 10 continues. Game number 3. Match number 1, ladies and gentlemen. Still match number 1.
Still match
because,
number 1.
Man, oh man. Geek Fam have improved, have progressed with just Beloyski stepping up.
Man, once again, I said this earlier, I'm gonna say it again. PH lost a good one, Beloyski being the main man, the pillar for Geek Fam. And now we are going to witness match game number 3.
Absolutely, but for game number 3, you're still with the casters here, Mirko, Gani, and Arashi. But Arashi, how are you doing, man? How are you feeling after 2 intense games? Are you ready for game number 3?
I'm ready, man, but there's just so much going on. You know, being an analyst, right, I'm trying to make sure, like, okay, this moment's big, this moment's important. And then, like, by, like, the 15-minute mark, I'm like, all right, everything is important, man. Like, this is constant back and forth. And it's not like they're making mistakes, you know. They are making these insane plays that shift the momentum.
Exactly. That's something that we haven't seen from Geek Fam for a very long time.
Very long time.
When they lose, it's on the back of the mistakes that they make. But this time, it feels like RRQ were actually outplaying them. When Geek Fam won, it was Geek Fam outplaying RRQ. It wasn't the crazy mistakes, the big mistakes that in the end ultimately gives it over to the other side.
Yeah, I mean, based on the 2 games here, it seems like Beloyski, remember, he just entered Geek Fam like, what, 3 weeks ago, 2 weeks ago? So, you know, the time to build that chemistry is relatively short. But take a look at the outcome. Take a look at the results, already positives across the board. And now, it excites me, it intrigues me to see the progress from side of course, Geek Fam.
Well, also, take a look at the comment here by Arfala Tohir. He's saying that the Season 10 MPL opening has been amazing. But what makes him really excited is the crowd, the audience in attendance that are just so hyped, that just go all out when their favorite players perform on the stage.
Man, oh man, very, very good. And
I saw Beloyski.
You saw Beloyski?
He got a lot of pictures with the fans, so the fans are warming up to Beloyski, man. Hey, I'm not joking when I say this. An RRQ fan took a picture with him just now when I went to the toilet.
Ooh, you're not capping?
I am not capping.
On God?
I want to take a picture too, but I had to get back to the caster desk. So we'll get a picture later, maybe later.
Oh, I want that picture.
I want a picture.
But okay.
Beloyski, hey.
Okay, now, Mirko as well as Arashi, let's talk a little bit here about the drafts here in game number 3. Remember, game number 1 and 2, RRQ, they drafted to most like AOEs, a lot of ground control composition, team fighting composition, if you know what I'm saying. In game number 3, will they go for the same approach, or will somehow they surprise and change their approach composition-wise for Geek Fam?
Well, before we talk about Geek Fam, we can talk about how in true RRQ fashion, right? They have been relatively similar in game number 1 and in game number 2. But for Geek Fam, right, in the first game, in the second game, it's a completely different strategy. Game number 1 is full of pickoffs. Game number 2 is a lot more, team fight, setup heavy. So I think they've shown a lot more flexibility, a lot more diversity, and credit where credit is due to Coach Ruben, right? He is the new coach for the season, and he has shown that he has made Geek Fam, for better or worse, like a lot more diverse at least.
Ruben was an analyst for RRQ in Season 6 when they were actually able to lift that trophy. Now, speaking of experience, Vin, achievement-wise, he's done it all domestically, right? Unfortunately, in the international events, he hasn't been able to claim that championship title, but the experience comes into play, especially here. Game number 3, these are championship matches, championship games.
Exactly. Here comes in the fatigue, here comes in the mentality department here comes through. Remember, game number 1, it was Geek Fam claiming the victory, but after that loss, what will their mentality be like? And I feel like it's the job for Beloyski once again to build the morale up for game number 3.
How will the coaches build morale? Especially with the JBL Quantum, they're definitely going to be able to dish out, that crisp, clean communication. It's all going to come down to what they say to the ears with that beautiful, amazing mic that the JBL Quantum has.
Exactly, man. The communication, the info, right? The coordination from the coaches will be very critical in who comes out on top here. It's no longer just about the players, right? Whatever the coach says, whatever the coach is instructing them to do, that will have a lot of impact on how the game goes for both these teams. So the Fanny and the Natalia, a very assassin-heavy band for the side of RRQ. We have seen that Geek is very able to actually play with that kind of playstyle. Hans likes those assassin picks.
He likes it. He is very comfortable with assassins. Remember, he played a lot of Yi Sun Shins and as well as Lancelot as well. But in this current patch, a little too expensive, I feel like, especially if you want to secure it in the first phase. But now we can see here from the drafts, Fanny and Natalia has banned 2 assassins. RRQ has eliminated, and Geek Fam, they opt for Ling An as well as Eve. I feel like RRQ could ban out the Faramis here, realizing that they has showed the cards in game number 2.
Well, the question is, which one's more valuable for both these teams, right? Do you want to go for the Faramis, which both teams have shown they can use very well, or are they going to go for the Franco, right? Both are just insanely good for both these teams, and the Franco will be banned out for RRQ. They do not want to deal with that at all, and maybe they don't want to go with the Vin on that Franco either.
Vin's Franco, Beloyski's Franco. We've seen both of their Francos. It is lethal here, but if Geek Fam let this Faramis go, it's going to be dangerous. I think the way to go right now is to let both Faramis and Valentina up for grabs. Trade it out, right? 1 for 1. But the thing is, now that we're talking about these 1-for-1s, these trades, and these little decisions that are being made in the draft, take a look at this right here on the screen. In the past 2 games, and even here in game number 3, it has always been Beloyski and Ruben. Both of these coaches and players, they're the ones talking. They're the ones talking about what we should ban, what we should pick. So you can kind of say that the big brain, the brains on this team is Beloyski and Ruben.
It's evident. It's quite evident, Arashi.
I mean, it's great when you have part of the, the big brain in the player base, right? Actually in the Land of Dawn, once the game begins, I think it allows a lot more info to be relayed between the coach and the players themselves, right? So if Beloyski functions as a team leader with a bit of the knowledge that's already been coordinated by the coach, I think that is just a lot of advantage when it comes to the macro game. The Faramis pick will be taken by RRQ, but for the side of Geek Fam right now, they have their picks of their own in the 1-1 and the Valentina.
This is so smart. This is so smart. I was questioning their choice to ban the Beatrix. Why? Why go for the Beatrix when 1-1's up, when Valentina's up? It's because RRQ can only pick one hero. And Faramis will definitely be in their prio list after winning game number 2. So going for the 1-1 and the Valentina as a response was brilliant. And now they've secured 2 prio heroes.
I mean, two tier S's heroes here in the gold lane and as well as mid lane. What will RRQ respond with here? It seems like they have an answer. Yeah, 3 games for Claude. 3 games for Skylar is going to be played Claude and as well as the Akai.
That's interesting. Arashi, we've seen a lot of different heroes here. Oh, never mind. It's the same 3 heroes we've seen in the past 2 games. But why is it that we're seeing just these heroes come up on stage?
I mean, for RRQ, I guess the idea is if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? The question is, Geek Fam, we've seen that they can adapt, right? They can adjust how they want to play depending on how the game is going. They've been playing with the advantage when they're aggressing, and they've been playing defensively when they're behind. So if they can adapt really fast, is it a mistake for RRQ to give them the same looks again and again? Because this just allows Geek Fam time to try and think up of a counter, think up of a solution. And once they find it, RRQ, they're in trouble, man.
They are in trouble, and Geek Fam took the same approach here as they did in game number 2, limiting R7's hero in that Phobius and as well as Masha. Meanwhile, RRQ, they will ban out that Selena. We'll have to see here. Mirko, what will they really want to ban?
We'll have to see, man. I think both these teams, they have a lot on they have a lot of options they can try and play with, right? With the focus ban, Geek Fam seems to be really aware, right? Making sure that he doesn't want any counter to the mobility. And now with the 1-1 in the game, I think that is one of the reasons why they don't want the Phobius. We have to see, because this is, I believe, the 2nd time they've banned it out.
Exactly. I mean, Geek Fam, their comp is the combination from game 1 and 2. Esmeralda, game 1. Karina was from game number 1 as well. And meanwhile, Valentina as well as 1-1, they played it in game number 2. But RRQ, what will they go for here? The last 2 picks, if they are going for a team fighting composition, they will definitely pick up a hero.
Well,
what's a good mid laner?
Knowing
Xavier?
Clay, I would say Xavier. I agree with that. But the thing is, you're up against so much dive. Lilia would be much better here if they just want to kite back. Sure, they already have the fairness to kind of enable that Xavier pick to come through, but no, they don't go for the Xavier, nor do they go for the Lilia. A Farsa comes out.
It makes sense, right? I mean, yeah, true. Farsa, why? Because they have that 1-1 on your opposing end. With that Feather Airstrike, that 1-1 is going to have a tough time rotating and as well as dealing damage. But take a look at Geek Fam. Beloyski will secure that Ruby here, adding more CC in their composition.
Wow, man.
Thoughts, Arashi?
It's just dive against team fight, man. And honestly, the Farsa pick really is unexpected. We had a discussion on like what mages are good, you know, and we thought about Farsa, but okay, the range is good, the burst is there, but it just seems very lackluster, and we haven't seen it at all, I think, in the last season even.
No, we didn't even see it in the MSC, and Farsa got a skin. The MSC skin was Farsa, right? And we didn't even see it in the MSC. So this is the question right now. How good is the Farsa in the mid lane? We said it before that Farsa just does not fit in this crazy Clash style meta. But with the help of Faramis, it does provide a little bit more sustainability for that Farsa.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see. I do want to talk more about the Farsa, but before, let's just jump into the portal here for game number 3.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, Geek Fam have the chance to solidify the greatest upset ever in MPL ID by winning this one, but RRQ are definitely not going to give it easily.
I agree. And yeah, let's just jump into the Land of Dawn. RRQ and as well as Geek Fam will go at it for the 3rd time today. And yeah, speaking of this Farsa here, man, back to that Farsa point. I don't know, man. Ruby is there. Going to be they're going to have a tough time at Vin here, trying to harass Hans, but it seems like Hans, with that Karina, will collect first blood. Presented to you by Samsung Galaxy, the A series for side of Geek Fam.
That was unfortunate, man. We said that Vin unintentionally pulled him over the wall, allowing him to actually, you know, get a closer distance and actually get that first blood. So definitely it wasn't within the calculations. But speaking of the Farsa, if there's a lot of fights, a lot of CC is required, Farsa does provide a stun as well. So maybe that is something that RRQ is trying to bank on, as Skylar and Kadera just duke it out in the gold lane. As you mentioned, Kadera has been performing really, really well against someone with a big name like Skylar.
Especially on the 1-1. Look, he even finds the stun there under the turret, and it's actually going to be Skylar who's forced to recall early on. Chadera will be able to have that lane prio against Skylar in another game. Game 1 and now game 3.
Indeed, and Bloisky here again, keeping an eye on Albert. 20 seconds to the Lord here, so perhaps RRQ will definitely rotate towards that area as well. But it seems like both teams, just like game number 2 here, the pace is quite slow. And composition-wise, R7 and as well as Albert here later in the mid-game will definitely provide that tank unit, and that Uranus is going. I'm going to predict this, and of course he will be the sandbag.
I mean, this is like shades of Season 7, Season 8, where Esmeralda gets a Uranus, right? We haven't seen this matchup in a long time. For the longest time last season, it's all about aggression, about winning, dominating the lane. And now it's back to these juggernauts to try and provide that reliable front line in the bigger fights later on.
Let's see. Well, first turtle is up and ready. Spawn into the game. As R7 is going to be able to zone out Lilzura and Voloisky in that mid lane. Now to battle for the turtle once again. Feather airstrike going to be popped there, but Albert will find the retribution. Turtle slain by Samsung Galaxy A series. Again, RRQ, they got the neutral objective. The trend is if you secure more, you actually lose the game so far in Season 10.
Based on the first 2 games here, Arashi, but I do want to add this. Arashi, Hans has picked up a kill. And if you, based on game number 1, on that Karina, Hans is very good at positioning himself and as well as well-timed, in and outs. Can he replicate the same?
Well, considering that there's the Cult Altar and there's Albert on the Akai, right? There's a lot of solutions on the side of RRQ Hoshi if Hans diving in becomes too big of a problem for them. So I think that we'll have to see what Hans can do, what his team can help him with. But Voloisky is targeted.
Gets pinned down, and that's going to be Clay picking up the kill. Voloisky falls here. Chadera is looking for a play. He got one of the weakness points. One more to go. He pops the Inspire, but no, it's going to be him jumping out of range with Feather Airstrike as Elzura tries to come in from behind. But it's still going to be the Cult Altar by RRQ. Popped and used to get them back to safety.
Well, seems like your RRQ, the first 3 minutes or so, RRQ, they have established a comfortable lead. And take a look at R7 in this Uranus. Quite comfortable, 3 up top here. So again, Geek Fam, they are behind here. So what can they do to somehow equalize? It seems like they need to find a good pick-off.
I feel like they can go for a pick-off or they can go for a big combo, right? They have the Falling Star Moon, the I'm Offended combo as well, and they have the option of Elzura just taking an ultimate, so they can win in the combo department. But I think when it comes to just skirmishes, RRQ has an edge here.
Speaking of RRQ, fun fact there, since the Feramis revamped, it's actually Vin who picks it first in the MPL, but the last person to pick Feramis was Lemon. So from one legend to another, Voloisky goes with the I'm Offended, but he will not be able to connect it onto anyone there. He does not have the flicker, and that's going to be the turtle. Again, pressured by RRQ.
As a roamer myself, I gotta say Ruby is a complicated hero. But take a look at Luke here, trying to flank, trying to find a good angle as Elzura copied that Feather Airstrike here. Quite questionable decision, but but Voloisky will not be able to zone out as the second turtle will go to the hands of RRQ, presented to you by Samsung Galaxy series.
Yeah, the Feather Airstrike stolen by Elzura didn't really have that much of an impact, right? You saw the way RRQ is using it. They always use it as a deterrent, a bit like a mini real-world manipulation. Once the Feather Airstrike is popped out, it just deters any members of Geek Fam from getting any closer to the objective. Unfortunately for Elzura, he wasn't even in range of the turtle, so it really wasn't the same kind of impact, but he has an enchanted talisman, so the cooldown game is what he's going to go for, right? He wants to do as much, have as much presence with those ultimates as possible.
Geek Fam haven't really been too successful in this game with the trades. In game 1 and 2, we see that they're able to actually trade consistently on the board. on the map against RRQ Hoshi. Even when they don't collect the neutral objectives, they're always taking something off of the map. But now they rotate to the bottom side when there's no objective, and they're not going to be able to do anything here. It's actually just going to be RRQ doing the same thing and shooing Geek Fam away from the bottom side.
Yeah, I gotta say that was a pointless movement there, perhaps from the side of Geek Fam. We'll have to see here the outcome, because RRQ, they are still sitting at almost 2,000 gold lead, but it seems like 2v2. Vin trying to engage on towards Kadira. Kadira watches himself out there on the other side. Beloyski 1v2. Not enough damage to take this guy out just yet, but man, it's just action across the map. Feather airstrike suddenly popped.
Man, it's just different, man. It's just so difficult for the side of Geek Fam to try and get something meaningful here, as Beloyski once again gets jumped on, is forced to flicker away. They have been very consistently targeting Beloyski, and effectively, they're limiting the potential from Geek Fam to make any plays.
Oh, one more weakness point. He actually finds it here. He's going to be able to pop that crossbow tag. What? So cold ultra used. That was a miscalculation by RRQ, and they're going to lose Clay. Kadira with the crossbow tag, and in the back lines, it's Hans who finds Skylar. Miscalculation by Vin.
Miscalculation there, mismechanic perhaps, and 3 members were down there, and now Geek Fam, they are stepping up the gas. Vin trying to give information and as well as provide vision, but it seems like Geek Fam, they are 2 ahead here in rotations. They will secure the last turtle possibly, and it seems like RRQ, they are now on the behind rotation-wise. They gotta fix this, man. Last turtle has been slain, presented to you once again by Samsung Galaxy A series.
That is an unfortunate mistake by RRQ, man. They lost the tempo, and just like that, Geek Fam now has a lot more room to maneuver. And the 2 kills picked up by Kadira of all people, that is definitely not the result you're trying to hope for when you go for those early game plays.
Kadira on the 1-1, man. We might have a rival for Clover's 1-1. Kadira has been performing out of this world. He's been actually so consistent in game 1 as well, and here in game 3. Luke, though, taking a whole lot of damage from that turret. Skylar trying to look for the kill. Actually goes in for the battle mirror image aggressively. Plays joined in the fight. Luke still trying to juke away. Falling stop with a feather airstrike will silence him down, and the crowd goes wild for that kill. But Geek Fam find a better trade to get a turret up top.
Yeah, Clay doesn't respect the 1v1 down there. It seems like Skylar will... no, sorry. Luke will fall. It seems like crossbow tank he pops. Forward side of Vin. Cold Ultra has been popped. Now they want to engage. Lazura looks for a juicy target as both teams disengage here in minute number 8.
It's a difficult spot for RRQ to be in, man. They're constantly pressured by Clay from the 1-1, but now Albert goes aggressive.
But he's going to be actually disengaged on Chidera with the Cold Ultra, still able to kite away from now, but it's going to be the win of nature there, perfectly timed. He fought it right in time to get out of there, and it's a base for the entire team to collapse on RRQ. Finn falls, so does Clay, and Chidera has the crossbow tag. He's going to pop it here, and it will be able to translate over to Skylar. No, battle mirror image to nullify that. Chidera finds 1 kill and will be able to pick up the turret in the mid lane. Geek Fam leading in the 9th minute.
The perfect BMI was pressed there by Skylar, and it seems like Geek Fam, once they got the balls rolling, they don't stop.
They don't stop.
Exactly, both sides were the time that they got the momentum, and now take a look at this. They are moving for committing on towards Lord. It seems like they are ahead in rotations here. Uranus has to clear bot side, but RRQ, of course, they won't stand idly. They will look for engage. They will look for proactive movements as well.
Exactly, man. They want to be proactive with the Cold Ultra, because if they have to use it defensively to save someone from the crossbow of Tang, that is a huge resource used for only 1 ultimate, right? 1 person. So if they don't step on the gas and start and initiate the plays on their terms, it's going to be very difficult, because then Elzura can just steal the Cold Ultra, and now the shoe is on the other foot. RRQ are the ones that can't deal with that ultimate.
Look at Beloyski's sitting position. This is the Beloy special right here, alright? He's comfortable on that secret lab chair, but take a look at the items, Arashi. What have Geek Fam been able to build with the 1,000 gold lead that they have?
Well, Hans has a lot of damage, man. Any special character will get taken out, but oh, right there, Albert goes in.
Loiski gonna be taken down there, but Tadera is able to get the crossbow tank popped in onto Skylar. No Cold Alter, double kill picked up by Skylar as Hans jumps in. But look at Tadera, he's kiting, he's buying some time, he's looking for the steal, but Albert comes in with the retribution to seal the deal. The Lord, presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy A series, goes over to RRQ, and the lead once again turned over to RRQ.
Back and forth, and at the end there, Luke looking for the scraps there, caught Clay off guard. He gets one, and now with this Lord that is unenhanced Arashi, I feel like RRQ, they will push the top and as well as bot side, perhaps looking for a base turret, but it seems like Geek Fam, with their power, with their items now, yeah, RRQ will not be able to get any base turrets.
Seems like Geek wants to split the attention, right? They're sending Hans down to the bot side. He is ahead and he can 1v1 the majority of players from RRQ. But RRQ will try and make something happen with this Lord for sure, man. We talked about them not being able to initiate fights on their terms. Now they have the tools they need, right? They can use the Lord to exert pressure and force Geek Fam to choose between letting go of a turret or fighting them on their terms with the Cult Altar involved.
Indeed, now it seems like the push from that Lord is, defended. Oh, Hans sneaking. Vin is there. Oh, Vin with the IQ there. He knows where Hans is, and now this is a manhunt here. 4v1 as Hans is just shattered in the Land of Dawn. He is shut it down here, and this is going to be 4v5. Will there be a re-engage? It's not a wise decision here, as Esmeralda now will not be able to defend the bot side turret as well.
That was ruthless, man. He was alone. Come on, 2 ultimates and 5 members? That was crazy. But Hans, he was taken down, and because of that, RRQ is actually able to pick up a turret. And now, with more map pressure, as they build their gold lead, it's going to start crumbling down on Geek Fam. How are they going to respond to this very scary RRQ as we reach towards that mid to late stage game?
They have to find a different way of forcing RRQ to use the Cult Altar, man. As long as Vin can hold on to the Cult Altar without using it, it's going to be very different. Looking now at the items here, I believe some of the members will start itemizing to counter the crossbow of time, because that has been the primary problem for the members of RRQ, that is forcing them to use the Cult Altar. Wind of Nature already built for Skylar, and for Clay, I believe later on a Winter Truncheon might be popped in, or he'll just stay all the way in the back, so that Kadera can't really do anything. And if Geek Fam can't force him to use it, to use the Cult Altar with any other situation, it's just going to be the repeat of the same story, man.
I agree with you, Rashi, but what's interesting to me is the items from Farsa. It seems like Clay wants to be the Holy Crystal. Now, is that too greedy? Sure, Holy Crystal adds a more magic power, but
glass cannon.
I don't know. It's a glass cannon, so we'll have to see, will it pay off? Because Geek Fam, if they're not expecting a Holy Crystal on a Farsa, you're gonna get shot.
I actually think it will work. You're up against the 1-1, that's just such a huge problem. You already have a Ferrimus that can provide and enable you to make those crazy plays without you actually, falling and getting punished. So I think it's the right move by RRQ. We saw that also by Chadera on the B6 last game when they were able to pick up that Cult Altar from the enemy team. But Whiskey here, using the flicker defensively. Eldura, he caught the heavy spin. He's going to be able to dash out, but look at that. Skylar is able to go and plays into duet. Finds another onto Chadera. Skylar is massive. The Cult Altar has been placed, and RRQ take full control of the Lord. Albert, though, going for retribution battle. 50-50, finds it again. Hans falls. That's the Samsung Lord taken down once again, as that's a 3-0 to the hands of RRQ.
Skylar is just popping off in game number 3. That blazing duet with that DHS. And that golden step just melts any member from South of Geek Fam. Now they are comfortable here with this Lord in hands. Push, they might go for the end here. Question is, can Beloyski and friends defend this one? Heavy spin on towards Beloyski. He gets melted down. And Luke trying to defend his teammates will not be able to do anything, as Kadir right here trying to pop that crossbow and tank doesn't find the right recipient just yet.
Actually, the Predator airstrike being used as well. Luke taken very low, but he will survive. The high ground presence coming in from Clay on that Farsa. We question if it is good, if it will work, but the crowd control, the range, the burst is actually absolutely critical in guaranteeing that RRQ has success in these siege situations, man.
Let's see if they're able to do it once again. RRQ here, trying to end the game right here, right now. That's going to be the falling time when used by Luke to buy a little bit more time as he pops in the sprint as well. He's able to buy some time, but Skylar with the blazing duet goes on to the minions. Chadero with the wind of nature trying to get all the weakness points. Cold Alter baited out. Geek Fam trying to capitalize. The Feather Airstrike takes so much of Geek Fam's HP, but Beloyski, he finds that I'm offended. No follow-up though from any of the other Geek Fam members, and he's just able to defend for now.
Man, Geek Fam, they managed to keep their composure in defending that one. Sure, 3 base turrets are eliminated, but man, I personally thought that was this end-winning push for side of RRQ, but it seems like we still got a game here. Of course, RRQ establishing a very comfortable lead with almost 7k gold. And take a look at the damage dealt by Axe here. Still 2 members from the side of Geek Fam. They are top 2.
Exactly. It's not about how much damage, it's when the damage comes in, man. If it comes in when the Lord is up, when the base is being attacked, that is where it actually matters the most. So now for RRQ, they don't really have to do much. You can see that Geek Fam, they're trying different strategies out. They try to flank the members of RRQ, and that gets shut down immediately by the Cult Alter. So they're the ones who need to be proactive and make a play here, because as we mentioned, again, when RRQ is the one initiating the play, when they are on the front foot, when Beloyski can't catch them off guard, they have been coming out on top again and again, and Beloyski is for sure the main target for the members of RRQ.
Yes. Take a look at the players' gold though, presented to you by UBS Gold. Skylar is on top of that list. R7 is showing some, showing some swag here in the Land of Dawn. They are ahead by 6,000 gold, so it's a safe time to do so.
Looking on the items though for play. We talked about Holy Crystal already, but the Winter Truncheon, as predicted, is in there as R7 gets very, very low, but Albert gets a pick off.
Able to pin Beloyski down with the Cold Ultra perfectly played. They find Clay! Dodero on the back lines! Oh my god, Beloyski! What was that? He's able to enable his team to get the plays done, and after all of that, it's Geek Fam who comes back. A 2,000 gold lead left for RRQ, but look at the Lord. It is wide open for Geek Fam to take.
Oh, Geek Fam, they managed to defend that one, and Albert a little too aggressive there. Geek Fam, they are stepping on the gas here, taking the last turn here. Base turret mid side, they are looking thin, gets taken down. Albert, the only defender here. What will happen here, Colin?
Oh, flashback to Season 6 Grand Finals. Albert on the Akai. He can still push over the waves, but Albert gets pinned down. Crossbow of Tang will not be able to dish it down. The damage attached to the Winter Truncheon. Albert surviving with 1 HP. Luke getting baited into base and will not fall. How is Luke alive? Skylar finally finishes him off, but man, it's a 1-for-1. Geek Fam falling back all the way to the base. Look at it, it's wide open, Donnie.
Oh, it's just a mistake. Were they too greedy? And now RRQ Hoshi, they are standing with 4, very soon 5. They look for the Lord. Oh my god, that was a mistake by Geek Fam. They should have just taken the Lord, and now RRQ Hoshi, they are in favor to take the next Lord.
They wanted to risk it to win it, but unfortunately for RRQ, Vin was able to respawn really fast with the passing of the Paramis, and now they are the ones threatening for the Lord, and there's minions on the base of Geek Fam. They are stuck between a rock and a hard place as RRQ make the decisive play onto the Lord.
Okay, let's see, 50-50 once again. Albert finds it again with his solid retribution. They secure it, but Chadera doesn't want to just give it up like that. He goes in for one final try on that crossbow of Tang. He will not find it, and it's RRQ who gets the lead again.
Man, oh man, RRQ Geek Fam, they are not going down without a fight. And with this Lord push, take a look at the base from the side of Geek Fam. They're quite exposed here, Rashi. I do feel this is potentially the last push for inside of RRQ.
They're absolutely exposed, and another Winter Truncheon picked up by R7. We talked about how the crossbow of Tang is the main equalizer to force out the Cult Alter, and now that will no longer be the case. Albert has a Winter Truncheon, Clay has one, R7 has one, and Skylar has the Wind of Nature. More and more Kadera is being taken out of the game. His impact is being diminished by itemization and smart choice by RRQ, and now they make the play. They go for the siege with the Lord on their favor.
Conceal play, Feather Airstrike taking a whole lot of HP from Chadera and Elzura. Athena's shield popped in, Beloyski trying to defend, goes in, but I'm offended. Skylar reading it out perfectly, getting out of battle mirror images. R7 tries to zone the other members away. Skylar with blazing duet, jumps in on the backside, but Beloyski's gonna get pinned down. Cold overplay, the base plan. RRQ have done it. They've secured the first game of the season, but 2-1 is the score. The crowd erupts. Geek Fam have certainly put on a show.
This shows heart ladies and gentlemen, Geek Fam, even though in the first game they got the points, but RRQ, they are the kings of kings for a reason. They perform under pressure, and now game 2 and 3, they will claim that reverse sweep. Congratulations, RRQ, and nice try, Geek Fam.
The royalty almost got taken out today, man. Like, that was such a competitive performance by Geek Fam. I think they deserve all the credit. That was really, really close. And again, you saw the moments of brilliance. This team, if they can get even better than this, right? The season has only just begun, guys. Geek Fam is a serious contender. They've showed it today in match number 1.
I mean, MPL Season 10 is about celebration. Standing ovation for side of Geek Fam. It is still the first match, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, conclusion is Geek Fam losing to RRQ with the scoreline of 2-1. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm speechless.
What a performance.
What a performance by both teams. All 3 games. All 3 games.
Solid. Especially from this, if we're talking about Geek Fam, GGWP, RRQ Hoshi, nice try, Geek Fam. Sportsmen here in the building. Everyone, they're respecting each other. When you saw the victory cam from Phil, he was clapping. He was giving a thumbs up over to Geek Fam. GG, Geek Fam, nice try. Honestly, that wasn't a nice try. That was a solid try. Almost taking a game with a one straight push. Luckily, Albert was still 1 HP. He was able to survive for a bit longer. I think if Albert fell in that last team fight, they could have actually ended the game.
You know what's crazy? He has a winter truncheon. That kind of played a factor as well, man. The itemization, the IQ of these players are insane.
Insane. I completely agree with you, Rashi. And yeah, let's sit and absorb. Beloyski is now in MPL ID Season 10 already, giving a lot of impact for side of Geek Fam. Just based on the 3 games that they played today, we have seen enough impact from this guy, and I am intrigued. I can't wait to see more.
Oof, I mean, if they won, if they took that game, that would have been such a cool storyline, you know, that came out of nowhere. But even then, this is plenty, right? This is nowhere even close to what the public, as well even the casters, have predicted that Geek Fam can do. We thought they're going to be better, but not like this.
But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take an interview with Skylar, obviously with the beautiful Bude Mongstar on stage right now. How does it feel for Skylar to win a game 2-1 against Geek Fam?
He was quite nervous. He answered he was quite nervous, but they're confident. He's still confident.
With Geek Fam's new team, with the imports coming in, how did it feel going up against them? Geek Fam have learned. Definitely, they have learned. They have progressed and they have improved. Season 10, Geek Fam hits different.
Perubahan, apalagi tadi Geek Fam kan playernya berubah banyak banget. Jadi concern sendiri nggak sih buat kalian? Lebih konsisten. Dan menurut kalian sendiri tadi tuh ya, momen-momen apa sih yang pas match pembukaan bikin Skylar paling mungkin deg-degan atau paling berkesan buat Skylar tadi di match pembukaan? Yes, match. Oh, jadi yang terjadi di game yang pertama berarti kalian belum panas, masih merasa, oh siap, belum bangun. Match kedua, game kedua ditampar ya tadi ya? Harus ditampar di game yang pertama. Gimana cara comebacknya tuh? Game pertama kalah, game kedua kalian mendapatkannya, game ketiga nyaris ke comeback juga tadi kan? Iya. Komunikasi terpenting buat Skylar. Kalau buat RRQ sendiri, aku penasaran nih. Dari week 1 sendiri, apa yang kalian ingin dapetin nih untuk di MPL? Apakah win streak atau apa?
Dari week 1 ini kita pengen poin penuh lah.
Poin penuh.
Iya.
Tapi siap ya untuk menghabisi semua tim yang akan kalian lawan?
Alhamdulillah siap.
Pesen dulu dong buat tim-tim yang bakal kalian lawan nih.
Ya kalau lawan kita jangan galak-galak lah.
Hey, jangan galak-galak. Oke kalau gitu thank you banget Skylar. Dan kita bakal langsung kembali kepada para caster. Langsung take it away.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the caster desk after that interview with Bude Mongstar and Skylar on the stage.
It's heated.
Oh, it was heated, but Skylar gave his respects to Geek Fam, but he also said that in game number 1, it was a warm-up for Skylar.
A very, very bold statement indeed. But yeah, it seems like game number 2 and 3, it was close, Skylar. Come on. Come on. It wasn't a one-sided victory for you guys. Geek Fam, yeah, well fought. But man, oh man, that was the season opener, ladies and gentlemen. 2-1.
What an opening.
What an opening. Didn't expect that to be that intense, if you know what I'm saying.
You know, it really felt like a grand final match, Arashi.
Absolutely, man. I mean, sometimes, right, people think, oh, it's going to be bad when the beginning is just too boring. This is the exact opposite, right? It's too hype. Like, this is the first game, you know, and we weren't expecting anything insane, anything intense, but it absolutely was.
Well, I was expecting intensity, but just not that level of intensity.
Exactly.
Like,
I agree.
26 minutes, 6 kills for Geek Fam, but the fact that they were able to play around with the objectives so well, it really did amuse me and it surprised me. But in game number 3, it was completely different. It was equal on kills, on objectives, and in the end, it's actually RRQ who wins it. And breaking the trend, Gani, they got the neutral objectives, they won the game this time.
Oh, breaking the trend.
Absolutely, man. It's just not the same situation. And we talked about this earlier already, looking at the item builds. The amount of winter truncheons, right, to just shut down Kadera. And once Kadera is out of the picture, it's effectively a 5v4. And RRQ, they take that all day, every day. And they also have the advantage when it comes to range as well. So they're just a lot more dynamic, and they were able to adjust. You know, I was talking about how Geek Fam might be able to adjust to RRQ Hoshi, right? Because they've always been known to be one-dimensional, but RRQ Hoshi has shown that, okay, we can do different things as well. This is one of the main things they said they have to fix, and they have. We're seeing some of that right now in just the first match of the season.
Yeah, I mean, take a look at the kill participation percentage for Skylar, man. 100%. 8-4 was his thing. As a gold laner. Take a look at the numbers. Wow. Delt taken to tower and as well as Turtle. Yeah, it's quite even. Delt taken to tower, but then objective-wise in this game, heavily leaning towards RRQ, they won the game.
Oh man, Skylar was just such a menace in this game. He was able to play the lane really well, but give respects over to Chadera. This guy, oh, he's going to be a star. He's going places, man. With the way he's playing in the first game, in the opener as a rookie, oh, I can't wait to see more of him. But MVP predictions, for me, it has to be Skylar. Skylar, oh my god, that game.
I think so too, man. I mean, he was the main guy who pulls the trigger, and he knows exactly when to do so, right? That's a scary part about Skylar. He doesn't need to wait for instructions. He doesn't see for an obvious moment. Sometimes he just understands the circumstances, and he just comes in with a blazing duet, and just like that, you were waiting for an engage first, but no, the Claude himself just shows up out of nowhere, and you're just not ready.
Again, the timing, impeccable timing from side of Skylar. His decision-making, like, micro-wise has been so on point, especially on game number 3. But yeah, finally, match number 1 after a long, intense battle. Almost 20 minutes each match.
Almost. Well, the first match was the fastest one where Geek Fam were able to dominate. But here it is, Gani Arashi, the MVP of game number 3, presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy A53 5G. Claude, Skylar, 8-2-4. I still can't believe this. 100% kill participation as a gold laner.
Just shows how decisive RRQ is playing, man. They don't go for weird skirmishes. They don't get any other kills except for the ones that they are ready for, where Skylar is there to provide the burst damage, and he delivers, man. This is someone that you can rely on to be the sole damage dealer. This is how well Skylar has been playing, so we can expect the same kind of standard. The bar has been set absolutely high for the first game. And here we take a look at a bit of the highlights and see all the way since the 3-minute mark. You can see that Baloyski has always been the main target, right? When Baloyski is targeted, you don't see a lot of chances. And once a Geek Fam can't take fights on their own terms, it's just a bit difficult. And RRQ know exactly what to do. They use the Lord here, as you can see. They use it to try and like pull in the members from Geek Fam, and they are forced to just walk into them, right? And afterwards, even here, yet again, you see Baloyski. Out of everyone available right here, they can go for Luke, they can go for Azura, but they go for Baloyski. He is always the main target that they have to get. And once Baloyski is not there, it just seems that Geek Fam is just used to Baloyski being the main engage tool, right? And without Baloyski, it's just a bit too difficult. And here is the crazy play coming in from the side of Geek Fam, where they almost managed to equalize yet again and almost go for the long push here. It is on the back of Baloyski as well, right? So that just shows the pattern. And here, unfortunately for them, they are forced to retreat after just pushing toward the end, because Vin abused the passive on the pyramids, and of course Albert was able to just buy so much time. And when the shoe is on the other foot and they use the cult altar, they're just able to go for the end right there.
You're right. They always go for Baloyski. It almost seems like Baloyski isn't actually going to be able to make those crazy decisions in the game, shot calls, if he's targeted. But highlights by TikTok. This is the mic check, ladies and gentlemen.
Gue jalan ke dia, gue jalan. Ada Akai, ada Akai. Ada gua. Bottom kan. Ayo. Lagi. Hai, boy. Mantai boy. Boy. Listen boy. Ayo perang enggak? Goldie.
Oh.
Teman gua.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, what a performance here.
What a performance.
Geek Fam and RRQ. After game number 1, we saw there, Geek Fam had the momentum going for them. They actually had so much going, but here in game number 2, it's already very different as we can listen in to RRQ.
Gini. Winter guys. Kalau nanti kata guys, jangan lupa lihat ya Immortal. Aman, gua lagi ulti. Ada creep. N. Masuk guys. Thanks guys. Sip. Dia dulu. Thanks guys. Golok guys. SP di belakang SP. Tangkap SP-nya. Dia boleh tarik. Gua tarik. Lordnya. Hai. Kita hidup. Nice one, Bar. Ulti kan? Oke, nice one. Gua tahan tripnya. Low dia, udah ulti juga. SP-nya. Krip. Gas. Mana. Udah flicker Ruby. Lord masuk. Bisa.
Game number 2, Arashi. What did you hear there from the communications?
I mean, they just solid, man. They just called out locations, right? We talked about how Geek Fam likes to go for those weird flanks, and RRQ, you keep hearing behind, no, on the side. They keep track of the players at any moment, and that is what you need to do, man. Especially when Baloyski is on the opposing team, he can just show up out of nowhere. So keeping track of where everyone is and then adjusting accordingly, that is what RRQ was able to do. And the communications are just so good, man. And you heard the hype from Geek Fam when they were having that victory. It's just unfortunate for them, but no shame at all, man. It was a solid performance for both teams. And we still have one more match for today, man.
We still have one more match, and of course it will be very interesting as well. We'll have to talk about it later. But man, ladies and gentlemen, yeah, I'm just absorbing the first match. All 3 games, Geek Fam, they put up a fight. And remember, yeah, there were a lot of changes, but it seems like Baloyski coming in is just creating a new vibe for this esports team.
Yeah, the vibe is definitely real, man. Baloyski, it's insane, because I didn't expect a one-man change to be able to impact the team that much. Sure, he did join as a roamer, and as we all know from all the coaches in MPL, I've actually talked to them, and most of them agree that the roamer has the biggest role on the team, the biggest impact on the team, because he's able to actually, he's the one moving around the map, man. He's the one who's seeing everything from a different point of view.
He's the one setting up the pace of the game as well. You know, if he wants to engage fights left and right, he can do that. If he wants to play defensively and stop fights altogether, he can do that as well. So the roamer is definitely important, but technically, Mirko, Geek Fam didn't only change one person. It was a complete overhaul.
A lot of members, but it seems like, you know, the player that just creates the impact the most, of course, Beloyski.
And Chadera.
Here's the thing. I want to argue with you on that. Kadira, a solid goal laner, but I gotta see more. I gotta see more from him. It's too early to say, but I gotta see more from him.
Well, for me, I actually really liked how Chadera plays, right? Not only was he able to play at that level, but the thing is, he was actually able to outlane Skylar. Outlaning Skylar in the gold lane, that's not an easy feat. Yeah, who's done that before? Eman, RSGPH, Marky, Onyx PH.
Are you saying he is on that level?
He's able to outlane him.
We'll have to see, man. I mean, I agree. I'll take a middle ground between the both of you. I think it's very, very impressive what he's able to do in this game. But at the same time, we have to see a lot more. Because this could be his day. But like, what makes a pro player is when you can perform on a high level on the worst of days. So we'll have to see.
Consistency is key, Gani. Well,
speaking of key.
Speaking of
consistency, Geek Fam, they broke out of their consistency.
Well, technically no, because they lost in the match.
That's true.
2-1 still. But, ladies and gentlemen, speaking of key, the next match of the day, it's the Blues taking on the Reds. Bigetron Alpha taking on Rebellion Zion. This is definitely going to be a stellar matchup. We're going to see how both of these teams have been able to improve around. But, Donnie, Arashi, it's time for us here on the caster desk to get some break. See you later.
Tigra, kamu satu-satunya harapan kita.
Kita nggak akan kalah. Nggak hari ini. Loh, tangan gue kenapa nih?
Aduh, gatel banget, gak tahan. Ih, ketombe basah.
Aduh, tangan tuh buat main, bukan buat garuk. Katanya pro, kok ketombean?
Bang Jo?
Bang Jo? Kagak ada Bang Jo, gue brand ambasadornya. Kalahin ketombe basah dan gatal. Menangin match pakai Head and Shoulders.
Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wipe out.
Makanya move on dong ke Head and Shoulders.
Head and Shoulders kali.
I need long-lasting battery life.
Why? That is awesome.
I need long-lasting battery life.
Why? That is awesome.
baru, Axe Dual Action versus Parfum. Yakin parfummu bikin kamu tetap segar saat berkeringat? Coba Axe baru. Kini lawan bau badan dan wangi segar bahkan saat kamu berkeringat. Axe Dual Action baru.
Hyperblend? What on earth is Hyperblend? Thrilling as Brawl. Strategic as Magic Chess. Unbridled like Overdrive. And versatile like Creation Camp. Hyperblend, another great game mode from MLBB. 50% skill, 50% luck, 100% fun. Skills and equipment, unlimited strategies. Heroes, skills, combinations are up to you to decide. Create unique and strong heroes with a variety of fun and powerful skill sets. Awesome is the new mode, Hyperblend.
Gratis ongkir tapi banyak syarat. Salar aba-aba, aduh gawat.
Bilang semua belanja di Blibli pasti gratis ongkir dan pasti ori. Belanja yang pasti kuat.
Yeah, that's right.
Pasti hanya di Blibli.
Yeah.
Saatnya kau klik Blibli sekarang. Legendary. Tigra, kamu satu-satunya harapan kita.
Kita nggak akan kalah. Nggak hari ini. Loh, tangan gue kenapa nih?
Aduh, gatel banget, gak tahan. Ih, ketombe basah.
Aduh, tangan tuh buat main, bukan buat garuk. Katanya pro, kok ketombean?
Bang Jo,
Bang Jo? Kagak ada Bang Jo, gue brand ambasadornya. Kalahin ketombe basah dan gatal. Menangin match pakai Head and Shoulders.
Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
White out. Berhasil dapetin gol.
Makanya move on dong ke Head and Shoulders.
Head and Shoulders kali.
I need long-lasting battery life.
Why?
I need long-lasting battery life.
Why?
baru, Axe Dual Action versus Parfum. Yakin parfummu bikin kamu tetap segar saat berkeringat? Coba Axe baru. Kini lawan bau badan dan wangi segar bahkan saat kamu berkeringat. Axe Dual Action baru.
Hyperblend? What on earth is Hyperblend? Thrilling as Brawl. Strategic as Magic Chess. Unbridled like Overdrive. And versatile like Creation Camp. Hyperblend, another great game mode from MLBB. 50% skill, 50% luck, 100% fun. Skills and equipment, unlimited strategies. Heroes, skills, combinations are up to you to decide. Create unique and strong heroes with a variety of fun and powerful skill sets. Awesome is the new mode, Hyperblend.
Tinggal selfie tabungan jadi. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven. Pakai token ambil uang tanpa kartu di Leven. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven.
Gratis ongkir tapi banyak syarat. Salar aba-aba, aduh gawat.
Bilang semua belanja di Blibli pasti gratis ongkir dan pasti ori. Belanja yang pasti kuat.
Yeah, that's right.
Pasti hanya di Blibli.
Yeah.
Saatnya kau klik Blibli sekarang. Legendary. Tigra, kamu satu-satunya harapan kita.
Kita nggak akan kalah. Nggak hari ini. Loh, tangan gue kenapa nih?
Aduh, gatel banget, gak tahan. Ih, ketombe basah.
Aduh, tangan tuh buat main, bukan buat garuk. Katanya pro, kok ketombean?
Bang Jo,
Bang Jo? Kagak ada Bang Jo, gue brand ambasadornya. Kalahin ketombe basah dan gatal. Menangin match pakai Head and Shoulders.
Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
White out. Berhasil dapetin gol.
Makanya move on dong ke Head and Shoulders.
Head and Shoulders kali.
I need long-lasting battery life.
Why?
I need long-lasting battery life.
Why?
Baru, Axe Dual Action versus Parfum. Yakin parfummu bikin kamu tetap segar saat berkeringat? Coba Axe baru. Kini lawan bau badan dan wangi segar bahkan saat kamu berkeringat. Axe Dual Action baru.
Hyperblend? What on earth is Hyperblend? Thrilling as Brawl. Strategic as Magic Chess. Unbridled like Overdrive. And versatile like Creation Camp. Hyperblend, another great game mode from MLBB. 50% skill, 50% luck, 100% fun. Skills and equipment, unlimited strategies. Heroes, skills, combinations are up to you to decide. Create unique and strong heroes with a variety of fun and powerful skill sets. Awesome is the new mode, Hyperblend.
Tinggal selfie tabungan jadi. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven. Pakai token ambil uang tanpa kartu di Leven. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven.
Gratis ongkir tapi banyak syarat. Salar aba-aba, aduh gawat.
Bilang semua belanja di Blibli pasti gratis ongkir dan pasti ori. Belanja yang pasti kuat.
Yeah, that's right.
Pasti hanya di Blibli.
Yeah.
Saatnya kau klik Blibli sekarang. Legendary. Tigra, kamu satu-satunya harapan kita.
Kita nggak akan kalah. Nggak hari ini. Loh, tangan gue kenapa nih?
Aduh, gatel banget, gak tahan. Ih, ketombe basah.
Aduh, tangan tuh buat main, bukan buat garuk. Katanya pro, kok ketombean?
Bang Jo,
Bang Jo? Kagak ada Bang Jo, gue brand ambasadornya. Kalahin ketombe basah dan gatal. Menangin match pakai Head and Shoulders.
Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out. Berhasil dapetin Lord.
Makanya move on dong ke Head and Shoulders.
Head and Shoulders kali.
I need long-lasting battery life.
Why?
I need long-lasting battery life.
Why?
Baru, Axe Dual Action versus Parfum. Yakin parfummu bikin kamu tetap segar saat berkeringat? Coba Axe baru. Kini lawan bau badan dan wangi segar bahkan saat kamu berkeringat. Axe Dual Action baru.
Hyperblend? What on earth is Hyperblend? Thrilling as Brawl. Strategic as Magic Chess. Unbridled like Overdrive. And versatile like Creation Camp. Hyperblend, another great game mode from MLBB. 50% skill, 50% luck, 100% fun. Skills and equipment, unlimited strategies. Heroes, skills, combinations are up to you to decide.
terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. We are this.
Eight most prestigious teams in Indonesia will prove that hard work makes the dream work. Who will be the best? Let's see. We own this.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to MPL ID Season 10, match number 2 for day number 1 here. After a crazy first series, we're here for the second one, and it's still me, Mirko, Goni, and Arashi here on the caster desk to accompany you through the second series of the day.
Ooh, after a fiery, intense, and as well as a match that were full of surprises in match number 1, I expected more here. I expect more from game number 2, match number 2.
Absolutely, but before we get started, ladies and gentlemen, MPID Season 10 is powered to you by Moonton, presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy A series. We have our official sponsor, X, our official super app partner, Grab, our official sponsor, Head and Shoulders, and our official content partner, TikTok. We also have our partners in esports, Blibli, JBL Quantum, Livin' by Mandiri, Secret Lab, UBS Gold, and Vidio. But now it's time to take a look at both of these teams with the star player, the star coach, Coach Bujet Starless. The CEO is also the coach for Bigetron Alpha.
This is the first time ever in history, Mirko, and as well as Arashi, where a CEO and as well, 2 jobs in 1 year. Starless, Ed, leading the pack here with 5 members of Bigetron.
Talk about being multi-talented, right? We talked about how last season Bigetron's all about unexpected. Mad Genius, there was a Mad Genius title on Bigetron, but this season it seems to be getting even crazier, honestly.
Yes, absolutely, but we're taking a look at Bigetron Alpha right here, the Tunnel Cam, presented to you by Head and Shoulders, shampoo legend for all of the legends here on stage. But they're coming in, ladies and gentlemen, the home team, the Reds, who are wearing the black color jersey. But before that, the pre-match, we're going to take a look at 2 insane, crazy players. Firstly, with Key. This man has been the enabler for this team. Bigetron Alpha identity has always been around Key. He's the playmaker. He's the one that everyone goes to when it comes to follow-up, when it comes to that shot calling as well. But on the other team here, as we take a look at Bigetron Alpha, this man, he's a one-time MVP in Season 9. With 36 games on hand, he was able to get 42 kills and 218 assists. Insane stats across the board. As this man, he played every single game in Season 9. He also dealt so much, he took so much damage back in Season 9, and this is it. Bigetron Alpha, ladies and gentlemen, making their way up onto the stage. Welcome, the first team, the home team, Bigetron Alpha.
Woo! They look confident, Mirko, and it seems like Key still being the anchor of this team. Max Marino, Cerezo, Fala, Repo, Madam Key are your full lineup of the side of Bigetron. But, Arashi, I do want to ask you this. With this quote-unquote new coach, what will affect this team? Will it affect positively, or you think otherwise?
Well, we'll never really know until we see what actually happens in the middle of the game, right? So I think we can speculate that it's going to be... There's just not a lot of experience under his belt, I feel like, overall, right? Talking about that. And he's up against a team who was kind of like rising in the previous season. So I think Bigetron Alpha, they're in a tough spot. They have been in a slump almost. And maybe, right, this unexpected, this crazy change of staff, of coaching staff, as well as the players, will be exactly what Bigetron need to break out from their old identity and finally realize their full potential.
I agree with you on that. So we have to wait and see. And meanwhile, let's take a look at the opponents here, Mirko. Rebellion, Zion. And it seems like they are all smiles as well. So will it be the Blues or will it be the Reds? Let's take a look at the VT. For side of Rebellion, of course, the main player will be Val as the roamer.
Well, let's see. With Val, this man, again, very similarly to Key, has been the enabler, but he's been the carry as well. It seems like on the back of Val's aggressive plays in the early stage of the game, with the Natalia, with almost every single hero in his arsenal, it all comes down to just crazy aggression and controlling the tempo from the get-go. 3-time MVP in Season 9. He was an absolute menace, taking down the Giants in Alter Ego, almost taking an upset victory against RRQ as well in the longest game of Season 9. But as you can see, the statistics here, kill participation, not as much as Key. Meanwhile, damage taken, he's actually taken more. So the man, he plays to enable his team. He does not care about the kill participation or the stats alone. But ladies and gentlemen, welcome the away team, Rebellion Zion.
Woo! It seems like Rebellion Zion with, Val, the key player here in this match. Will he create more impact this season? Or, I don't know, I'm afraid to say this, or will he stagnate or even regress? We'll have to wait and see here, Arashi, as seems like a lot of new faces as well here from this team.
Well, speaking of Val, though, he is the man who is able to 1v1 Albert, keep in mind. So this is definitely no slouch at all. That is the question, though. With the new addition to the team, with just the changes, right? We've seen how Geek Fam was able to actually perform so much better after the changes to their lineup, essentially. Can Rebellion try and remake the same kind of success, right? They're up against Bigetron, and both these teams, they've been stagnating, and they need to actually prove to the audience, prove to us that, okay, we're gonna come back even stronger.
Yeah, when we're talking about Rebellion Zion, a lot of new faces, and I do want to add this, Jisa has actually switched his role into the gold lane here, so perhaps with Jisa perhaps a new breath of fresh air. Remember, last season, B-Rule didn't perform that well.
But man, if we're talking about the rosters, we need to mention the coaches. Chien, Bigetron Alpha, and Chico, also obviously wearing the swag JBL Quantum. Okay, so see, now with the JBL Quantum, right, they can communicate to their players. He has written on his book that Beatrix, no, it's not in the meta. Layla is the better option. So now he can communicate with the stellar JBL Quantum clearly to his players, and we'll definitely see a Layla game this series.
I don't know. I was just, again, Coach Ed.
Coach Starless.
Coached. But yeah,
Coach
Chico, again, if we're talking about Chico, last season, Rebellion Zion performed a lot of, unique as well as surprises as well. Perhaps Chico coming in this season, will he bring new strategies or will he try to replicate, but with more repairs this season?
We'll have to see, man. They have this signature aggressive style. Now, looking at the team head by head and shoulders, though, look at the stats, man. For Rebellion, you see that they have a positive, 52% kill ratio, right? But everything else, the objective rate, the Lord, and only the Turtle really isn't that high. So it shows how aggressive they are in the early game, right? This is what we've come to expect from Rebellion. There's no way they're going to play that slow, calculated tempo. So the question is, what will Bigetron do against that, right? Are they going to predict that and try and stifle their aggression? Or are they going to try and match the aggression of Bigetron and try and go against them head to head?
Well, when we're talking about Bigetron Alpha, they've always been a very calculative team. They don't go guns blazing in the team fights. They secure objectives and they secure... Yeah, they just play for objectives usually. They avoid fights, wait for that power spike to actually hit before they actually go for those crazy team fights. But in Season 9, we saw a different version of Bigetron Alpha. A Bigetron Alpha that kind of lost their identity with Brands leaving the squad, obviously. But now, in Season 10, it seems like with this new roster, once again, Gamora stepping in as the mid laner. So no Fala, no Renbo.
Not yet, perhaps. But again, we have to wait and see here. Miracle, if we're talking about Bigetron, we got to be agree. We got to be on the same page here. They are still rebuilding.
Yep.
They are still in the rebuilding process. So again, they need to just trust the process, trust in Coach Ed. And I feel like this first game, looking at their reactions, looking at their expressions, they aren't quite confident here. But I do want to add this, Arashi, the twins, are they still MPL level?
Well, we'll have to see, right? But looking first at the keys to victory by Axe for Rebellion. Watch out for the assassin heroes from Max, right? Because Max has shown that he is a very capable hero. And Dyron, though, he has showed a lot of highlight moments in the previous season. So they have to make sure that his heroes, he can get the heroes he needs to make those plays. And of course, be aware of Key's playmaking and make sure that they take advantage fully of the fast rotations that always try and do in the early game, in the first 5 minutes.
Absolutely. The keys to victory here for Rebellion has always been secure that early game. Use that early game to create a snowball into that mid stage. But for Bigetron Alpha, I believe it's going to be very different, Arashi.
Right, so Surizo wins the matchup in the EXP lane. If this man can actually come ahead, he shuts down one member from Rebellion, takes that lane away from the playmaking arsenal of Rebellion, and that will just be so beneficial for Bigetron. Prioritize the heroes for Max because he needs to carry if he gets his comfort picks for sure. And of course, overcome the early team fights from Rebellion, as Mirko mentioned. Just focus on the objectives, weather out the storm, and crush it in the late game.
Oh, I don't know. I do agree with that keys to victory, but it seems like Bigetron. Remember, Rebellion is a team that is. This is how they are. Keras kepala, they are
hot-headed,
stubborn. They are a stubborn team, and again, Bigetron needs to somehow dismantle this team. It's not going to be an easy task, but I feel like if they can somehow shut down the mid laner, they can't collapse the mid laner, it all just is a good thing for side of Bigetron.
Absolutely, it's the lane in the center of the map, so depending on how they want to do it, if they can shut down the rotations, right, then they effectively make sure that the jungles, the roamers, they can move freely with the threat of the mid lane showing up to those early game fights. So I think that is an absolutely valid strategy that Bigetron can try and pull out. I think it will show depending on where Key goes. If Key goes to shut down the gold lane, that will be where they'll center their playmaking around. If they want to go for the mid lane, as Goni mentioned, that is absolutely a choice. But considering that Jisa is the standout player, right, there's a high chance they're going to try and focus on the gold lane instead.
Well, let's see. Maybe they do go for that gold lane pressure, enabling Jisa in the early stage of the game. Obviously, we are going to see a different Bigetron Alpha, a different Rebellion in Season 10. A Rebellion that has progressed, especially now that they no longer have a B-roll.
Yeah, they have no longer B-roll, but Jisa is not in the lineup today, so we'll have to wait and see here. And I don't know. Expectations for the drafts here, I am intrigued to see the draft from Coach Ed himself. Will he, I don't know, what will he draft?
Is he going to draft? That's a big question. Is he actually going to draft? It seems like he does have notes there in his notebook, right? Aside from the Beatrix X Layla check, there is something written there. Do you think he's actually going to coach, or do you think...
Do I think
maybe, maybe he got notes, but maybe he's not the real coach.
Oh, he's a shadow coach.
So
there's a figure. There's someone behind
maybe it's the players.
Maybe. I mean, that is not completely unheard of, so there is a full chance that might be the case. So we'll just have to see. I think if we see a Layla being picked up, we can get full confirmation that Coach Ed is at the helm. But for now, we go straight into the banning phase of the regular season, Season 10, by the Samsung Galaxy A series, and Fanny is no longer going to show up.
so far in all the 3 games that we have seen in the first series, it's always been banned out every single time in the first phase. So Valentina will follow here for the side of Bigetron Alpha. Rebellion trying to respond once again. Akai has been very, very prioritized. Eve as well. But will we see that happen here again? I think Fairness will be the ban coming in from Rebellion next.
We'll have to wait and see here. Yes, Rebellion, they like to play that Akai, especially Fearless is going to be in that jungler position. But it seems like this far, at this point, it's just prio bans, right? Fanny, of course, and as well as Valentina in Rebellion. As their first pick, they have the edge to somehow control the pace here. But it will be finally Julian. So even though they are first pick, it seems like Julian is not their approach.
I wonder if we'll get to see the Thamus as well as, you know, maybe one of those beefier heroes, like the Uranus maybe. So we'll have to see, man. I think there's several options that Bigetron has right now. If they want to go for the late game, they have to ban out some of the earlier playmaking tools that Rebellion can try and use, right? So assassins perhaps, or engage heroes, like the Franco. That is still absolutely a signature hero that can be used by all these high-level, MPL-level roamers, right? And we've seen it put to good use in the first match.
Yeah, okay. In the first match, Franco has a good win rate there. Seems like Ling and Ben, I don't know about this one. Is Bigetron trying to open up heroes, or are they really afraid of Ling? I feel like Ling, especially after the patch, it's such a squishy hero.
He did get nerfed. His base HP was nerfed quite a bit there, so he is going to be very, very squishy, especially for that early game. But the thing is, it's all going to be dependent on the player, right? If it's still on Albert, if it's perhaps on Fearless, it could be a menace. So they are just going to go with the route of, you know what? Let's not test it. Let's not test it. Let's just ban it straight away. We know how much Ling creates problems here against our composition. But Fairness here for Rebellion. So Rebellion might actually be going for a pick style composition, right?
Right.
Banning out that Fairness, they want to just take out that team fight hero out of the game for Bigetron Alpha. And knowing Bigetron Alpha, they actually really like playing those style of compositions, the somewhat Ube style of composition.
I mean, technically, there are twins there in that team. Plus, Key is a very, very reliable roamer here as of today. So, yeah, I guess Rebellion, they are looking for more of a pick-off composition. But then again, I want to say my 2 cents here. I feel like in this current patch, it's more of a team fighty composition.
Well, we'll have to see, man. 1-1 will be the final ban from the side of Bigetron. So we saw how Kadira was able to actually perform really well, have a lot of different options, right? Crossbow of Tang is a huge outplay tool. The maneuverability, you can go aggressive in lane or passive, depending on how the lane is supposed to go. So it's taken away from the hands of potentially one of the members of Rebellion, obviously, from Highs right now, right? So the first pick, though, this will show exactly what they want to do. Will it be someone tanky? Will it be someone squishy, right? I think depending on what both teams want to go for, it is going to be the Masha.
Yeah, this also has been banned 3 games in a row in the first series. So we're seeing something different already. Masha left out, instantly picked up. Bigetron Alpha can respond with a Thamus and perhaps an Akai pick for themselves. This is another solid 2 picks. They can also even go for the Beatrix, a hero that has been prioritized in the first phase multiple times in MPL Season 10 so far.
I do see your point here. Thamus and as well as Akai is very prio, but that just invites Rebellion to go and pick up the carry. One hero here can just deny or, you know, trying to eliminate the potential from Thamus and as well as Akai. But there you go, Bigetron, they will not go for that route. They are more confident, and they will commit to the Eve and as well as Beatrix. Now, looking at this, but just based on this 2 hero, they can still go either 2 more team fight or pick off.
True. I mean, there's a lot of burst, there's a lot of crowd control as well. Bigetron has shown that they want a relatively squishy backline. So the response from Rebellion will be the Akai as well as that Claude, man. So if Rebellion can get on top of Bigetron, they're in big trouble. And with that being the case, Bigetron, they need to acquire some kind of crowd control to stop the aggression. Because if Rebellion is led to just rush over them or behind them, it is over, man. With a Beatrix, and you can't brawl it out like that.
Well, they're going to have to get a solid frontliner now, though. They already have very squishy backlines. honestly, Yves Beatrix so vulnerable for that Masha to just pick off, especially the Claude to follow up with the Blazing Duet. So Bigetron Alpha needs a disengage tool in their composition. They go for just a frontliner first. Esmeralda obviously still sitting at a 50% win rate.
Yeah, still sitting at a first 50% win rate, but again, I still like Esmeralda as an XP laner here. Of course, it will be played by Chorizo later on. But the question is, what will they ban out here in the second phase? Because remember, Masha can actually be flexed. Val also can play that Masha, but of course, Dyron is... Of course, Masha is heavily leaning towards the XP lane. But if Bigetron does not believe that they can go for a Dyroth ban here.
Well, if they want to go for a Dyroth ban, that is okay, right? It is a great counter towards the Esmeralda. So it depends on what they want to go for. Bigetron has banned out the Dyroth, so the Esmeralda will have an easier laning phase, although other options still exist for Rebellion. That might not be enough as far as bans go, but it is a step that shows that they want to play heavily towards the XP side.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, if you pick up an Esmeralda, you're kind of forced to ban out the Dyroth as well. If you want that Esmeralda to be able to just roam around the map, enable the other members on the team to perform, then you gotta ban the Dyroth. The Dyroth just basically pins down that Esmeralda into that lane, forcing her to just stay under the turret. And, you know, speaking of frontliners, let's talk a little bit about Key here, because he commented on being coached by Starless, right? He's saying that being coached by Starless is kind of fun because usually he's just the CEO. He's our boss, you know? He's usually our boss, but now as a coach, he has a lot of insight to the team. So he's giving a lot of insight towards the team. He's getting a lot of information. Starless, pretty interesting.
Oh, he was a player. So yeah, he was a player. So perhaps we have to see here, will that outcome, now, this is the testament, right? Coach Ed, first game, what will be the outcome? Now, Bigetron will definitely opt for a Savior ban here in the last phase. I kind of like it, kind of sus.
Kind of sus? All right, I mean, for Bigetron, they're banning out the potential backline as well in that Savior. So there's a chance they want to go for something aggressive of their own. The Immobilize, right? The Snare coming in from Savior skills will be quite annoying, but for Rebellion, they ban out the Selena. It is a hero that Key is quite fearsome on, kind of. So they play it kind of safe, and we shall now see the first pick in the second phase.
Well, let's talk about it. Moreno stepping in from the MDL to the MPL, stepping up here on the stage. How is he going to perform? What hero is he going to play? Well, that's already been answered. Yves. The thing is now, what are we going to see in the jungle? Or perhaps the roam position. This is scary. Atlas picked up. Even though Rebellion can still flex the Akai, flex the Masha, and pick up a Diggy right here to cancel out any sort of engage that the Atlas can provide in this match.
That's the thing, right? I mean, Rebellion, if they can, like, pick up this Diggy, this Atlas will be a non-factor in this game. So perhaps Bigetron, they are taking the gamble here. Sure, once again, Bigetron, they are going for the teamfight composition. We'll have to see Rebellion, what will they respond with. They should pick up a good, solid mid laner. I don't know, I'm seeing Lilia here for side of Rebellion.
I'm just saying, Arashi, they can play Diggy mid.
Absolutely, that is a valid option, but they opt for the Sicilian and the Lancelot. We haven't seen it a lot, and I think we had this discussion, right? It's a very solid hero in the right hands.
Yeah, first time Lancelot here for for MPL Season 10 here, and it will fall to the hands of Rebellion here. Fearless. History-wise, yeah, Season 9, he played a lot of Lancelots here. A lot of good, I could say, moderate performance as well. But we'll see here. Will he progress this season or will not? So Bigetron last pick, definitely pick up a burst hero. They are lacking in that department, and Karina is going to be the answer.
They pick up the Karina here to secure also more neutral objectives using that early game dominance that the Esmeralda and the Atlas with the Yves provides in the game to secure more of that map control. But again, if we take a look at both of the drafts, this is going to be a question for us, right? But ladies and gentlemen, look at this. The fans are on the side of Coach Ed. Coach Bujet will definitely help the team get a lot of trophies, is basically it. But for us, I personally went for Bigetron Alpha. You guys went for Rebellion, if I'm not mistaken. So I'm caught between a Rebellion sandwich here, but it seems like the audience agrees with Mirko. Presented to you by TikTok. You guys are smart.
Well, just for this Land of Dawn, I feel like this match will fall to the Blues. We'll have to see here as we jump into the border for game number 1 between Rebellion, Zion, and as well as Bigetron.
Well, this is a different, this is two kind of different Bigetrons against Rebellions, right? So the composition is different, so we have to see how it plays out in the Land of Dawn.
Let's see, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to jump into the Land of Dawn for game number 1 of match number 2 here of day 1. Bigetron Alpha, again, just playing it standardly right now. They're just going for the really, really, slow early stage.
Of course, here we are seeing both junglers. They are just farming first here. They will go for the battle of Lethal Wanderer here. It seems like Max is in the area first, and with that retribution, will pick up that Lethal rather easily.
Ooh, we can hear a bit of Bigetron chants here, as we can see Rebellion Zion, they have 4 sprints. Is this a mistake?
Well,
whoa, wait a minute.
Yeah, it's actually Key who goes in, but it's going to be Bigetron Alpha who picks up the first initial Lethal Wanderer. 4 sprints though, Rashi. What do you think about this? 4 sprint. I know that sprint is currently kind of broken, right? Everyone takes sprint, but 4 sprints?
4 sprints, man. They can either run really fast or they can engage with decisive fashion. So there's a chance this might just work out. Is it going to be the all-new sprint meta? We'll just have to see. The Fearless for sure still has that retribution for the neutral objectives, but I think so far they're just playing it pretty standardly.
Indeed, indeed. I mean, it's a 2v1 bot side here. Claude needs to be careful, but it seems like Key realizing that in 10 seconds the first turtle will be up. He rotates around that and can see here the zoning from side of Matt and as well as Sorizo. Oh, 2v1 here. Max awkward positioning. He immediately retreats as turtle spawns.
Exactly, man. The turtle is now spawning, and Bigetron has a bit of control, although the lane dominance is still being contested in the top side. As Suelo just dukes it against Sorizo, and the turtle is going to be reset, and this will make or break the game, man. It's level 4 for everybody. Ultimates are available, and the gold laners won't be there. If you think about it, logically, I think Bigetron has a bit more advantage because they do have better engaged per se, but that never really, it doesn't always play out like that.
Well, they're zoning Fearless away. Fearless still has the retribution, but it's going to be Max who picks it up. Sorizo getting pinged down, but he is a very tanky Esmeralda. That is the Samsung Turtle taken down, though, ladies and gentlemen. And again, I want to mention this. This is a very interesting topic. Sicilian just got nerfed. With the nerf, you can actually already see how much impact it has because Suelo hasn't been able to clear the waves in any lane as fast as any other hero on the side of BTR.
Yeah, that Sicilian pick, man. I don't really know about it. But then again, if this game goes to the late game, super late game, 25-30 minutes, that Sicilian will give a lot of damage still. Max here trying to engage. Fearless keeping the distance. As of right now, it is still a Bigetron Alpha, just by a slither of gold, leading the economy.
Bigetron Alpha going for the aggressive play there, but it won't actually land them anything just yet. The gold advantage is slightly towards the side of Bigetron, and despite having a bit more advantage in the early game, right? Having a strong assassin, having a strong engage, and having dominant lanes with good clear, they haven't been able to leverage that advantage, that pressure, into anything in the opposing team's jungle. They can use this opportunity to try and shut down Fearless, but they're not doing it just yet.
Well, let's see. Bigetron Alpha once again in that mid lane. They're trying to set up for the next objective, but there's just no leeway that Rebellion is giving up. They're just opening up the map and playing it really, really smart, intelligently. But they are roaming onto the top side. Sorizo gonna have to dive under the turret to escape the falling star move defensively, but Sorizo will fall to the hands of Suelo. First blood picked up.
That is the first blood picked up for sure. And looking at the emblems, it does seem like the Demon Slayer emblem is still the main go-to. It doesn't matter if you're playing a tank, it doesn't matter if you're playing a fighter or an assassin. You go for this emblem, and then you try and farm up the storm and secure those retributions. But right now, Rebellion with that advantage will be pushing the tempo quite a bit towards the side of Bigetron Alpha.
First blood here, minute number 3. Not too long, not too short as well. Now, second turtle is up here. Bigetron and Rebellion, they are not rotating towards that area. Val giving information, also providing the whereabouts here. Max trying to somehow catch the turtle himself. Meanwhile, Fearless is still on the backside here, just farming. Turtle is resetted, and now it seems like Rebellion, they are looking for a fight, but remember, Key is in the area, and Fatal Length is up. Also, the Flicker, they need to be careful if they want to fight.
It's going to come down to who uses which first, but Val going to be able to pick up Moreno. The real-world inflation was used defensively. Fearless finds the turtle right there, presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy A series, and again, the early game goes to the hands of Rebellion. Zion were able to make these little decisions that end up being so massive.
Bot side, a good mirror there by the side of Mats. He realizes that, yeah, Moreno is down. He will, though, take the full gold shield turret bot side. Take a look at the items here.
Yeah, the bottom side is already in half HP, and looking at the items, the Demon Hunter Sword is completed. 4 highs on that Claude. He just has to wait on that Golden Staff, but he will go for a bit more defensive stats, knowing that the members of Bigetron Alpha, there's a lot of chance that they can just dive into the backline. But the good mix of magical damage as well as physical damage from Bigetron makes it quite difficult for anyone from the side of Rebellion to just itemize easily.
Indeed, at this point here, we can see here 2v2 potentially here as Hakai is somehow flanking from the other side, but then again, with Key's information, both of them just decides to retreat. As of right now, not much action. The Key with a Flicker fatally connects, and real world population is there as Max executes a member. But take a look at the back side. Masha comes in, takes down Marino. Siren is looking for more here as they are finally equalizing here in the mid side.
Well, Max again, he's not really able to find anything else. Both mid laners were taken down, but again, Sway Low still ahead. Phantom Execution to the backside. Once again, as Fearless tries to dish out some damage onto Max. That is still actually a tank Karina here, Arashi. So it's not the damage Karina that we've all come to expect nowadays from Karinas, but up top, Tariza winning lane, but Dyron's still able to survive.
If it's a tank Karina, it's a different look compared to Hans in match number 1. But Dyron here will be jumped on by Max yet again. So we'll have to see Bigetron. They seem to try and out-sustain the damage coming from Rebellion, but it won't be enough, man. Moreno has already been picked up twice, but later on, if he does have defensive items that he can build on the Yi, he will be able to actually play a bit more aggressively.
Last Samsung turtle is up here, ladies and gentlemen, and seems like Fearless is already in that area. Meanwhile, Karina is still rotating here. Can Fearless take this turtle in time? Seems like 4 members already. Heavy spin, the Fatalings connect, and of course, real world population is there, cancelled immediately. But yeah, the last turtle will go to the hands of Rebellion. Seems like Bigetron, they don't have enough resources to go for a fight. Oh, never mind. Rebellion with that blazing duets, claiming a member at the back side, and Max will also fall. Rebellion looking to pick up the momentum here in minute number 7.
Wow, that was a lot of time bought by Rebellion Zion, and once we thought it was over, Heist comes in and just cleans up the house, mows down everyone with the blazing duet, but he will be put in the 1v1.
Ooh, Heist, oh my god, almost just gets one-shotted there by the Wesker shot. Fearless, once again, looking for something here, but that's what Beatrix can do in these games. You need to be very careful of every single push. But fun fact presented to you by Grab here, Karina is one of the only heroes that Max has 100% win rate on back in Season 9. He picked it twice though, so it's a very low count in terms of the picks, but he's still at 100%. He's trying to just keep that at 100% with this match.
It still counts, absolutely, man. It just shows that he understands the hero. So he is doing pretty okay right here, but of course, we talked again about how strong Rebellion Zion can be in the late game, and Bigetron Alpha, they need to try and push the tempo quite a bit more, man. They can't just wait for things to happen. They have been able to actually secure great picks using Key and the Atlas, but this, I feel like they need to do more to make sure that Rebellion Zion doesn't have a chance of making a comeback.
That's the thing, right? I mean, Bigetron Alpha with Atlas, with Esmeralda, Yves especially, I expect more team fights. I expect more pressure from the side of Bigetron Alpha. Remember, they are down economy, but it's just only 1.5K, so it's not that much. I expect more proactiveness here. Perhaps this is the moment, but it seems like, again, hesitation comes for the side of Bigetron.
Well, it's not as simple as it looks, right? For Key, he needs to make it unexpected because there's so many sprints on set of Rebellion Zion. They can just kite away just like that. And look at the trap set up by Rebellion Zion. Just wait in the bushes, play around with the vision, knowing that Bigetron, they won't do anything too unpredictable or too sneaky. But they now have exchanged that potential for the control in the Lord side.
Speaking of sneaky, this is it. Fatal late by Key from the bush. He's able to find Fearless, but look at Fearless with fast hands getting out with a puncture now. Diamond jumping to that back line. Morendo still able to position himself, but Foul comes into play. Bringing Key back all the way to Sway Low and Highs. Now, Max pinned down. The Lord taken down to a quarter of his HP. Bigetron Alpha looking for the retribution, looking for the play. Fearless comes in, but it's Max who picks it up. Now, Highs on the backside using the blazing duet to dish out the damage, getting out, but Matt's there to gun him down. A double kill picked up by Matt as Max is wreaking havoc as well. With the tank, Arena is dealing so much, and guess who's there to pick up the scrap? Matt with the brilliant shot to secure a triple kill, as that's also Sway Low taken down in the back.
Oh, a good setup by Matt. Very good positioning and timing, and he got the triple. Now, Bigetron Alpha, they look for that comeback. They have secured the mid side, and take a look at the items here. Beatrix already with Heptases and as well as BOD. What do you think about this, Arashi?
Well, more importantly, he has the Wind of Nature as well. So it's going to be very difficult for all these physical damage threats to actually make for them to actually pressure Matt away from the fight. He can just stay in the front, no problem at all. And now with the team, they're just trying to get as much objectives as possible. They have full control here off the back of Key and the threat of his insane playmaking.
I mean, Matt, with that Blade of Essences, I mean, signaling that he wants to play Sniper mostly. So we'll have to see here. I mean, his Snipes has been good, 3-0-0 with that triple, of course. And it seems like now, Bigetron Alpha, they are on the lead here, 2,000 gold lead.
I honestly don't think that Fearless's emblem really works here. You know, I was going with it. I was optimistic about it. Sure, the jungle emblem, Demon Slayer emblem has been coming back in the meta, but on the Lancelot, I feel like you just need that killing spree, getting more sustained when you do get those eliminations.
Perhaps, man, we did see that Fearless, he was struggling to just sustain enough from the jungle to try and participate in the contest for the Lord. But he just comes in a bit too late and it gets taken away from him. Now we take a look at the player's gold by UBS gold, and Matt is on top and High is following very closely behind him, but Max is on third. So the twins, as Goni was talking about, they're still very much the tip of the spear for the team, which is Bigetron Alpha.
Yeah, I completely agree. And it seems like Rashin as well as Mirko, yeah, Fearless has yet to have an impact. I mean, immediately, he's so aggressive. He's building aggressively here. War Axe, Endless Battle immediately with BOD, even though they are behind. But yeah, no impact whatsoever data-wise.
Well, it's very difficult, man. Who is he supposed to target, right? Because there's a tank arena, there is a Yip with a Winter Truncheon, and there is also a Matt on that Beatrix with the Wind of Nature. His targets in this game is absolutely limited, so he is stuck doing weird things in the team fight. So maybe he has to go and do some kind of split push strategy to try and take advantage of that assassin pick. But even then, can he 1v1 Max on that tank arena?
That is the question, but I'm sure at this point Max will definitely win on that trade. It seems like Sway Low here building Winter Truncheon. It feels like that Rebellion Zion is shifting their strategy here. It seems like they are going to heavily rely on Sicilian here and delaying this game, drag this game out to take it to what, 20 minutes plus.
Well, they can try and do that and just kite away, right? I'll try and outmaneuver Bigetron Alpha, but when there are important objectives like the Lord right now in play, Bigetron Alpha can use that, and now they are forcing Rebellion Zion to react, forcing them to come out from their hiding spots, right? Because if they don't, this is going to be a free Lord, and look at that, the traps, the bushes already being secured by Bigetron Alpha.
And the setup, look at the minion waves. Look at how they're actually able to clear up and set up for this objective take. 13 minutes in, Key, with the help of Matt, is able to actually dish out Dyron's third HP bar there. But again, 3 HP bars. It's still a lot. He can soak in so much, and that's going to be the render shot by Matt. He's holding it back. He's holding it for Fearless to come out of a bush. Lord taken down to half HP. Bigetron Alpha playing the slow game here. They do not need to force anything in this game. What they do need to do is just completely play with the setup. Force Rebellion out of their base. Because look at this. There you go. The conceal play by Key as he jumps in onto Fearless. But he's still able to dash away. Val going to be caught in there. But it's going to be the Lord. Perfectly timed. Bigetron. Wow. What a Lord take there. Presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy A series.
Well coordinated strategy there coming from side of Bigetron, waiting for the right timing. That's a bluff there with the concealed play. And yeah, most of the members from side of Rebellion, Zion, most importantly Fearless, they have to retreat. And with that, Bigetron Alpha has secured the Lord that is now enhanced. With this push here and items, what do you think, Arashi?
I think Rebellion Zion is in a very good they were in a good spot, but now the shoe's on the other foot, right? You can even see that Heist is forced to actually buy an Athena shield. So we're respecting the burst damage coming in from Max as well as Marino. And with the high ground advantage, right, there's a lot more zoning that Bigetron Alpha can do on the back of this Eve. The Sicilian can have a lot of damage, but even now, the fourth item is forced to be a Winter Truncheon just because of the threat. And if they can't outrun all the slows, all the pumping floor, and more importantly, engage coming in from Key on the Atlas, they have no chance, man. And Bigetron makes the aggressive push.
Let's see with the Lord coming into that mid lane, taking the base turret down. It is going to be Rebellion Zion forced onto their back foot. Key with the Fatal Link finds that pick on the Swalo, but a Winter Truncheon cancels it out. Val able to pin Key down, and that's going to be Bigetron Alpha all scrambled. Phantom execution to the back. Fearless dishing out the damage, but Matt with the Wind of Nature still surviving. But the Thunderclap comes in from Dyron to finish him off. Max on the run for his life as that's the Rebellion with the defense and the turn in this fight. High is still chasing him down with the DHS and the Golden Staff. Val trying to follow it up, but Max has that first ability. Falling Star Moon onto Val, but there's no follow-up from any of the other BTR members. Rebellion stay in.
Rebellion stay in and they almost wipe Bigetron out here. They are slowly catching up gold-wise here and good defense. Well, practically they lost two base turrets here. One top side is very low, but of course Bigetron Alpha, but of course Rebellion Zion can take off that that pressure from side of Bigetron Alpha.
Well, that was a very effective attack from Key, right? He goes for the big play, the catch potential onto Swalo, one of the only high ground defense tools that Rebellion Zion has. But it gets outplayed by the Winter Truncheon, and once the main engagement was down, you saw everyone just pop their sprint, and Rebellion Zion were just completely online. Everyone just jumped in, and they were able to chase Bigetron away completely. So I think it all comes down to how well can Key engage. If Rebellion Zion can itemize, can position, can strategize against that engage, I think Bigetron Alpha is going to find it very, very difficult. And maybe they will resort to trying to go for some poke, right? Because they have the Beatrix and they have the Eve as well. They have options to play with. They just have to experiment with it a bit more, and they need to find a solution for that blazing duet. Because when Heist goes in, they are all forced to just retreat at high speeds, and even then, Heist will sprint right after them.
Nice one there, Arashi. But look at this, another nice one by Key. He's going in onto Val, taking that Athena shield proc away. So without the shield, he is going to be a little bit more vulnerable, though. Look at that top side. Both of these XP laners just clearing out the waves, cutting it there, so that both of their teammates will be able to actually do more on the map, opening it up a little bit more. But the thing is, Rebellion Zion, like you mentioned, Gani, the longer this game goes, the more stacks Swalo's gonna accumulate, and with those stacks, damage, man, that's gonna be a lot of damage in the late game.
Yeah, I mean, to add to that, don't you forget about Claude here with this Golden Staff as well as the HS. As you mentioned earlier, it's going to be a nuisance here in the late game. Lord has been started by the side of Bigetron, though.
Yeah, this is so efficient, Arashi. BTR are playing it so efficiently. Look at how they're playing the match. They're just going onto the side lanes, avoiding every single fight. And I have to agree with what Bonchan said when he was describing Bigetron Alpha. This feels like a very Filipino style, objective heavy, no fights.
No fights at all. They play for the objectives, and they're using Soldier to his maximum potential here. They're pulling multiple members of Rebellion away from the Lord fight, and so they're put in a very, very tough spot, and so far, no real answers, right? Because if they're just posting up aggressively, we already mentioned how Bigetron Alpha has the advantage when it comes to poke. Matt has a lot of damage with the Hefty as well, and there, Val goes for the engage.
Key pinned down there by Val, but look at the Fatal Lanes, never connect onto Val there. Only Val, Immortal, gonna be there, but the Phantom Execution will find its mark. Max falls as well. That's Fearless picking up a double kill. Bigetron Alpha slow game, finally taken out. Moreno trying to supply Matt with the escape, but Matt gets dove under the turret. Dyron picks up a killing spree, and look at the top side, it's traded. There's a base turret traded in, and Val as well. But the thing is, Highs and Fearless, they can pick up the Lord for free. Evolved Lord in the 19th minute.
Wow, being patient here, Rebellion Zion finally. After minute number 18 here, Fearless is showing that he too can be aggressive in that landslide. Now, you can see here with this Lord evolved now, Mirko, Rebellion Zion, can they close out this game? The question still stands is Bigetron will defend this turret with 5 here shortly, but this Lord is evolved, so perhaps Rebellion might somehow, if Bigetron Alpha makes a mistake here, they can close this game out.
Yeah, there is high ground defense on the side of Bigetron Alpha for sure. There's the B-Trick as well as the G. But, ooh, you can see that Rebellion Zion, they're not going to try and let Bigetron clear it. They constantly threaten to just try and engage and dive under the turret as the Lord gets taken out. And now, Bigetron, they're just stuck trying to defend against the empowered minions. But Rebellion Zion is content just clearing out the jungle of Bigetron Alpha. They are starting to establish quite a serious voltage.
So much dive here for Rebellion Zion. This is why I kind of doubted Bigetron Alpha's pick when they went for the Beatrix Eve. Sure, Beatrix Eve, Prio Heroes, but when you're up, oh wait, Fearless. Oh, I thought he read it out there, but he was just using it to get more momentum, to get there faster. I thought for a second that he actually knew where Max was.
That would be crazy, yeah.
That would have been like a Selly Boy moment.
That would be crazy. But take a look at the items here, Rashi. A lot of Immortals already for both teams.
A lot of Immortals already, and the pilot armor from Dyron doesn't make things any easier for the side of Bigetron Alpha. Of course, on the side of Marino, he does have an Ice Queen's wand, but it's not enough, man. He has a triple threat as well, just in case. And Val, with his, his tanky build, goes for the engage there. It is outplayed though, essentially. So now we have to see. He has no flicker for the next few minutes.
Oh, that hurts, man.
That hurts.
Almost just one-shot Highs.
Yeah, I mean,
that's the Hephaestus work in his work.
Absolutely. I guess. Another thing to add on, based on that item, what I like is, of course, Claude has sold his shoes and changes.
Shoeless man.
Shoeless man, and he opts for him Athena shield, so respecting the damage outcome from the side of a. Yeah, Max?
So it's BFC, the Barefoot Claw.
Barefoot, yeah. BFC indeed.
Well, he already has sprint, right? So, does he need the shoes, Arashi? Do you? Is it a good move?
I think he's been able to keep up with his team regardless, so it's pretty okay. I think, again, this comes down to who will engage, man, because if we saw this as being a bit of a pattern. Oh, okay, the opposing team is good at engaging. We'll make the engage on the engage tool. So he has been the focus of Rebellion Zion so far, and it's been working out, man. If Bigetron do something different.
Oh, Chorizo there, gonna be able to bait Dyron in, but that's gonna be Dyron, the only one caught in that Fatal Links. Now Fearless trying to get Chorizo, but in the end, no members taken down. Meanwhile, down below, it's the Lord spawning in, as you can see from the Lord cam by Samsung. BTR looking to push out the waves, set up once again, even though Rebellion are in the lead.
Yeah, it seems like economy is not a non-factor here at this point. We are now entering the 22nd minute of the game, and it seems like that Fearless and Sicilian here, swaying low, has positioned themselves well for the past 8 minutes. And man, Bigetron Alpha, excuse my tongue twist there, but Lord is up here. And I guess Rebellion and Bigetron Alpha, they are now trying somehow find the mistake from each other.
Well, if Bigetron wants to try and capitalize on the combos, on the team fight, and they want to win, they need to try and bring in Chorizo into these fights, man, because yeah, Dyron has a lot more pressure 1v1, and the Esmeralda can be a big threat to the dive of Rebellion Zion, but on the other side though, you see that Rebellion, they're setting up a trap, man. They sent 2 members on the top side just in case Chorizo is feeling a bit frisky. And now, Bigetron Alpha, they're always reacting to the aggressive pace of Rebellion Zion. I think they have to try and switch it up a bit and try and do something unpredictable, because that is where I think they will catch Rebellion Zion out of position and by surprise.
Oh, what? That's going to be Chorizo chunk low, but wait, out of nowhere, how did Highs... Wait,
is that a one-shot?
Blasted.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's
3v1.
Key flickered. So was it Key who actually jumped in to support Matt to actually enable him to one-shot Highs, or Did Matt just do it with a sniper shot?
Yeah, we'll have to see. It was off camera here, but now Bigetron Alpha, they are a man up. With this Lord here, they can definitely take this Lord. No, but Val and Fearless, they are not giving this for free.
Yeah, without highs in the picture, there's no real threat towards the back line. So now Matt and Moreno, they can just play with a lot more comfort as Key with the Radiant Armor. He will be able to actually stay in the front and withstand the bulk of that damage. They need to try and make something happen now though, because Highs is only going to be down for another 16 minutes. They pull the trigger on Dyron.
Oh, good targeting here, bringing Dyron back to the team, and look at Val with a disengage, and that gets turned on. He's forced to use the flicker defensively, as that's going to be actually the winner. Truncheon bought by Dyron, the Furious Bastion by Matt, but it's all Moreno who gets the damage done. Rebellion on the back foot, sway low, take it low, as that's going to be Key who jumps in once again. So Rizzo soaking in a lot of damage in, but in the 24th minute, only one man falls in the Rebellion Zion comp. It's still BTR, not with the lead, surprisingly. They're still behind in terms of goal, but like you mentioned, Gani, doesn't matter anymore. We're in the 24th minute of the game. The items are all built.
Exactly, and now with this, they are a man up here, but is this going to be enough? Key here with the perfect match, trying to find the target, just trying to harass Val here, who is continuously giving information.
Uh-oh, real world manipulation on the sway low, taking a whole lot of HP. Rizzo gets the falling star move to immobilize him. He's here to seal the deal. That's the winner. Truncheon and Val providing excellent support. Look at Fearless zoned away from the Lord. Rizzo versus the world. Naturally Max securing the Evolve Lord. Rizzo 1v4 winning it here as he picks up a kill on the sway low, immobilizing Val. But Matt, he only cares about the base. Fearless trying to defend, but Key is here to seal the deal once again. Game number 1 secured in a comeback fashion for BTR.
After a back and forth series in game number 1 here between Bigetron Alpha and as well as Rebellion Zion, it seems like for game number 1, it will fall to the Reds. Man, oh man, what a match. It felt kind of slow-paced, Mirkon as well as Arashi.
It was very slow-paced.
But at the end, it was finally when things are starting to go up, it doesn't stop.
In game 1 or match 1, it was an all-out brawl. It was an MMA match.
It was.
But in match number 2, it's a chess match.
Exactly. I mean, both teams, they were playing the macro game really, really well. But Bigetron, I think, were just able to adjust a lot more, right? Because we saw that they were able to actually try different things, right? Engage, catch, bait for a team fight, play the macro game, split push. They've done it all, and Rebellion were just, once they lost one member for 50 seconds, right, so late in the game, Bigetron just took full advantage of that and forced them into 4v5 team fights twice and then takes the Lord afterwards. So I think it just comes down to, I don't know, experience, can you put it that way? They just knew what to do at the right moment, but that was very close for Rebellion Zion.
That was very close, and yeah, now that you mentioned it, Miracle, yeah, that game gave me a headache. Because I feel like it is a chess match. Both of the teams, they are thinking hard.
Yeah.
Rotation, setups, picking, committing onto something. It's so hard, and yeah, that match, that game gave me a literal headache.
Well, yeah, I mean, Arashi, you're the analyst there. You had to actually dissect what exactly was going on around the map, what they were doing, micromanaging, and obviously the macro shot calling, the macro decision making that they end up doing in the end to secure that victory. Going on to Dyron after setting up, after catching highs off of that top lane bait. It was beautiful.
It was beautiful, man, because I did mention, right, if they want to win these fights, they might have to try and bring Rizzo into the picture, right, because he can have a lot of impact, a lot of zoning potential with the Falling Star Moon. But then you did see that Dyron actually was the actual threat, the actual problem that allows Rebellion to pull Rizzo away from the fights. So once Bigetron has the advantage, everyone comes in, it's a 5v5, they get the fights that they need on their terms.
Get the fights that they need on their terms. I like that, Arashi. A very well put analysis there for game number 1. But I do want to add this, though. I mean, Rebellion, so similar, just like what they did in Season 9. They were good, but sometimes, somehow, they can't close out a game.
So the trend still continues in Season 10 for Rebellion and also for Bigetron Alpha now. We're seeing that their old selves, the Season 7, Season 8 Bigetron Alpha, playing for that late game. Meanwhile, Rebellion still sticking to their identity, getting the lead early on, but in the end, not able to use that early lead to snowball into the mid stage and take control fully.
I think it just comes down to the macro gameplay, man, because honestly, in the fights, they were doing great. Every time there's any fight that's like even, oh thanks, but even there's a fight that's kind of like even, Rebellion has a lot more pressure. They're playing with their strengths, right? And they had a lot of success. They just failed to adjust fast enough for the final stage of the game, because previously they were getting picked up by Key. You know what? They did what RRQ was doing, and they engaged onto the engage tool. So I think there's a lot of potential for Rebellion Zion. It is only the first game, so they have a very real chance of mounting a comeback. But I think that Sicilian pick was also very lackluster, right? It lacked the range, it lacked the consistent damage that the Yve or perhaps even a Farsa can deliver. So maybe it's going to shift back towards that whole artillery meta, right? The Yve versus the Farsa, the range AoE versus another.
Yeah, now that you mention it, I feel like that Sicilian, especially after mid number 20, the impact wasn't evident at all.
Yeah. I agree. I think with the base damage nerf on the Sicilian, that early game really, he really struggled in that early game, especially up against like a Yve, an Atlas. All he was doing was he acted as bait that game. Let's take a look at the damage dealt here. As you can see, he wasn't even he didn't deal the most damage on the team. 38% kill participation. We were hyping this Sicilian up because the longer the game goes, obviously the stacks just keep on continue to build. But the thing is, we didn't see that climax of the stacks coming in together. It's actually surprising here. Sorizo dealing more damage than in the entire team of BTR. Even though they have a Yve, they have a Beatrix in that late game.
Exactly, man. I mean, so the Esmeralda, the late game, that is nothing to sneeze at. And when your team is more oriented towards the pickoffs, right? They're not exactly a proper team fight team for Rebellion Zion. It's pretty much a combo team composition. So when Sorizo is able to get to the back and there's no real spells available to take him out, you saw he was able to actually withstand the damage coming in from 4 members with no problem at all the way towards the end. And we now take a look at the MVP potentially.
Well, I feel like it's Moreno. Oh, no, never mind.
It's Beatrix. I agree with this. You know, even though the setup came from Moreno, came from Key, or even Sorizo, the thing is, this man was always just solid. He was able to get the picks when it was necessary. The thing is, though, it's just really tough to play Beatrix when you're up against Amasha, a Lancelot, and a Claude. I'm surprised he even got to a point where he was strong.
I agree. At one point,
he even has the right itemization, right? He was playing it defensively. He was able to outplay with the Wind of Nature and position pretty well so that the members of Rebellion Zion, they just can't get to him, you know? And even if they want to, they are forced to overextend to do so.
Yeah, at one point, I mean, this Beatrix got a triple kill, so perhaps that triple kill, he was a man on the spot. He was Johnny on the spot. Let's take a look here in a bit.
It's Matt on the spot.
It's Matt on the spot. His name is Matt. Gani,
put some respect on his name.
What are you even saying, Gani? But yes, we will see the highlights here for side of for MVP. So we can dissect more here, Arashi.
It's actually funny how he got a triple kill in the mid-stage of the game, but he had 4 kills in total, Arashi.
Exactly. Now we take a look at some of the highlights of the previous game, and every time look at that, the setup from Bugan is so good, but honestly, they just have so many options from the Rebellion to try and dive towards the back line. This is the replay brought to you by the Samsung Galaxy A-Series, and as you can see, once they are able to just take out 1 or 2 members, the rest is history, right? But, whoa, that is that snipe we're talking about. And Matt is absolutely accurate, and that's not a one-time thing. So throughout the whole game, he was able to actually dish out a lot of damage and staying at relative safety. You know, weaving in and out of danger. That is just what makes him perform so well. And this is that final moment there, as you can see. Sorizo was just alone, and he is up against multiple people, and it doesn't matter, you know. And then from there, they just go and use that momentum and go for the end straight away.
You know what? I'm actually curious to see the turret damage, Gani. Imagine, right? We saw the damage
head and shoulders
in total. Head and Shoulders sponsoring MPL because obviously Gani's here with his long, lumptious hair.
Longtious.
I made a new word for Gani.
Longtious. You invented a new word for Gani, for me. I'm flattered, Mirko. But yeah, speaking on game number 1, what are you going to say here? Because I feel like for game number 2, Rebellion Zion, they need to have a better instinct, I feel like. Somehow, gambling
Sayonara instinct.
Sayonara instinct. You have more killer instinct. Game number 1, it just doesn't really show.
Yeah.
You know, this has always been the problem when we're talking about Rebellion Zion. Every single time, in every season, they perform insane. In the early game, they're actually able to dominate some of the big teams here, right? Like the championship, the trophy, the teams that have actually won and gone all the way to international championships. RRQ losing out in the early game. EVOs, even Onyx, who are usually stellar in the early game, have been dominated in that early stage by Rebellion. The thing is, how do Rebellion close out games? That's the big question mark in their game right now.
Absolutely, man. I mean, we did see that there was a lot of there was an attempt for them to like out macro, right? But eventually, the patience coming from Bigetron is just too much. And I guess you can say that they can be better execution, but overall, it's a respectable attempt. You know, we see that there's potential here. And reminder, guys, it's a very, very long and close game, but that is only game number 1. There is a very real potential for a reverse sweep. We saw that happen in match number 1. Will that be the tone for today?
I want a 30-minute game for game number 2. We already got a 30-minute. Well, how long was game number 1? 26, 28-minute game.
Yeah,
right?
that time was what, 60 seconds, man.
So, game number 2, let's get 30 minutes, and then game number 3, let's get 50 minutes.
Let's get an hour.
That's a good deal. That's a bargain. That is a bargain.
For the viewers,
here.
it's a steal deal. It's not a bargain. It's a steal deal for the viewers, man.
For the viewers, I have
MPL.
one thing that I want to do, and that is to fix my pin, as Mirko will somehow explain what is the sponsor of outside.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, go ahead. If you guys want to watch MPL offline, you guys can buy your tickets at Blee. Obviously here, complete your Mobile Legends account as well. You guys can get up to all the way up to 40,000 IDR cashback at blee.blee/sahabat Mayan. There you go. Click on the link. Boom, bang, bada bing, and you guys can get yourself a lot of diamonds. Rashi, guess what? What? Kung Fu Panda skins are on the horizon, Gani.
Absolutely. We are all waiting for those skins, man.
Give me the link skin.
Amazing.
Give me the link skin. Just give it to me. Give it to me, Rashi. Buy me diamonds on Blee. Scan the QR code right now. Scan it. Okay? Look at Samsung phone. Scan it. Donnie, you want to help me then?
Yeah. Here you go.
Samsung phone.
Samsung phone.
There you go.
There you go.
That's how you do it, guys. That's how you scan a barcode. A QR code, actually.
What a gentle touch by Donnie there. Precision. That is precision, ladies and gentlemen.
That's what the players will need in game number 2. Precision. Because there were a lot of moments where, Matt, he was on point. He was objective-oriented. But there were a lot of moments in the team fights where he missed his ultimate, missed his Renner shots, and even his Wesker shots.
Right. For sure. And if only he connects all and be more precise in that game, that would have been a clean 14-minute game.
Maybe, man, maybe.
So
yeah.
I think, again, the highlighted player, right, from what we saw before the game, I think it's just been very, very accurate, man, because how those fights played out, it all depended on the setup, on the engage, and that was all key versus Val, man.
And I want to give props to the man behind the scenes, Coach Ed, Starlist. He was the one who drafted that composition. We doubted him in the first game, but man, that composition was actually really solid. Apart from maybe the Yves and Beatrix pick into Amasha, everything else seemed to really just work with the side lane pressure and that macro style, objective-oriented style that they want to play with.
I gotta agree with you, but I need to see more from Coach Ed here.
You gotta see more from everyone. Chadera, Coach Ed, there's just a lot of doubts for you, Gani.
Exactly,
come on,
Gani.
this is day one, Mirko. This is day one. I guess it's
but
too
why is it
early
only
to say.
Coach Ed and Chadera, Gani?
Yeah, well,
what about Matt?
I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced.
What about Highs?
I'm not convinced.
All right, who are you convinced?
Who are you convinced about, Gani?
I'm convinced with Arashi, man.
Arashi.
Ladies and gentlemen, save me. What is going on?
Well, you know what is going on? The draft picks in 20
seconds.
Let's go. Gani, Arashi, are you guys ready here to jump in to the drafts? Because the players certainly look ready. With Coach Chico, Arashi, let's talk about the drafts for Rebellion. Because I feel like the same thing has happened here. Every game that we've seen in the first day of Season 10, the drafts have been solid all around. It feels like the execution has just been the factor for the teams that win the game.
Which is good, right? We
Very
want
good,
to see games where like the actual gameplay, the actual execution actually matters. If you can win the game based off the draft pick, then watching the game kind of becomes mundane, you know?
True.
It doesn't really make sense. But when the games are this close, when it's all about the small adjustments, the changes in strategy, the different approaches you can do during the course of the 20-minute game, that is where the games become very much intense, and we are straight into game number 2. Ladies and gentlemen, first ban will be funny.
The Samsung Galaxy A series draft, ladies and gentlemen, with a Fanny ban again. Fanny is the most hated hero, I guess, in the MPL. We're seeing the Fanny ban every single game. Valentina coming, very close to that.
Close.
But Fanny has been literally banned every game.
Yeah,
Why,
indeed.
Johnny? Why?
Why? Well, because in this MPL ID, in this competition,
yes,
the junglers know how broken Fanny is, and they can't exploit that fact, Mirko.
Yeah, even in ranked.
Even
every
in ranked.
time my teammates don't ban Fanny, I get so mad. I hate this hero with a passion.
I can confirm.
As a jungler who cannot play Fanny, I hate Fanny players.
Learn Fanny, Mirko.
I guess you need to adapt, Mirko. You need to adapt with the
That's why they
meta.
created the ban button. I don't need to adapt. I can just ban Fanny, just like the players here on stage are banning Fanny. So technically, they have the same mindset, me and the pro players.
Well, I mean, they have also improved, adapted, and overcame, Mirko. That is something you have not been doing. So
1-1 only.
1-1 only. Jack of all trades, master of one. That is Mirko. And now with the Julian actually banned out. So far, it's been pretty standard. But I wonder, will there be any respect bans towards the roamers, right? Because again, with the roamer role being so critical, so important in this team matchup, I think they're forced to try and respect some of that. Maybe picking it first, or maybe at least banning some options out.
Perfect timing, Arashi. Well, now that we're talking about the roamers, Gani, you're a romain,
yeah,
Kufra only, but you have a lot of information about all the other roamers. Now, did you like that Atlas pick from Bigetron?
I gotta say, because knowing Bigetron's identity, yeah, the Atlas pick makes sense. And it's combined with real-world manipulation, I mean, it's just makes much more even sense here. But yeah, let's focus on the drafts here.
Sense just off the roof.
Off the roof.
So much sense there in the first game. But
hashtag Goni sense.
Goni sense,
Goni
ladies and
sense.
gentlemen. But Rebellion, they're going to have to go and wrap up their drafts with the same ban towards the Franco. Bigetron Alpha, final ban. Arashi, do they want to pick off a... They have to ban the Feramis. They have to ban the Feramis. Right now, it's left open. If they don't ban it, Valentina was banned out by Bigetron, so they don't have a response here. But guess what? Val, he has a comment. He has a comment, ladies and gentlemen. He is tired of being called a clown, all right? He is a bull, not a clown.
Exactly. That sounds cooler because it kind of rhymes, kind of makes sense in Indonesian, but that's the spirit, man. He's done being overlooked by people. He
got a
is
glow up too.
here.
Look at his hair.
Exactly. He is
Easy
here
now
to represent. So now, the
Your
last
team
ban
is
will be the
picking.
Feramis, and this opens up a lot of potential for Rebellion Zion, man.
Is to trick the
Well, we have to see here. Rebellion Zion, last time around, they opted for that Masha. Will it be the same? I mean, looking from game number 1, Dyrant is so deadly on that Masha. So perhaps same approach here for game number 2.
Again, I gotta reiterate, right? Rebellion, their draft was solid. I actually preferred Rebellion's draft when you compare it to Bigetron Alpha, but the execution, BTR played it so slow. They refused to take any fights, and it just, the frustration built on the heads, in the heads of Rebellion Zion. And because of that, they were the ones who were forced to make desperate plays. They picked up the 1-1 though, so the 1-1 that was banned in the first game is now picked up by Rebellion Zion. We've seen 1-1 twice by Chadera, 50% win rate. Highs, who's still playing, not Jisa, how is he going to perform on the 1-1?
We'll have to wait and see here, don't you think, Arashi? Starlist is now brewing something. Breatrix, and perhaps will they go for a Masha?
You can go for the Yve again as well, because...
Tamas, they can go for Tamas, honestly.
They can go for Tamas as well, so it depends on what they want to emphasize, right? If they want to mid-control, they need to get some wave clear. Yve will be really beneficial there. If they want to try and go for some jungle dominance, some aggression, getting the roam and the jungle right now will be a good option as well. Preferably someone you can flex towards the XP lane, keep things, shake things up a bit. It will be the Akai and also the Cecilion. Whoa, hang on. They said, okay, y'all can't do it right.
Yeah.
It's our turn.
Yeah, this is basically what they're saying. You picked the Akai, you picked the Cecilion in the first game, you didn't win. So let me just tell you how to do it. That's Bigetron Alpha style.
Yeah.
They show.
Yeah, sure, that might be the approach, but I am seriously doubting the Sicilian in the first phase. We'll have to wait and see here. Rebellion, they can go immediately for the counter here. such as perhaps Eve is still open, a lot of heroes that can somehow just take Sicilian out of the game rather quickly. We'll have to see here what will respond with. What will they respond with? Rebellion, they can go for the Masha once again. And Lilia, I don't know, I like Lilia here.
Lilia, Masha is still up for grabs. They pick it up, and the Yve as well. Remember, in game number 2, the Yve was able to completely bully the Sicilian in lane, getting so much of that wave pressure into him, even the kill pressure. I agree with you, Gani. I feel like the Sicilian right now is just not it, fam.
It's not it. A lot of heroes.
If Bigetron wants to make good use of that Sicilian, they must aid it somehow, right? Like send another hero to try and help him out in the lane, maybe. But that also takes away from the other lanes. And knowing now that Rebellion has a very strong mid lane presence, and they have that Masha that can be in the roaming role, it can be in the XP role. Wherever it is, it's gonna be Masha's gonna be very strong 1v1. And I'm not sure if Bigetron has the leeway of sending another hero towards that middle lane.
Wait for no man. Your team is
It's gonna be the Beatrix as well. So
predicted.
Yeah, I mean, Matt was the MVP for game number 1 on that Beatrix, so he is trying to replicate the same success here now, entering the second phase. This is where things get interesting here. Jungler for side of Rebellion has yet to be picked, and as well as Roamer.
And I think that, you know, I've said this multiple times, but the Beatrix actually counters the 1-1 in a way, right? If you get to level 4 and you get that Renner and Wesker combination, there is no way for the 1-1 to actually play. 1-1 comes close to get those weakness points, Beatrix is always there with a Wesker. But if 1-1 plays it safe under the turret, that's a Renner shot for you, followed up by anyone else. That's 1-1 gone. But we're entering the second phase of the draft. Atlas going to be banned out with the Phoveus as well by Rebellion. They might be setting up for something else here. Sure, it is the natural counter towards 1-1. Dash heavy hero, countered by the Phoveus, but I think they're setting up for something else.
Oh.
Perhaps a Lancelot or a Benedetta.
We've seen how like some teams, they have no issue like playing a 1-1 into a Phoveus, right? Last season at least. I forgot which game exactly, but we saw that the Phoveus, it can't deal with the amount of damage that the 1-1 can dish out. So, I'm not sure if that's meant to like if Rebellion meant to just ban out a counter to 1-1, that might be the case. But for Benedetta, banned out by Bigetron right now. So that is a hero we have not seen just yet. That is an interesting one though. We have ourselves met it in ranked building tank, Mirko, and that's pretty annoying to deal with.
The Benedetta?
Yeah.
The Benedetta in ranked. I mean, we saw it in MSC too, because Albert brought it out. The tank Benedetta, it was a problem for RSGPH in the upper bracket finals, but they read it out. They know how to play against it in the grand finals. And there you go. As we say it, BTR banning out that Benedetta. We're also seeing BTR with the first pick, first phase. We got a lot of dirt here from BTR on Rebellion Zion. Let's see what they go for. Ladies and gentlemen, I think it's going to be a kind of jungle.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
they need a backline diver here. Someone.
I mean, Matilda is
actually go for an
Kufra?
Estes.
Estes, yeah, I'm looking for supports Matilda here, but then again, if they really want to go crazy, if they want to go aggressive, just like their identity, but no.
Your team is picking
Lolita.
Is that meant to just block off the damage?
1-1.
Crossbow attack, first ability, even the basic attacks here. Yeah, just to try to stop this 1-1 from being a threat. But the thing is, Rebellion Zion, they can actually just counter this by going for that a more aggressive tank. If they go for an Atlas, I don't think the Lolita can really answer.
That's why it's banned out.
It was banned out, but the thing is now, Kufra could be the answer too.
True.
Thinking about other heroes.
I'm wondering if Bigetron's plan is just to like use their front lines, right? Akai and Lolita, make sure it's a front to back, and when it's a front to back, Sicilian, eventually the damage builds up, right? So I'm wondering if that's the plan, because I think Rebellion, they won't just let that happen. As you say that, they pick up the Esmeralda and they pick up the Hayabusa as well, so a lot of dive and a lot of long-range damage as well, so it's quite balanced, but definitely more aggressive from the side of Rebellion Zion.
Yeah, I was about to say, I mean, this Esmeralda pick makes sense, right? Because Lolita, he is going to create shields, and Esmeralda will just absorb that shield on free will. And yeah, Masha Romo will be the answer here for side of Rebellion, as Bigetron will opt for a Uranus last pick. Now, gotta be honest with you, I don't see the synergy from the composition from the side of Bigetron here. Do they want to go for a pick-off? Do they want to go for a team fight?
I gotta be honest with you, I agree. BTR, the Lolita is supposed to just, you know, you want to go for a full engage, but if you have the Arkai with a heavy spin, it actually just creates so much chaos. Lolita won't really be able to follow up on any of the crazy... You can't get a lot of people in ultimates, what I'm trying to say. You can pin some members down, you can go for the pick, but then what's the Lolita for?
Right, so I don't know. I think it makes sense in a sense that you can threaten the dive away using Lolita's ultimate, right? The Nomenon Blast. Or you can also use the Akai to just push people away from the Sicilian, from the Beatrix. So in a sense, it makes sense. They have protection from divers, and they have a solid front line in the Uranus. It can work, but it's very much reliant on Rebellion letting them just sit back and relax. And Rebellion, we've seen them in game number 1. They won't let that happen. They will find all the ways. If they can't get to you from the front, they'll go from the sides. They'll use the objectives and use it to draw you in. So this is very idealistic, I might say, from the side of Bigetron. It may work out, but it's very unlikely in my opinion.
Yeah, I feel like their philosophy has been fight, fight, fight. We'll have to see here in game number 2. Will they be able to translate that or not? Meanwhile, for side of Rebellion, their composition is solid. Now, what my concern for side of Rebellion is, can they close a game out? Because it has been their theme from season 9.
Well, I think with this composition, they've got their comfort heroes in. The signature picks, ladies and gentlemen. Yves, Suelo, last season on the Yves, always banned out. Now it's left open, but ladies and gentlemen, we're going to jump straight in. What's going on?
Whoa.
Wait, what? First blood already. That was a dive here. Val was able to trade it out in the end with Suelo taking the kills, but it's a 2-for-1 in the early stage. We're jumping in mid-game.
That happened so fast, man. It's 1 for 2. But
big contrast from game 1.
Exactly, it just came out of nowhere. We're still quite taken aback here. Even the Max hasn't even cleared his first 2 buffs yet, so what was that?
I need to take a breather, but now we can see here already Fearless with that retribution is not able to steal that purple buff away. Still the Kai gets that one, but in 20 seconds here, first shuttle will go up as Val here, of course, already aggressive gameplay with this Masha.
Yeah, we talked about how the Sicilian needs some help, and he is just babysitting the mid lane. So we'll see if that plays out. On the top side though, Matt is happy to just duel it out against Ice. Mirko knows his meta quite well. It's about whether he can land the snipe or not. And Matt, we've seen his accuracy. It's pretty good.
It's pretty good when he's not targeted by a Masha, right? But here, Bigetron Alpha looking for the turtle once again. It's going to be the falling side with locking 2 members in place as Fearless jumps in with a quad shadow, but it's going to be Max with the retribution securing the turtle. Dyron taken low, taken down as BTR get a kill and a turtle. BTR going wild.
Man, the timing there from that Lolita, the ultimate just connects on towards Dyron. He goes down, and that provides a lot of space for Uranus to clear bot side. And take a look at top side as well. Beatrix, Matt, is farming like crazy in the first 3 minutes.
Farming like crazy, taking the extra gold from the shield as well. He's gonna get full value out of there, and he won't be punished for it. Bigetron having a lot of advantages in the early game here. I'm still impressed Moreno made it out, man. He was caught there, he got connected by the falling star moon, he ran towards the enemy team and looped around. So very calm gameplay coming in from him. It's a great sign.
It is. It is a great sign. It seems like now Val, both roamers going at it. No commitments just yet, trying to protect the respective gold laners here in Matt and as well as Highs. Now, seeing Highs at a 0-1-0, is this a good start for 1-1?
Well, definitely not, man. Mirko would know that like 1-1 requires a good laning phase to just like, pop off out of control. We'll have to see though. He has a lot of work to do in the late game team fights, although Bigetron has a counter ready for him, so he needs to be a bit more creative in how he wants to do it. As Sorizo, man, he just starts cutting in 2 waves in the base, and there's no answer just yet, but we do see that Suelo tries to try and stop that, but I don't think he can.
I don't think so. I don't think Suelo alone can really take this Uranus on. Meanwhile, top side, Cycling Claws actually connecting onto Highs there. He providing the support with the shield up. That just removes the pressure that the crossbow of Tang has, because the weakness points will not be taken out, will not be just collected. But Matt, he's just gonna collect the turret with the Wesker. This is exactly what you want to do when you have a Beatrix on your team. Enable that Beatrix to play, but look at this. Eyes gonna go all the way under it.
Wow.
He gets it in the end, but Matt and Key perfectly timing and perfectly maneuvering to get that Wesker shot on high.
Oh, the outplay there, a little too aggressive. He overcommitted on that play, and he has to pay the price. Turtle now, second one will fall once again to the side of Bigetron Alpha, and this is not a good start for side of Rebellion Zion. Take a look at the goal gap. 4K already in the first 5 minutes, Arashi. Not a good sign.
Everything is going according to plan for Bigetron, man. They send Sorizo to pull in pressure from the members of Rebellion Zion. They take full control on the top side, make the play, make the outplay as well, take the turret, and was able to be there for the next turtle just like that. So everything is going on right on schedule, and that is scary, man. Looking at the items now, Sorizo can have a lot of leeway with his spells. He has the Enchanted Talisman, so the cooldown gameplay is what he's aiming for.
Yeah, take a look at the items here already. Beatrix building aggressively into BOD plus that penetration extra, that item. And yeah, Lolita providing utility with that Dominance Eyes on the way. Take a look at the side of the riverside here. Max trying to open up the map, trying to target Suelo, but Val will definitely not let that happen as it is scattered. Men are scattered, but top side will be the main focus here for the side of Rebellion Zion. Fight here breaks out in the mid side of Suelo. Off camera gets taken down.
Max still taking a whole lot of damage. Highs can't just go in here. He doesn't have the crossbow tang yet, but he will find it onto Sorizo. He doesn't pop it just yet. Sorizo just zones Dyron away. He jumped in under the turret to go for the kill, but this might be a little too aggressive. The Consecration popped defensively. Key, but for the Luminant Blast will not flicker into it. He just uses it as a zoning tool. As Bigetron Alpha push with the lead. They get the turret, they get the shot on Fearless, and it's a 5,000 gold lead in the 6th minute of the game.
Yeah. It's slow, but it's suffocating. Bigetron, they're suffocating Rebellion Zion right now. It's the mid turret has fallen, and now top side as well. And now it seems like turret, objectives favors Bigetron Alpha.
Absolutely, man. They're playing it very, very strict in the early game, making sure that there's no chance at all for Rebellion Zion to mount any kind of resistance. And we talked about the Sicilian going to be lackluster, needing help. That, well, if you can't win the lane, let's destroy the laning phase whatsoever, right? They just go for the roams and they're grouping up at 5 minutes, so they're not even letting the side of Rebellion Zion to get any advantage in the laning phase between Suelo and Moreno.
Interesting there. Now, with that shadow kill, Fearless is aiming for a fast clear in the mid side. Meanwhile, Bigetron with the concealed play, Jiren forced to cancel out that recall, and yeah, bot side turret now will fall. Rebellion Zion lost another structure here in this Land of Dawn. 90 seconds at the first floor, but take a look at top side. Highs with this 1-1, pops that crossbow attack, a 2v1. Sorizo with the stacks on the Uranus, he gets one kill off the Wham.
You can hear it. I mean, I don't know if the people at home can hear it, but Bigetron, my goodness, the fans and the players just going ham as Sorizo 1v2s, Highs and Val. That definitely hit Rebellion in the head. That was a mental blow. 1v2, 8,000 gold lead. BTR are just going with it now. Teasing down the mid lane turret with the help of Max. Living on blast when he pops here, connecting onto Dyron. Max goes in, using the heavy spin to bring Dyron back. Val taken low, almost taken down here. Is asking the real world population to provide the safety out for the other members. But man, the disrespect from BTR. They're showing class and dominance in this game, but there's already some trades on the map. That is Fearless picking up a turret down below. Key, doesn't find Fearless. Just so close.
Almost.
Speaking of close, player head to head by head and shoulders, Arashi.
Yep, it's very, very much close, man. I think it depends really much on how the team plays to actually see the small differences, right? Like 0.1 difference with kills per game and average KDA isn't really that big of a deal, you know. I think what's important is that you do your job doing damage, and that will very much rely on the team, right? Because if your team can protect you, then you're gonna get taken out, and your damage just drops down. So right now, Bigetron, if you're on max, right now, Bigetron is doing so well, and you're gonna have a lot of damage over Fearless, because Fearless is a very tough spot right now.
He is in a tough spot now. Bigetron, they are still in control. They have the map control here. As take a look at Uranus, he is ready for the flank. And Bigetron, they might commit to this lore here as Uranus can just distract the opponents as of right now. It seems like Baldo still in that vicinity, trying also to give information on regarding the health of the Lord.
Well, it will be taken out without a fight though. So, you see, Bigetron is doing exactly what Rebellion was doing towards them. Pull people away with a tanky, dominant offlaner and go for the objective. So they're absolutely shoving it in the face of Rebellion. This is what you should have been doing, man. We can do it better.
Oh my god, Bigetron Alpha again with the setup there. Heis was actually, he was in a 1v2 again, this time with Dyron on Chorizo, and he lost. He was very close to dying there with Chorizo having the blade armor, Rebellion Zion. It's going to be really tough to melt this man down. Look at his items, Arashi. Dominance, Ice, and Blade armor secured. This is a scary Uranus.
He's gonna probably go for the Oracle as well, so that will be where he'll be truly unstoppable. And the 10k gold lead, man, there's a play coming in from the Rebellion. It might work out.
Oh my god, Moreno still able to run away for a little bit until Matt comes in to follow it up. Val running away, 1-for-1 right now. Dyron taken down. Bigetron trying to look for the siege in the top side. No Sicilian, but Chorizo is jumping in. Eyes gets caught, and he will fall. What a brilliant pickup there by Bigetron Alpha as Matt goes into the viewer's passion. Also, Val just melting him down with that damage. Matt, again, on the back of his team, is able to just dish out the damage and take the game in a very, very dominant fashion. 2-0 for BTR, a clean sweep.
Yeah, a different story here in game number 2, Mirko, as well as Arashi. Ladies and gentlemen, game number 1, Bigetron and Rebellion, they go back and forth. Punching, blowing punches. Meanwhile, in game number 2, it was a clear-cut textbook win for the side of Bigetron. Now, series scoreline is now 2-0. Bigetron with the win in second match.
You guys can't see it at home, but Mirko is absolutely ecstatic. His boys are actually doing it, man. There were a lot of doubts and even the talent predictions.
No
Mirko's
doubts.
boys.
Season 9, that's what happened. This time, I'm gonna wait till week 4.
That's BS.
Mirko's boys.
That's cap. Mirko is pleasantly surprised, man. Me and Goni, right? It's no secret. We did predict for Rebellion. We were completely wrong. So credit where credit is due, man. Coach Ed, Bigetron, they're doing it. It's a completely different look. And this is great news for the fan base, man.
Yeah.
These teams that have been doing so poorly, right? They're making a comeback, man. This is going to be an absolutely exciting season.
You know what? This reminds me, right? Land of Dawn. Based on this match, Land of Dawn is red, but also London is red. So, yeah, a very, very good ending here for our first day in MPL Season 10.
Very good ending to Season 10. We had a close 2-1 in match number 2. We got a very, very intelligent match from BTR. So we got the best of both worlds, macro and micro, in the 2 series that we have. But ladies and gentlemen, wow, I'm still stunned. I expected Rebellion Zion to put up a fight here in the second game, especially after learning from game number 1. But in game number 2, it was a complete stomp. BTR just really converted on every single objective. You can see the sad faces on the Rebellion fans, on the faces of the coaches as well, but they will learn from losses. In the MPL, Arashi, I don't like to call it losses. I like to call it learns.
It's all learns,
It
man.
learns.
Absolutely.
Learns.
I really wonder, right, how much of the dominance in the second game is due to that trash talk, man. Did you hear it at home, guys? The members of Bigetron, they have no chill whatsoever.
Well, this is what we've come to expect for BTR. Every time they get a kill, every time they get something on the board, they just yell on top of their lungs. Even in the MDL, Arashi, Barbosa. He's a loud
crazy.
one. He's a loud one on stage, but there you go. That's the difference, playing on stage and online.
A lot of mentality shaped within the offline stages, and perhaps this is, remember guys, this is still the first match for both sides, so yeah, they are just still perhaps warming up here, trying to smell the air of MPL Season 10. Remember folks, it is a season for celebration, and so yeah, match 1 and 2 is done. I personally can't wait to go to day 2.
Well, before we get to day 2, we're going to take a whole lot of recaps here because, man,
Exactly.
a lot happened. And
A lot.
I'm really curious to see the standings because RRQ 1-2-1, BTR 1-2-0, therefore they got more points.
Oh, let's go,
That's called
man.
math. That's
You gotta
called
relax,
mathematical.
Miko.
That's mathematics.
That's
quick maths,
mathematics,
ladies and gentlemen.
exactly.
But if you guys want to do quick maths as well at home, go ahead
Yes.
and get the JBL Quantum because you can listen to your teachers online, Arashi, properly with the crisp, amazing sound quality that JBL Quantum offers. You guys can dive literally onto the screen with JBL Quantum, the ultimate gaming headset. Do not miss the special JBL Quantum promo. All you need to do, Gani,
What?
scan the QR code over onto Arashi's side right there.
It's so simple. It's so simple. Exactly. But yeah, Rashi, you're looking at me. I mean, we voted the Blues, right?
Yeah.
But man, Land of
The
Dawn
Blue
is
Bulls.
red.
The Blue Bulls were taken out by
The
the robots,
Blue
man.
Bulls.
The red robots.
Technology. Technology is the name of the game.
Technology is the name of the game, ladies and gentlemen.
Arashi
But
2022.
Arashi, Gani,
Yeah.
this has been a stellar day.
It has
a
been.
very good opener to Season 10 MPL ID. We saw what Beloyski was able to do with Geek Fam. We saw that RRQ was able to stay composed after losing out on the first game. And here, we're seeing a different version of Rebellion and BTR. One thing to note is that BTR and Rebellion, they're not showing all their cards yet.
Right.
They weren't using their main rosters. BTR still has Fala.
They have.
All right.
And Rebellion still has Jisa.
Ooh, so yeah, again, perhaps teams in the start of the first, perhaps second weeks, they are still testing the air, testing their composition, scouting the opponents on what heroes are they most comfortable with. So, yeah, the first day, it's okay.
First day was okay, Arashi, but you know what I'm curious about
Tell
right
me.
now? I actually want to know. Maybe we're going to get an interview with one of the players from BTR. I'm very excited to see what the questions are and what the answers will be for BTR after a stellar victory. I want to know maybe the ins and outs of their new game plan. Macro-centric, objective-oriented. But before that, ladies and gentlemen, a 10,000 gold lead was built by BTR in the second game, all because they saved it with Live In by Mandiri.
Wow.
You guys can get the special promos right now by keeping an eye on MPL ID to get the latest information for all Live In by Mandiri users.
That's wise. So guys, just check it out and download Live In by Mandiri to be more wise.
Absolutely.
To be wiser.
To be wiser.
To be wiser.
You know, there's a player. I don't know where he's from, but his name is Wise.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah.
I've heard of that name.
Hey, his gameplay is pretty wise, I've heard.
Ooh.
Wisdom gameplay?
Yeah, his duo partner is Planet.
It's a planet. Interesting.
Venus, get it? But ladies and gentlemen, you know, if you guys want to watch MPL ID offline, like everyone here, well, you guys need a form of transportation, Gani, right?
Oh.
Well, you guys can go ahead and check it out. Ladies and gentlemen, grab XMPL ID if you guys want all the goods, transportation. I send a lot of mail through Grab Express and Grab Food. I eat with Grab Food. I will literally starve if Grab Food wasn't here.
Well, Mirko, I'm starving now. I'm feeling a little bit hungry. So perhaps I can just go to Grab and grab any kind of food.
Yeah,
any kind of food.
Go ahead and grab any kind of food. Watching Mobile Legends gets even more exciting, obviously, when you have good discounts on Grab, from snack promos at Grab Food and Grab Mart up to 20K, and Grab Bike promos up to 6K. Now, this is useful for me because I use Grab Bike to commute. But what are you waiting for? Open the app right now, ladies and gentlemen, and get yourself the promos.
Ooh, I am intrigued to use all of these apps, a lot of these promos, Arashi. What do you think?
I think it's absolutely value, man. I'd use it myself, and we all use it for good reason.
You all use it for good reason. Sometimes bad, but it's okay. Let's jump to the host.
Cepet banget lagi, mungkin kayak nggak ada yang nyangka gini secepat ini. Kamu tadi bisa ceritain nggak sih, apa yang udah kamu lakuin sebelum match dimulai sampai bisa cepet banget gitu gamenya? Ngapain Ki? Oh, jadi faktor coach bisa cepet.
Faktor coach baru.
2-0. Ini ada yang berbeda nggak sih sama coach sebelum-sebelumnya? Metodenya berbeda kayaknya Koet nih ya?
Kalau Koet ya metodenya lebih parah deh. Lebih, oh lu harus kerja keras.
Harus
kerja keras banget.
Oh, sekeras apa tuh latihan penghasilannya jadi ditambah kah atau apakah?
Kalau kalah potong gaji.
ini yang bisa bikin semua pro player jadi semangat kayaknya ya. Bener. Tapi pembukaan kalian bisa dibilang sangatlah kuat, Ki. Mungkin banyak yang kaget-kaget juga. Wow, Bigetron startnya strong banget nih. Kalian udah mempelajari hal yang berbeda kah di season, mungkin dari season-season sebelumnya dan dipersiapkan untuk season ini? Atau ada yang lain?
Kayaknya menurutku yang tadi game 1 game 2 ya normal kayak sebelumnya.
Masih kayak?
Gamenya aja kita lebih kayak
harus
lebih nyatu lagi gara-gara
nempel. Ya, oke. Jadi masih mungkin belum keluar potensi maksimal dari Bigetron nih.
Yeah.
Tapi kalau playernya sendiri, ini emang udah player yang kalian prioritaskan untuk season ini atau bisa berubah-ubah?
Enggak. Hah? Kita nyobain Moreno, kan dia baru main MPL ini sekali kan. Kita nyobain aja.
Oh, lagi masih mencoba-coba ini.
Pengen coba main sih koetnya.
Oh. Jadi
dari koetnya.
Terserah koet ya. Kalau
kan koet coach, jadi dia yang nentuin player.
Terus berarti ada yang disimpan nih si Falah, bakal dimainin atau gimana nih Falahnya?
Gak tahu, mungkin besok bisa aja kan buat lawan Vivo.
Bisa jadi besok, ditunggu banget, tapi semua terserah koet.
Koet, ya semua keputusan di koet.
Kalau kalah kan katanya gaji dipotong, kalau menang?
Naik gaji.
Koet, ditunggu
koet.
Iya, tapi penasaran juga untuk season kali ini tim Bigetron. Banyak yang menyebut-nyebut kalau Bigetron kan season lalu ada ritualnya nih buat menang, botak. Season ini bakal ada ritual nggak sih? Banyak yang kayak, ayo dong, ritual apa lagi nih buat Bigetron?
Gak tahu, kayak nanti tunggu pertengahan week deh. Biasa koet kalau pertengahan week suka ngasih challenge gitu.
Challenge ya. Tapi penasaran juga karena Bigetron udah terlihat strong dan mungkin bisa menyabet semua tim yang ada di MPL. Kalau udah ngeliat gini strong kan. Terus ada nggak sih tim yang bener-bener pengen kamu sabet gitu, pengen kamu lahap? Di mana nih?
Gak tau, kayak kita pengen menang lawan RRQ deh, soalnya gak pernah menang kan lawan RRQ dari season sebelumnya.
Oh, apakah masih menjadi lompat-lompat?
Ya, gak tahu sih, ntar kita lihat dah.
Ingin membuktikan ya?
Ah iya, pokoknya kita pengen menang dah lawan RRQ, kan kita gak mau kalah mulu kan.
Bilang apa dong sama RRQ?
Albob, bukan Albob jangan galak-galak, gendut.
Oke, jadi kita akan lihat siapa yang akan galak-galak nanti, tapi sebelum kita lihat yang galak-galak, kita bakal balik ke trio yang ada di sana. Silakan para caster, take it away.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the caster desk there. Man, we got some spicy words coming in from Key. That wasn't the 5 roster. That wasn't the main role. Moreno played. He also said that he wants to beat RRQ, man.
He wants, yeah, a special shout out to RRQ practically. He's like, yeah, Albert, I'm ready. And I want to, you know, not.
Connie wants you. Key wants you, Albert.
I'm quoting what Key said. Come on, Arashi. I want to beat you, is what he said.
Absolutely. I think it's just a clean performance, man. I really want to see what it's like when these teams go up against each other, right? And before, people would say, okay, you know, RQ is just so dominant. There's no point. It's a done deal. But now you're really wondering, right? That is why it's so good, man. This is exciting.
The cracks have appeared, and a lot of teams have been able to actually expose those cracks, right? Game number 1, RRQ. They lost game number 1 against Geek Fam, but here we go for the second match of the day, the second game of the match. 10 minutes was all it took for BTR to take down Rebellion Zion.
And in 10 minutes, look at the items coming from Matt. We talked about how this man has a lot of burst, and it's easy to see why. Haptoseize, BOD, as well as a Malefic Roar. There's no chance, man. The tanks on the side of Rebellion Zion, at most you can rely on Dyron. He only has 1 armor item. For Val, he doesn't even have 1. So there's no tankiness available. And if you're worried about Matt and you try and counter by focusing down, there's still other sources of damage coming in from Moreno, from the rest of the team, especially from Sorizo, man. I think it's just such a dominant performance. You look at the damage to towers, the objective rates, damage taken, damage dealt is similar, but like that's not where the game is played, right? It's all about those objectives. And Suelo has 100% kill participation, but there's only 2 on the board.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I'm so impressed with how different the game is from game number 1 and game number 2. I think Bigetron is making a huge statement, telling everyone that, okay, we can do it this way, we can do it that way, right?
Ooh.
Whatever you need.
Well, we'll see here. I mean, that was a good statement, but seems like Soriza will pick up their first MVP for side of Bigetron.
Wow. Presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy A53 5G. This guy, again, what a performance on the Uranus. Constant 1v3s, 1v2s, and even when there wasn't anyone there to distract, he was always cutting the minions. In the early stage, remember? The 3-minion wave cut alone, bringing Suelo out of his mid lane to try to deal with him. And in the end, he ended up losing XP.
Exactly. It's a big part of why the early game from Bigetron is just so dominant, right? This man exerting pressure onto multiple lanes frees up the rest of the members to do whatever the heck they want, and they absolutely did. So I think this is like a model that a lot of teams will try and imitate, right?
Yeah.
Having a strong, tanky offlaner that can just exert pressure onto multiple lanes, I think that will be the key to a lot of aggressive maneuvers. But now we take a look at the highlights by the Samsung Galaxy A series, and all the way in the early game, we missed it, but this was that early game play where, out of nowhere, right, Bigetron was just like starting out strong, hitting 1 for 2, and look at how it is. Like, if you look at the game here, at the movements, Moreno was just able to actually kite away from danger very efficiently, and here is that was the outplay made by Bigetron in the early stage of the game, and that's just the story again and again. Another outplay. Exactly. Sorizo getting the 1v2, there's no big deal at all. And right here, Rebellion goes in for the aggressive play, but they don't have the sprints to actually follow up the same way they did in the first game. So it's just a lot more difficult. And with that aggression, with that advantage, they have managed to get by only 10 minutes. They just brute force the end towards the base, and that's just the end of it.
Also, take a look at the mic checks here. Take a look at the highlights
Gue banting aja. Tadi ya. Dan Mateo. Coba aman nggak? Nice, Teo. Masih guys. Mati dia. Mati kan? Mati. Ini nih. No sprint. Kejar aja, Zor. Tempel, Zor. Menang orang. Lihat gua, Kor. Lord. Nice. Gua bisain, guys. Terus Teo. Awas. Terus Teo. Gak ada wave. Kalau dia, Gua tutupin. Sabar.
Well, there it is. After game number 1, we saw how ruthless they were. After every single kill, just shouting, screaming at the opponents. But I think when we take a look at game number 2's mic check, we're going to hear a whole lot more of that yelling.
Absolutely, man. Game number 2 is where they were actually able to just go, just
dominate.
Yeah, they just threw everything at the kitchen sink, and they held nothing back, man. There was not a single moment in the game where they took it easy. This is a full pedal to the metal. And I think if we get the mic check, that is going to be a loud mic check.
Oh, yeah.
That wasn't, yeah.
Headphone users beware, but not if you're wearing the JBL, because perfectly synced, ladies and gentlemen. Your ears are all good.
Yeah, I mean, game number 2 was a clear display of clean execution, and again, like, their agenda has been always like objective, team fight objective, and that was displayed in game number 2.
And it's just so great that they did it like after game number 1, right? They're able to actually show like, okay, you can't win with Sicilian. You made the casters doubt the Sicilian. Let's show you how it's done.
Ooh.
Right? Easy.
You're right. They actually did take the same heroes as Rebellion. Oh man, that hurt.
That hurt.
You know, if you guys don't want to be hurt, go ahead and check out Heads and Shoulders, ladies and gentlemen. You guys can wash out all the pain away. And you guys can get that extra freshness, ladies and gentlemen. Remember to wash your hair with Head and Shoulders, ladies and gentlemen. Wet and itchy dandruff, gone immediately.
Gone immediately. Well, I think I am going to buy Head and Shoulders now. I've been using Head and Shoulders.
No wonder,
right?
Me too.
Give us a hair flip.
Well, we can't do it now. We got our headphones on. But Arashi, if you want to join us in the Head and Shoulder gang, you can go to the mini market or e-commerce websites to check it out.
That's the best part, man. I'm already in the Head and Shoulders gang. I got you, fam. I've been using it. Head and Shoulders represent.
Head and Shoulders represent MPL ID Season 10. But it's been a stellar first day opener. I can't believe, again, the biggest upset almost happened in day number 1.
Yeah, a banger season opener here for the first day. I can't wait to see the second and third day. Hold up. There's still day 2 and 3 for the first week, but it has been a, I can say, satisfying first day.
Satisfying, I feel like it's an understatement after watching the games here in game. Oh, it's just so good, Arashi.
The crowd being in the location as
Bigger
well.
capacity.
You can feel the spirit. Like, occasionally, you can't see it because we're not always on camera, but we were like, what's going on? Dang.
We had to look back because it was getting louder than us, right?
Exactly.
The people in the crowd were getting louder than us. We gotta check out what's going on there, and the passion just flows through the players.
The vibe between the players and the fans as well. It's like, this is exactly what we want from an offline event. It's
That's the
just
thing,
so
right?
good.
I mean, the crowds. I feel like I can only hear from one headphone.
Yeah, because of
the
crowd.
crowds. It's so amazing, the vibe, the ambience. And this is, ladies and gentlemen, this is still the first day.
This is just the first day.
Just the beginning.
We got so many more derbies, so many more matches to go on about. And guess what? It's just the first week too. We got 8 whole weeks of MPL ID Season 10 all ready for everybody at home. This is going to be very, very exciting. Albert, Serafine, Gani, and RRQ Hoshi. But predictions for tomorrow, maybe we can get a little bit onto that because we got some crazy matches as well. Ending it off tomorrow. We're going to start from the bottom. The last match tomorrow. It's BTR and EVOS.
I wish I was there to witness, but I don't have a shift tomorrow. Predictions, I gotta go to EVOS.
Arashi.
Got a 4 EVOS.
Dang, I would have said EVOS in a heartbeat, but with what we just saw, right? It gets you wondering, man.
Gets Arashi.
I think I gotta go with EVOS. But Bigetron,
why did you go through the hassle of saying, oh yeah, I didn't want, that was
credit where credit is due, man. But Bigetron is absolutely welcome to prove me wrong. I would have no qualms with that whatsoever, man. It's been so good.
I believe in Coach Starless as much as I believe in JBL Quantum, and that's a lot of belief, ladies and gentlemen. Again, such an insane, amazing headset that lets you dive into the games that you're playing. Remember, the sound cue in the games is actually huge when it comes to the reaction time of the players. So with the JBL Quantum, they're actually able to react so fast, and that's why when you guys are at home, you're like, hey, why are the pro players so much better than me? Because they're playing on the JBL Quantum. It's not that hard, Arashi.
Absolutely. It's all about the sound, man.
It's all about the sound. Sound, it is survival here, Mircon, as well as Arashi. But man, oh man, I want to recap here. Day 1, RRQ 2-1.
2-1, Geek Fam.
Geek Fam. Match 2, 2-0. Yeah, the Reds win.
BTR.
Against the Blues.
The technological advantage, man.
The technological advantage.
It's like they were using AI, bro.
It really did feel like Bigetron were playing like robots, right? They were so efficient. They were so efficient in the way they were actually setting up and refusing to take any of the fights in the early stage, waiting for that power spike to happen. But Rebellion Zion, we saw the identity shine, actually. That charging like a bull. Aggressiveness in the early stage. Winning out against BTR in that early game for game number 1, obviously. But game number 2, I need to ask you this, Arashi. We didn't like Bigetron's composition. We didn't like their team comp. But it was the most dominant game of the day.
They just made it work, man. I feel like it's just the tempo, right? Whenever they have something going on, they don't let Rebellion Zion recover. So before anything even happens, they just kept pushing on, and you're always one step behind. So I think it's really cool that seems to be the plan for Rebellion in game number 1. And if you know how AI works, right? They just learn from what's going on, see what works, see what doesn't, and they just get smarter like that. So Bigetron essentially stealing knowledge from Rebellion. That is very cool.
Well, I did not know that is the case for the side of AI, but thank you very much, Arashi. But yeah,
the more you know, Gani,
the more I know. Oh my god. But yeah, game number 2, the Bulls seemed overwhelmed. They cannot defeat the Robots. Let's take a look at the standings here, presented to you by Samsung Galaxy A series.
It's kind of cold here. on the top because, you know, the caster desk is a little bit taller than the rest. But BTR, number 1 in the standings, 2-0, getting full aggregate points. RRQ following into second place. But look at this. It seems like Arashi, not much has changed so far because it's Geek Fam and Rebellion at last place. But remember, day number 1, Rebellion and Geek Fam, especially Geek Fam, we have seen that they can hold their own, even up against the defending champions.
I can't wait to see more already from side of Geek Fam here. It's just a start. It's just the tip of side of Geek Fam. Beloyski already creating huge impacts within this team. And Arashi, I do want to ask you this though. Which match do you prefer here? Match 1 or 2?
Wow. Tough question. Because in match number 1, it's just really unexpected because it's just like our expectations were just so standard and it just got blown out of the water. And for game number 2, you just see depth, right? You can see the difference. Depth.
Oh, depth.
Depth.
You see depth?
I heard depth.
Well, you see depth, right? You can see that this game is not just about the mechanics. Because like mechanics were there, macro game was there, drafting was there, and Bigetron showed like all these different looks, you know. So did Rebellion. So I think overall, from a watching perspective, I think you have to go with match number 1, just because it's so surprising. It just gets you, you know, you don't expect it, so it's always a lot more exciting. There was a lot of hype moments. Mirko was yelling all over the place. I think that was good.
Absolutely. But ladies and gentlemen, with that marks the end of day number 1. Again, season 10, still a long way to go. 8 more weeks technically, 2 more days of the first week, and we'll have a lot more matches. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been Mirko, Gani, and Arashi. We will see you guys very, very soon because yes, tomorrow, Gani, we have so many good matches. Arashi, Gani, Mirko, we are ready and fighting for the matches. We own this MPL celebrations.
Kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat sejarah. terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai